that they can track as they develop the minutes. I have a support team. There's one microphone for each side of the room. There's two for the front table. We have to share. I have support staff that once you complete, hand them the microphone and they'll get it to the next individual who requires a microphone. We do have virtual participation via WebEx. They're on. We just did a comma check, so I think we're good to go. And also, this meeting will be recorded. If there are no questions, I'll turn it back over to Rob. Sorry. I apologize. There is a requirement that the secretary, the deputy secretary, or the chief of staff address each federal advisory committee at least once throughout the year. If they're not able to do that, the secretary has been polite enough to provide us a video that we'll go ahead and watch at this point in time.
Hello, I'm VA Secretary Dennis McDonough. Thank you for your hard work on our federal advisory committees on behalf of veterans, their families, caregivers, and survivors. President Biden has often said that our country's most sacred obligation is to prepare and equip the troops we send into harm's way, and then to care for them and their families when they come home. Your job as a committee member is to help us do exactly that by providing advice and recommendations that help ensure we're delivering for veterans. And it's a job you do with passion and professionalism, helping us care for vets when they need it most. We need that focus, that commitment from all of you as we work together to improve VA benefits and services to produce a stronger, better VA. We need your specific, actionable ideas. We need specific critiques of what we're currently doing and advice on how we can do better. And when your time on a committee comes to an end, we need your best recommendations for qualified, diverse individuals to replace you, people who care as much about veterans as you do. Now, we need you to help ensure that everything we do at VA lives up to our I Care values of integrity, commitment, advocacy, respect, and excellence. I want to expand on these values for a moment because they should guide every decision we make and every recommendation you offer. First, VA will always deal with veterans, veteran advocates, and all veteran organizations with integrity. Second, we must commit to ensuring everything we do best serves veterans and that they have timely access to VA resources. It's always about veterans, their issues, and their needs. Veteran outcomes will drive everything we do because veterans, not us, are the ultimate judges of our success. Third, VA will be the leading advocate for veterans, their families, caregivers, and survivors in everything we do. Veterans have made their down payment, sometimes in blood and invisible wounds that may affect them the rest of their lives. Their sacrifices have earned them the care and services we provide. We exist to best serve them. Fourth, we'll always provide all veterans with the respect and professionalism that they deserve. All veterans must feel safe and welcome in every VA facility. We will welcome every veteran, including women, veterans of color, LGBTQ plus veterans, and make sure every person entering a VA facility feels safe, free of harassment, free of discrimination. Finally, we will seek excellence in all we do, leveraging the strength of diversity that defines veterans, our VA workforce, our volunteers, our committee members like each of you, and our country. Diversity is also a strength on these advisory committees. We want and need caring members that look like our diverse veteran and American population. Diversity is a strength, never a weakness in our nation and at VA. Those are fundamental values we need to live up to. And I'll be looking to you to help us do just that. Committees like yours have done life-saving, life-changing work for generations, providing recommendations that led VA to discover that the risk of heart attack and death can be decreased by taking aspirin daily. Develop experimental and innovative treatments for post-traumatic stress. Find that Gulf War veterans are at higher risk of developing ALS, which resulted in a new VA decision about service connection. Establish the much-needed Office of Health Equity, and so much more. All those stories, all those successes have translated into the result, the single result that matters most. Veterans' lives saved, veterans' lives improved by the work we do. We need critical guidance and results from our federal committees like that now more than ever. When President Biden appointed me to lead VA, he told me to fight like hell for our vets. As members of our advisory committees, I'm proud to count on all of you as partners in that fight. Let's fight like hell together. Our veterans and our nation are lucky to have you doing this important assignment. May God bless our veterans, their families, caregivers, and survivors. And may we continue to serve them as well as they have served each of us.
Good morning, everyone. I want to share a couple thoughts, but before doing so, I want to pick up and emphasize or echo two things the Secretary said that I think are really helpful as we think about our work. The first thing is as an advisory committee, our work is recommendations. We are not here to make decisions for the agency. We are only here to make recommendations about how work ought to be accomplished within the agency and how decisions ought to be thought about. While I think that one of the great benefits is we can bring people together and share ideas, I think our highest and best use is still to focus on recommendations that have to be responded to in writing, and that force the agency to think about things as carefully and as thoroughly as possible. And we're very unique in the sense that the work we do here is very much focused on this particular campus and this particular effort to redevelop it. Some federal advisory committees have a policy emphasis that ask the agency to think about things that are nationwide or that are going to have effects over a decade. We're thinking about things that affect this particular campus, although to flip the framework, some of the choices we're facing or that the agency is facing could last 99 years. So I really want to echo those parts of the Secretary's remarks. Okay, to kind of bring you up to speed and orient the group to work this next couple of days, I wanted to share with you all that after our last board meeting, we did receive a response from the agency and from the Secretary to our last set of recommendations. Those were recommendations that were offered in October of last year. And so we received the response around March. And if you haven't read those recommendations, I'd encourage you to do so. We got some support in some areas. We got some mild commitments in others. And in a few areas, the agency said we don't concur. And so I always think it's really important to go back and study those things. What I did want to emphasize is two things. One was we pushed on the AMI issue, and the Secretary said he wasn't prepared to send a letter or insist on a working group, but he did say, you know, there was some good White House leadership on this issue. We've subsequently seen Brett Sherman's office get involved very proactively. So I think that's a good example of how our board was able to bring focus to a very important issue. And even if the Secretary didn't exactly agree with our prescription, I think our advice was very good. The other thing I wanted to emphasize was that in that last set of recommendations, we basically encouraged the agency to rethink the current parcel release schedule because we were concerned that there was an effort to push residential development south of Nimitz Avenue and leave some buildings north of Nimitz unrehabbed. In other words, leaving them in their current condition. And there were a lot of explanations we offered, one of which was that no reason to build on empty parking lots when you've got old buildings and you've got a funding source to adaptively reuse them. The agency's response to that was to say that they were sympathetic to our concerns, but that they also had to balance things like there are tenants in existing buildings. And I think we should really continue to focus on this issue because as we articulated in the recommendations from last October, one disadvantage of continuing to push south is that it doesn't seem like the concept of the town center has been adequately studied. And so if you allow housing developers to come into the town center area, you may be giving up that area or diluting its potential for 99 years. And so those are two recommendations I'd really encourage you to go back and look at. The second thing I wanted to share with the group is, and I know most of you know this, but I think it's important to be reminded for our work, there is a pending federal lawsuit happening here in Los Angeles about the redevelopment of the campus. So the VA and HUD are both named as defendants in that lawsuit. That lawsuit will be heard in, I think, mid-August or early August. I think Keith Harris has been designated to attend all portions of that trial, which is no small commitment because it'll be a 2 or 3 week trial. But I want you all to be aware of it because I think the judge is probably going to decide that there are areas in which he believes the agency has performed efficiently on redevelopment of that master campus, of the plan. I think there's a chance some of the criticisms will be off target. I think some of the criticisms may be on target. But I need you all to understand that it's going to be a federal decision that's likely to have a lot of significance for how we go about our work and most especially how the VA officials go about their work. And so we should carefully monitor that lawsuit. I asked for briefings on that lawsuit from both the VA, the Department of Justice, and the plaintiffs, and no one wants to talk. As a litigator, I kind of understand that sentiment, but I just wanted you to know that it is the elephant in the room in my estimate. It's a very big deal. And I tried to get a presentation, but not surprisingly, people are quiet on the eve of trial. But I do think it's something we should talk about as a group, and it may be something we could talk about tomorrow when the subcommittees have breakout sessions. This morning, we're going to hear presentations from both the Office of Asset Management and the principal developer. And then in the afternoon, we're going to hear a really important presentation, which I don't think we've ever gotten before, where the folks here at West LA who are responsible for the long-term planning of the North Campus are going to share with us what those plans are. And I should tell you, they've been engaged in a lot of deliberate planning, but some of those things have changed recently, and so they're going to share with us some of those changes. I think the reason it's so important is we often tend to think about the North Campus from a housing point of view, but we also forget that there's a lot of VA tenant activities in that area. And the agency is going to have to think about the long-term condition of those buildings and how those activities take place over the long run. And then we're going to end the day with a presentation from LA Metro. We're going to revisit an issue we made a recommendation on, which is that we'd like to see the artwork in the station reflect the historic identity of this campus. I think it'll be a very encouraging presentation. So I encourage everyone to keep an open mind. I think we've seen progress. And then we'll end the afternoon with recommendations. So I appreciate you indulging me a long introduction. General Sutton.
Thanks so much, Rob. 6 months into this, at our last meeting, my first meeting, as is the case for many of you, I knew this was important work. I knew it was a privilege. I knew it was complex. 6 months into this, I'll tell you, it's still important work. Yes, it's even more complex than I could have guessed, and it's really, really work worth doing. So I want to just thank, hearing the words from the secretary and seeing the senior leadership here, both locally and from the central office, really, this is work worth doing. I'd like to just thank our two subcommittee chairs, Beth and Mike, for standing up and all the work that's been done getting to this point. I think coming with substantive recommendations at our really second meeting into this says a lot for every one of us and the supporting VA staff. Bringing it into just the last few minutes this morning, was reminded as I came into the VA and I saw a veteran sitting in the hallway and I talked to him for a little while. Said, I asked him where he lived. He says, "Oh, ma'am," he says, "my name's Tommy." He says, "I'm waiting for a spot to come up. I'm waiting for a spot to come open in building 402." And I just thought to and I asked, "Well, Tommy, so what are they telling you?" "Oh, my social worker's working hard." She says, "You just gotta be patient." But I just thought, what a great reminder of why we're here, who we're working for. And then lastly, I just want to thank Team Oberman here, Kylie, Jerry, to share this March and April edition of the Vietnam Veterans of America journal here. And the article up at the top, progress is being made at West Los Angeles VA Medical Center. And it's a really great article. I would recommend that we probably make some copies and get it around. But finally, I would just say, Rob, your leadership, the continuity that you have brought into this position, I don't know where we'd be without it, with the complexity of these issues and the time within which we're working. And as I finished reading this article, I was sort of reminded, I'll just close on this note, I was reminded of the words of a civil rights preacher who said, "We ain't where we gonna be. We ain't where we ought to be. We ain't where we want to be, but thank the dear Lord, we ain't where we was." And this really points to the progress. And thank you, Eugene. We sure wouldn't do it without you. So let's get after it. We got a lot of work to do today. Thanks so much for being here, and let's go.
Okay, good morning, everyone. My name is Meg Cabot. I'm a proud social worker, and I currently serve as the Principal Senior Advisor to the Secretary. I know we got sort of a generic spiel there from Secretary McDonough, but I want to assure you that as recently as yesterday, he and I speak directly about what goes on here at LA on a very regular basis. We actually just had a somewhat lengthy discussion about a couple different issues, one being the town center, one being AMI, and one being just sort of the general progress that we're making here. So I want you to know that this work that goes on here is really important to him. If we can figure out how to end homelessness here in LA, even by small percentage points, it actually impacts veteran homelessness around the country. And I think that's a really important piece, and it's why he has me here as much as I can be. I actually had the chance to be here last month for a groundbreaking, which was great fun. I had never before used that golden shovel, so that was kind of a cool experience, kind of hooked. I'm now going to do the groundbreaking circuit. It's also why we have Keith Harris as who technically works for me, but really is solely focused on the work that's going here and is incredibly knowledgeable about the really complicated policy work around, excuse me, funding and our limitations around how we fund things, but also around the AMI issue. So he'll share more of that in a little bit. I do want to commend Rob for a really great agenda. I think it speaks directly to a lot of the things you just talked about, the recommendations about north of Nimitz, south of Nimitz. You'll hear a lot of information about all of the work that needs to go into making those kinds of decisions, and I think will really help you in thinking about your recommendations in this next bunch. Excuse me. And the last thing I just wanted to say is that I had the opportunity about 6 weeks ago to go to Dallas, and the city of Dallas has functionally ended veteran homelessness. Now, I don't say this lightly. Dallas is a decent sized city. It's not a small city. It doesn't mean that there are not any homeless veterans, but there's a federal definition for the end of homelessness for veterans. It includes things like rapid access to temporary housing, going from temporary housing to permanent housing within a certain amount of time, all of those things. And Dallas has met those goals. And it was a really great celebration. And you could tell that because of the collaboration between VA and the mayor's office and a lot of advocates, that work had gotten there. And I want to continue to emphasize the really important work that the medical center here is doing. Sally and John are just really kicking serious butt. We talk about, fighting like hell for veterans. They really are doing that in and out every day in a way that I think we might get there here in LA. And it was exciting to be in Dallas because to me, it really instilled a sense of hope across the country that even in these big cities where we feel fairly overwhelmed by homelessness, we can actually make things happen. So just wanted to end on that happy note, and I look forward to being here in LA when we can declare the functional end to homelessness.
Can you hear me? Oh, great. Hey, good morning. This is John Bursler. I'm with the Veterans Experience Office and get the great opportunity to steward the committee as the executive sponsor and what's pretty much supporting Eugene and Chi and the amazing tools and implementation team here from VEO. So once again, thanks for all of y'all's work, Eugene, for supporting all this great work. The couple of announcements that I have are really focused on membership, and we have a few spots coming open this fall. The application window, recommendation window is still open on the Federal Register. If you need that link, we can send it to you. Just as a reminder, Secretary McDonough, myself, the facility, Meg, Keith, everybody, our Rob and Lori, our collective vision is looking forward, right? Looking to what this campus will be, not only next month, next year, but what it'll look like 10 or 50 years from now, and not looking as far back, right? And looking forward and making sure that we have a place for veterans to call home. So if y'all have candidates, as the Secretary mentioned, we're looking for people with not only diverse professional backgrounds, but also military backgrounds, non-military backgrounds. I mean, please let us know if we can talk to anybody who's interested. I know we talked to some candidates recently and happy to do so. I know we have some members online today, so please make sure that you're heard, because we want to hear your feedback, and we know that not everyone can travel depending on the time of day and week and month and year. I know it's the summer, so it's difficult for folks to make it out, but we'd love to hear from you all online. With that, it's great to be back. So thanks, Rob, for hosting us at GLA, and Rob B for stewarding the committee as the chair. And I'll turn it back over. Thanks.
I think we'll next hear from Dave Giacomo from VISN.
This is my first meeting here, so I just like to say thank you on behalf of Dr. Braverman. I appreciate the opportunity to listen in and listen to what the group has to say and recommend. So thank you.
All right. Good morning, everybody. Thank you. I'm Rob Merchant. I'm the Interim Medical Center Director here at VA Greater Los Angeles. And it's really our pleasure to welcome you back. And Rob, I was listening as John was speaking. I don't think I've had to be like Rob M since I was in elementary school. As long as you don't call me Bob, we're all good. But seriously, folks, on behalf of our 5,000 employees and the 90,000 veterans we're so privileged to serve, it's always good to welcome you back here. Dave, glad to have you here this morning. I can introduce Dave off my list. Dave has been our acting deputy network director for the last several months, and as a native son of America's most livable city, that's Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, for those of you following along at home, it's nice to be sitting next to a Steelers fan and not a Ravens fan. And I hope Dr. Braverman's not listening to that. Okay, but honestly, I do also appreciate your acknowledgement of our team here that is working tirelessly every day to bring results for veterans. John, Sally, Chelsea, Roberto, Andrew, I see you sitting quietly in the back here, doing fantastic work every single day. Since you last visited us, we have opened the new kitchen that you toured just to the south of this building here. It opened in April and is going great guns. We have also been able to open the new kitchen at Long Beach, which means that we are no longer serving Long Beach meals out of our facility here. So we are really focused on serving veterans here in our inpatient facilities and our community living centers and domiciliaries. And what's really important about that is that the former location of the kitchen, building 300, which now sits right in the middle of A lot of construction in our residential community development is in the process of being turned over for construction and for housing, which will happen in August of this year. We are also well along in the planning for our new critical care center. It is in the president's proposed budget. We're just waiting for some action from our friends on the Hill, and then we can get after that. But we have been doing some extensive planning, including taking about 3 weeks to use this room for mock-ups of some of our med-surg rooms and ICU rooms. We actually used set designers to come in and build simulated rooms so that people could come, walk in, the people who are going to be serving veterans in those patient rooms, and say to our architects and others, this looks great on paper, it doesn't work in reality. And being able to do that now, rather than 4 years from now, is really key. So the planning for everything, those clinical activities, those acute care activities shifting south of Wilshire Boulevard continues, and it really is a very important part of being able to then focus on the development of our community for veterans on the north side of Wilshire Boulevard. Meg, thank you again for coming out for the groundbreaking for buildings 158 and 210. What's particularly exciting about that, building 210 will be dedicated to women veterans. And Rob, as you mentioned, it involved a lot of work on Chelsea's part and her team to take the folks who were working in that building and have been for a very long time and get them moved into new space and get that building ready for turnover. And I guess just can't say enough that every single day, people are coming to work here to bring innovative, creative, partnership-based solutions here in Los Angeles that are not happening anywhere else in VA. And that's not to say there aren't great things happening all across the department, because there are, but this is really a laboratory for success. And John and Sally, you are really key to driving that. And together with our partnerships in the community, they're going to talk about some of those exciting things later today. Today, we'll also be talking about the survey results that we have compiled that focus on what veterans are telling us they need to be happy, healthy, and well as they continue to build on our campus here. That is really, really important for us, because what we know is we don't want just a collection of apartment buildings. That's not a community. That's a group of apartments. Veterans are telling us what's important to them, and we'll be focused on those results later today. About 3 weeks ago, we also had a visit from some VA senior leaders, including the CEO and COO of the Veterans Canteen Service, to look at how the Veteran Canteen Service, which is VA's version of AAFES for our Army and Air Force veterans, might be able to play a role in providing those services that veterans are telling us about. So we'll be talking a bit about that. And lastly, I would be remiss if I just didn't acknowledge the fact that today, Wednesday, June 26th, right? June 26th, throughout the day, across our 20,000 square mile market where we serve veterans in Los Angeles, Kern, San Luis Obispo, Santa Barbara, and Ventura counties, thousands of veterans will cross our threshold. Thousands of employees will come to work today to serve veterans, to address their needs where they are in their healthcare journeys, whether they are housed or unhoused, are critically disabled, or simply coming for a primary care check. Thousands of people will cross our thresholds today to do that, and I'm very proud to be part of the team that leads them in that effort. So thank you for your commitment and time, your commitment of your resources to be here and be part of the solution. VA can't do it alone. When we try to do that, we get into trouble. So I really appreciate your partnership and your voices. And as the Secretary said, let's do it together. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. Keith Harris. I'm going to take advantage of my 10 minutes or so to drag you into the weeds on a couple issues that I think are important and might not, I don't see them on the agenda. So I think this is I'm going to use all 10 too. I wanted to take a minute now because I think they'll be in the background of some of the conversations we have today, but I don't see them as focus areas. Before I do that, I just want to also echo, so pleased to see the progress here. And the progress both on the housing side and on the services side, it's really been gratifying and exciting to see. You mentioned of the AMI issue, just as a reminder for anybody new enough to not be really familiar with that. This is the challenge that our severely disabled veterans face, where the amount they receive in benefits exceeds income limits for some of our project-based housing. So they're essentially disqualified from very housing they need and deserve. There's a couple different pathways to solving that. One is to exclude VA disability benefits from income calculations. There was reference to the Sherman bill Rob mentioned. That's what that bill does. It would exclude VA disability benefits from the statutory definition of income that HUD uses. We've given a lot of technical assistance on this issue. We recently gave more because the state of California, among others, reviewed the Sherman bill. And the challenge is that most funders at the state level, county level, city level, and others use HUD's regulatory definition of income, not the statutory definition of income. And the Sherman bill makes a very specific exclusion by limiting that to veterans in HUD-VASH. And what people downstream are saying is that if you do that to the statutory definition, it's not going to change. HUD would still have to change its regulatory definition accordingly. It won't otherwise impact things. So one of the bits of TA we provided recently was actually to remove the limitation strictly to HUD-VASH, make the income definition exclude VA disability benefits across the board. That would then require HUD to make that similar change to its regulatory definition. So I wanted to just catch people up on that. Personally hopeful that Sherman's team takes that suggestion. The other way you can solve this is to provide flexibility to landlords, to property managers who have a 30% AMI unit, for instance, to raise that. And that's what California's AB 1386 does. It allows for a petition process where if a developer can't fill a unit at 30%, they can raise the AMI limit on that to 50 and even 60%. That bill took effect January 1st. The state actually has not issued the implementation guidance yet. I was privileged enough to get to work with them a bit on their guidance and the petition packet. I think it's a very fair process they're proposing. Developers will be able to make essentially batch petitions, ask for a certain number of their 30% units to be increased. I'm really excited to see how that works, because it might work great. It might solve this problem. We might not need the federal change to the income definition, although other states would have to follow suit and do that. So that's a couple pieces of movement that would have very direct impacts on the campus and on the other project-based developments here in LA. A couple other things I just wanted to touch on real quick related to HUD-VASH. People probably heard another bill recently introduced, the End Veterans Homelessness Act, HR 8560, would make some pretty important changes to HUD-VASH that we actually initially proposed about 3 years ago in some technical assistance to Congress. One, it would create what's essentially a voucher-only pathway in HUD-VASH for veterans who don't have a significant need for case management but have the financial need for the subsidy. It's an exciting change. HUD-VASH has grown from a very small program focused on severely chronically homeless veterans to having so many vouchers we can't use them all. Can't hear? Okay. Louder or quieter? Okay, just making sure. That bill would also allow HUD-VASH veterans, HUD-VASH vouchers to be issued to veterans that are at risk of homelessness, not only literally homeless. It also would allow a pathway for veterans on another subsidy to transfer over to a HUD-VASH subsidy, which currently isn't allowed because technically the veteran's housed on a subsidy. But it's a much better use of the resource to put the veteran in a VASH voucher, free up that voucher for a non-veteran. So excited to see that finally introduced. It has been a long time coming. That's 3 years of work. The last thing, just a couple other things about HUD-VASH and the county PHA, LACDA. One, I think you will maybe hear some reference today to what's called the PBV cap. So this is the percentage of vouchers that the PHA can commit to project-based versus tenant-based. Generally speaking, the cap is 20%. There are some exceptions, HUD-VASH among them, that allow the PHA to go to 30% of their total voucher allocation can be project-based. The LACDA is projecting they will hit their cap sometime next year. and that they will hit that before they have committed all the vouchers here on campus. So it's got some very real world impacts here. The cap is very much a moving target. It's a function both of numerator and denominator. If PHA receives more vouchers, their denominator goes up, that percentage comes down. Projects come and go, they come online, they go offline, they fall through. Commitments that were made aren't completed. So it's not definite that they will hit, but it is a potential problem that needs resolution. There are solutions, and part of why I'm talking to you about it today is that I've been involved in some of these conversations directly with HUD headquarters. Vouchers that are issued from headquarters as project-based vouchers do not count among that cap. So one solution is HUD headquarters could say, we're going to issue a certain number of PBVs, additional PBVs to LACDA for purposes of, for instance, development here on campus. That's one solution. HUD could also change the rules as it applies to HUD VASH vouchers, exempt those from the cap. There are ways that this could be dealt with. But I thought it was really important that it be on people's radar, because there is a chance they could hit that before they've been able to commit vouchers to all the units, all the buildings on campus. The other one is actually so weedy, I'm not even going to get into it with you guys. But if it comes up, I'm happy to speak to it. It has to do with using a prior competition to award vouchers. That I think if the PHA were here, we'd talk about it. If they're not, I think it's not going to require your attention today. With that, I will hand the mic back over to whoever's next.
One thing I want to be clear about, Keith talked a lot about technical assistance, and many of you probably all know this, but it took me a little while to fully understand this back when I started my federal career. But VA as a federal agency can't just say, we want you to change this law. So what we can do is we can provide, quote, technical assistance, which really is recommendations. It's much sort of a similar relationship to this board to the secretary. And so that's what we do. We say, if you do this, then this happens. Or we do say, we like this, we don't like this. That happens as well. But we have a very specific process by which if we have something we want to change in law as a federal agency, that we have to go through a very specific process, including getting approval through the White House, and there's budget implications and things like that. So just, it's not as simple as Keith is making it sound. We do give our expertise to these pieces of legislation, but they don't necessarily do exactly what we want or need them to do.
I forgot, and this is John Bursler. Once again, just one more important administrative note before we turn it back over to leadership and then the EUL discussion, is that it was Meg's birthday yesterday. So please, if you get a chance to wish her a happy birthday belated. It's still technically yesterday, you know, in some parts of the world. Yeah, so we just wanted to make sure that Meg is recognized. So apologies for that oversight. So.
Sing you a happy birthday at lunch. So I think that was a really helpful overview, Keith. I think it's easy for us to forget that in housing, HUD has the lead on a lot of these issues, and the agency, even though it has to address one of the largest homeless populations in the country as a distinct subgroup, HUD still has a lot of control over the definition of AMI. HUD has a lot of control over the use of project-based voucher caps. And so a lot of these things, it's hard to predict, even if we thought we knew how the agency could accomplish something, how it will ultimately turn up within the interagency. By the way, that is part of the reason why I suspect HUD is named in the federal lawsuit, and they will probably be hearing from that judge too. So, you know, Keith raised a super important issue with this project-based voucher cap. You'll remember that during our February board meeting, I think was the first time we heard from a representative from LACDA, the County Housing Authority, which is the main lead for awarding project-based vouchers here, that they were going to hit their cap. And I think for all of us who were there when we heard it, we were all kind of like, wow, that's interesting. And so I think what we have to keep in mind, and I welcome, so we have a little extra time if the board has any questions of Keith. I'm going to give you all a chance to ask those of Keith. I think up until now, there's been an assumed belief that the project-based vouchers exist to build 1,200 units. And now we know that assumption's not correct absent some change. And so I think as a board, we ought to figure out what operational significance that has and what recommendations might spring from it. I don't know if that we know the answers yet. I know this is something Beth feels very strongly about, but I think in successor board meetings, this may be something we're going to have to study a lot more carefully. So because we have a couple extra minutes, because this is an important issue, did anyone want to ask any preliminary questions of Keith? Good morning, Sarah. Recognize Sarah Hunter.
Hi, yeah, Sarah Hunter, board member. Yeah, so I had a question for Dr. Harris. So how many units do we expect being built here that would be over the PBV cap? Because it sounds like the potentially easiest solution is to ask HUD headquarters to issue a number of PBVs to meet that. And is that feasible? Do we know what that number is?
Yeah, Keith Harris, it is very much a moving target, but it's in the ballpark of 200 vouchers.
Sandor?
Thanks. Beth Sandor. In your discussions with HUD or others on raising the cap, what assurance, has there been discussions about how you would ensure that if the County Housing Authority got a higher allocation of PBV, that some of that would be secured for veterans versus vouchers versus other voucher types?
Yeah, Keith Harris again. I wouldn't say that discussions have even gotten to that level of operational detail. It's been a bit more on the almost brainstorming side, and me and others on the VA side trying to cajole HUD headquarters into this approach. And actually, while I have the mic, I think I will tell you the other weedy issue real quick, because it actually, if it were to have its worst possible outcome, it would have a similar impact here on campus. So PHAs can't just flip vouchers. There is a requirement that they compete. Project-based vouchers have to be competed. And if the principal developer, other developers here had to compete with others for the vouchers they have not yet received and lost that competition, then they don't get project vouchers for that building. The workaround is that HUD can, the PHA can use a prior competition and award PBVs based on a prior competition. That's what they've done here so far. For people who don't know that, they've used, for instance, the EUL competition to point to that was a competition we can award based on that. The problem, the reason this is weedy, is that expires after 3 years. They can use a prior competition for 3 years and then they no longer can. So they used the master EUL competition for 3 years. We're outside that 3-year window. So the conversation I've been part of with the PHA, the principal developer team and HUD headquarters, is trying to figure out essentially how to use that competition for the entirety of the project. There is not going to be any more competitions, but it's a 10-year project. It is unique. HUD doesn't have any other situation like this. So several months ago, I got the impression that had reached a positive resolution. I even started telling people locally about that, but then HUD headquarters never sent the letter saying, here, we've solved this. And as of yesterday, I just checked in on this and it's still held up somewhere in HUD's system. So I thought people should know about that, because in the very worst case scenario, it can have the same kind of impact as the cap, where they don't get vouchers. I think it's going to resolve positively, but I just thought people should be aware that piece is still under discussion.
Got Sandra again.
This will be my last question, although I could ask you probably 10 more. I know we're talking about the implications of the cap on this campus, but from where you sit, what are the implications of not raising the cap for the broader effort of ending veteran homelessness in LA County?
So first, I want to make a slight correction, because I don't see a scenario where the cap itself is raised. The cap is, if this wasn't clear, the cap is statutory. So that the types of things we've talked about are issuing vouchers as project-based, which means they don't count against the cap, or perhaps exempting VASH vouchers altogether. And it has obvious implications beyond the campus. It's the same problem. And Beth, I think you and I are on the same page with this, that PBVs are a really, really effective way to address veteran homelessness. And the occupancy rate in PBVs, I think, is significantly higher than it is for TBVs generally, right? So from my personal perspective, and I think the agencies, I think the more project-based vouchering we could do, the better. There's supportive services in the building. There's a cohort of veterans together that can support each other. So anything that keeps us from doing as many PBVs as we can is problematic to me.
Thank you, Keith, and thanks for your continued assistance. It's one of the best recommendations we ever made as a board to ask for someone like you. And we were lucky to get you.
That's very kind of you, Rob. Thank you.
All right. Oh, wait, John Kuhn. Sorry, John. Please go ahead.
Hi, John Kuhn. So we have anticipated the shortfall of PBVs by starting this master leasing process. So between now and January, we have up to 532 units of master lease housing coming online in the community. Those all use TBVs. And that has an opportunity. We have an opportunity there as we go down the line of master leasing. We, in fact, just opened our first 2 buildings, not us, but in conjunction with partners, to see that potentially develop on the campus too. And in fact, we are already working on what we're describing as an affordable housing plan, which could be recompeted on this campus. So we have other options that we're exploring. These are all, hopefully everything Keith described happens, but we do have a plan B. And this is not a theoretical plan B. This is something we're actually doing right now. And we're seeing the results of it right now. So it's very encouraging. I do also want to just give everybody a heads up. We do expect the LA pit count to come out Friday. And I would pay close attention to that. I think it will demonstrate that what we've been doing in our plan is successful. We have made great strides here. And for us, it's important to think of everything we're doing at this campus as being complementary to the mission. The mission is ending homelessness. It's not simply building housing here. It's building housing here in a way that complements the overall mission to end homelessness.
Thanks, John. I think that news about master leasing is tremendous. And I think you'll be proven empirically that it's a great strategy. I did want to conclude with one quick thought on what Keith just shared with us, which was at his estimate, based on the cap on project-based units, the housing developer would only be able to deliver 1,000 units without the cap being removed or there being direct issued. There's a lot that has to happen. I think for our board, and you'll see this in some recommendations this afternoon, you all read the recommendations carefully, that has significance because I think it gets back at an issue we've discussed a lot, which is if there's approximately 1,000 units that can be built north of Nimitz using existing buildings, ought not the agency really focus its efforts on doing that and adaptively reusing these old buildings before moving south and into parking lots, into vacant parking lots? And so I think what Keith just shared with us should have very real operational significance for that sequence of development. Okay. Hearing no more questions about the PBV. Thanks again, Keith. We'd like to hear from Brett Sims from the Office of Asset Management.
Okay, first let me do a sound check here. Can you all hear me okay?
You're hearing fine, Brett. Go ahead, please.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. First, let me say apologies for not being in there in person. Had some family commitments I could not move this week, but we'll go through the topics that were flagged here. So if you want to go to the next slide. And one more. We'll review some of the questions that the VCOEB posed in the ask here, and we've broken the response down into sort of 3 topics, all related to the questions. First topic will be appropriations and how that relates to EUL activities. The second piece is the appropriations that we received under the PACT Act. What are those? What can they be used for, and how that relates to West LA? And then the third topic is how we utilize those capital contribution funds, which is one type of funding that we received under the PACT Act. So if you go to the next slide, the request that came from the VCOEB, I won't read these to you, but essentially they related to have we looked for and sought monies for EUL across the country, but certainly including West LA over the past decade. And then secondly, what about the monies allocated for West LA specifically? What can we do with those? What type of money is that? And then third, getting into a schedule and drawdown of the EUL funds and how we used that. So if we go to the first topic, I'll start digging in here. The federal budget process does not have a specific line item for enhanced use lease projects. What it does have is the ability under statute to do capital contributions to enhanced use lease projects. Capital contributions are defined in Title 38, and we can make those contributions using minor construction appropriation. So that's the color of money that we're allowed to use for EUL capital contributions. When we get into the budget, though, minor construction funds are not appropriated on a project-by-project basis. Other accounts, that is the case. We actually get money for a specific project. For minor construction, that is not how they actually give us the money. The money comes in a lump sum. It comes as part of the minor construction appropriation, and then it is divvied up between the administrations. So not just VHA, but the other administrations also have minor construction projects. And then within each of those administrations, it's then divvied up into individual projects. So the good news is there's flexibility there. When we get a lump sum of minor construction project funding, we then have to look at what projects are executable, what we need money for that given year. And those funds are good for 5 years. So there is flexibility there. And generally what happens is the enhanced use lease projects that may need capital contributions, we go in and look for the available funding in the year that we are ready to execute that capital contribution for that project. So they're not requested on a per project basis, but there is available funding in minor construction. Separate and distinct from the minor construction, which is the only way we can contribute directly, there's certainly other activities that relate to enhanced use leases. And that could be preparation for the sites, it could be cleanup, environmental work, things like that. VA has the ability to do that ourselves, and we can do that through a number of different accounts. Predominantly in VHA, that is the non-recurring maintenance account. We use that to do the work on our end. Very similar to the capital contributions in minor, NRM is not allocated on a project-by-project basis. It is appropriated as part of the medical facilities. So there is flexibility in doing NRM projects if there's money available for any particular year. So I've just described the typical process. The PACT Act was different. The PACT Act was something that we had not experienced before, and that was an appropriation specifically for entering into enhanced use leases. And that quote is important because that quote, entering into enhanced use leases, is actually in the PACT Act language that provided the $922 million. That is something that was not a particular color of money, and I'll explain what that means when we get on to the next slide, but it was something that Congress provided to VA. It was not something we requested. So we didn't make an ask of Congress for $922 million. We asked them for an expansion of the EUL authority. When they did that in the PACT Act, CBO scored the cost of that at $922 million. Therefore, Congress decided to give us that money since it had to be paid for in some way, shape, or form for the bill to be passed. So that's how it came into existence. That's top line for the appropriations that relate to enhanced use leases. If we go to the next slide, I'll start digging into PACT Act a little bit more specifically. The $922 million did not have a color of money, meaning that they couldn't give it to us until VA came up with a way to spend that money to enter into enhanced use leases. And we did that by breaking it into 4 separate appropriations and specific dollar amounts for each of these appropriations. The first appropriation that got some of the money is our general administrative. Essentially, that's people, contracts, travel, things like that to support entering into enhanced use leases. That's not a big chunk of the money, but it is something that's necessary for us to sort of expand the use of EUL, as we have to have people to do that. The second one is minor construction. That's where the capital contributions come into play. And we put a larger chunk of money into the minor construction appropriation to support both West LA and a number of other enhanced use lease sites across the country that may need capital contributions to make them financially viable. The third category is major construction. This is a little bit of an oddball. We're not actually doing construction under this account, but a part of that account allows us to do contract support to support the EUL program. So there's a small amount of money that went into major construction just to provide additional contractor support in the EUL program. And then the last bucket of money was the medical facilities account. And medical facilities is specific to VHA. And within there, there's two types of things we can use that money for. The first one are those NRM projects, so the infrastructure improvements, environmental remediation, things like that that we need to do in order to be able to enter into the enhanced use lease. Those NRM projects can use some of that money. And then there's the support in terms of people and contracts to help make the properties available and ready to go. So that comes in as another part of the medical facilities appropriation. Okay. Each of those are no-year money, meaning that $922 million does not expire. It doesn't have an end date associated with it, but our spend plan looked at about a 15-year term to get rid of and use all of that $922 million. As we go through this, it is quite possible that at some point Congress looks at that 922 and says, you've only spent 300 million of it. We're going to rescind and pull back the rest of that money. That's certainly within Congress's ability to do. And they do have visibility into our spend of this. We do report to them regularly on our obligations and expenditures for each of these four appropriations as it relates to the original 15-year spend plan we produced. So this is the top level. If we go to the next slide, within each of these pieces, we have allocated specific amounts to West LA. Some of this is non-flexible, meaning I can't move money from the Gen Ad appropriation to the minor construction appropriation. That is definitive. That cannot be changed at this point in time. But within any of those given appropriations, we do have flexibility. So even if we've allocated a certain amount of money to West LA and a portion of it to other projects, we do have the ability to move it between West LA or other projects if we need to do that. We also have the ability to change the projects themselves. So what we would spend the money on within each of those capital contribution or interim type account. So there is some flexibility in there. If we look at the bottom, the table has a breakdown for West LA. We're estimating about $115 million in the minor construction for capital contributions. That's about 12.5% of the total amount of money that we got. We've obligated a little less than 10 million of that. So we've still got over $100 million left to be able to obligate for capital contributions for West LA specifically. Similar on non-recurring maintenance and service component, we had estimated about $263 million. That's a little bit shy of 30% of the total amount. We've used a good portion of that. We've obligated 52 million of that. So we still have about 211 million. So all told, we're looking at about 380 roughly million dollars that we've allocated specifically to West LA, of which we've spent about $62 million to date. So there's a good amount of money left for us to continue to go through. Now, a lot of that money is spoken for. So there's projects that the West LA team is doing to get parcels ready, to get infrastructure upgraded. So there's already plans for a lot of that money. Similar on the capital contributions, we've got projects and parcels coming up that we anticipate doing contributions on. But we believe we're in good shape in terms of having the funding necessary to carry us at least through the 1,200 units that we have plans for right now. Okay. And moving into topic 3, and this is going to focus a little bit more specifically on capital contributions. So for the other buckets that we talked about, the NRM and the Gen Ad, those are VA direct spend. So we're the ones actually doing the work. We're the ones spending that money. But for capital contributions, that minor construction money is included as part of the enhanced use lease. So when we do that, we can use the PACT Act funding, which is our primary source. We can also use traditional minor construction funds if they're available. And that's not always the case, but if they are available, we can use regular minor funds as well. The capital contributions are approved at my level as part of the enhanced use lease. And when we approve that, it's documented in a commitment agreement. So the commitment agreement is the actual document. It is an appendix to the enhanced use lease that outlines the amount of money and the use of that money for that particular project or that particular sublease that we're doing. And it looks like you might expect a basic table that would say, for this type of work, we're giving you a capital contribution of this amount of money, and here's what we're expecting you to do with that. That gets executed. Once that is executed, the work in and of itself can commence. That money is not given to the developer. It is paid in arrears. So the commitment agreement sets the expectations. As work is completed, they would then submit draw requests against that original commitment agreement. And as part of that, they're providing documentation that the work is complete, that the bills are being paid, any kinds of liens are being taken care of, and then VA pays those as a reimbursement in arrears for that capital contribution amount. Okay, so I'm going to stop there. That's my last slide. Quite possibly questions out there, so happy to address anything.
Good morning, Brad, and thank you. That was very informative. It's Rob Beglin, the chair. Reminded of that admonition of following the money. It always leads to issues. So, Brad, I want to start by just kind of seeing if I could simplify for me more than anyone, and maybe the board will already know the big pots of money we're talking about. So you gave us a breakdown that 115 million has been identified for the minor construction capital contributions account, and then 263 million has been identified for non-recurring maintenance and planning expenses. So when we think about the redevelopment of the North Campus, meaning the area north of Wilshire, is that redevelopment effort only budgeted through the minor construction account, or does it have funds in the non-recurring maintenance planning account?
So it'll have both. The simplest example in the non-recurring maintenance side would be the water distribution system. So that infrastructure is needed to support the redevelopment of the North Campus, but it is included in the non-recurring maintenance line item because VA is the one that is executing that, since it's a more campus-wide impact.
Any other major expenses on the North Campus that are in the non-recurring maintenance account?
So all of the infrastructure, I know stormwater is not cheap. I think sewer has a pretty high. So most of the core infrastructure systems are all part of that non-recurring maintenance line item.
Okay, and then to shift to the minor construction account, is that mainly the parcel turnover cost then?
Not necessarily. It could be. It could be part of that. And we've done, prior to the PACT Act, we have done some capital contributions that aren't captured in here for things like some of the environmental remediation that's necessary. So it can be part of that parcel turnover. It can also be part of the expense and the financing stack that the developer is putting together to actually do the rehab and development. So it could cover part of the cost of that actual rehab and development of these buildings.
Okay, so if I were to ask you to step back and estimate, how much would you estimate the agency is committing in terms of financial resources to the redevelopment of the North Campus for housing purposes?
I mean, I think all of this could be considered for housing purposes. It may not be limited to just housing, but it would be for North Campus redevelopment to support housing.
I'm not sure I follow the line. When you say all of it, you mean all of the 115 million?
Yes, and the 263. So I think that the total 378 here is available. We've obviously not spent all of it, but all of the things in these two buckets are related to housing and support of housing on the North Campus.
Okay. And then I guess the related question is, you explained that under the EUL framework, the agency affords a commitment letter to the housing developer. And I'm curious, what is the state of that commitment letter as it relates to the housing developer selected here?
So it's done on a parcel by parcel basis. So there are pre-packed commitments that are done and complete. The trunk line that we did with Building 207 is an example of that. That was about $13 million to do the initial trunk line. That's done and complete, but we do potentially have commitment agreements with each of the parcels being developed. So 210 is the one that's on deck right now, going to financial closing here in the near term. That has its own commitment agreement. There could then be one for the next parcel and the next parcel.
Okay, so let me ask you the status of that. So you said 210 is on deck. Has there been a commitment letter exchanged with the principal developer for lot 408?
Not for 408. That one is not to the point where we're working it, but that gets finalized as we're getting toward the execution of the sublease for that parcel. So 210 is the one that is not executed, but is furthest along.
Okay. All right, those were all the questions I had. Does anyone else have any questions? All right, why don't we go, Mr. Sims, thank you for the presentation. We're going to go ahead and take a 10-minute break.
Thank you.
Good morning, Brian. I think the floor is yours.
All right, thank you, Chair. Tess and Steve, okay, they're here. So we have the three of us that are presenting this morning. Good morning, board members, VA staff. My name is Brian DeAndrea. I am Senior Vice President with Century Housing, one of the three members of the principal developer that are with you today. I'm joined by Steve Peck, Presidency of US Vets, and Tess Banco, Director of Community Development for the Veterans Collective. So we can move on to the next slide, please. Thank you. So as you know, the VA selected our team back in August of 2018, November of 2018, to be its partner in creating a thriving community here at the West LA VA for our veterans, upholding that promise of 1887. We've got a lot to share today. We're pleased to report out on progress on many of our EULs, our overall master plan progress. We'll be discussing some of the regulatory challenges we've been facing. We'll also update you on our capital campaign. And to wrap things up, we're going to plant a seed to begin the conversation about what a process for naming this emerging community might look like. So much of the progress that we are reporting out on today is a direct reflection of the tremendous efforts of our partner at the VA. From the local GLA team to OEM to central office, it's been a monumental undertaking, countless hours, hundreds of millions of dollars invested to prepare parcels, to improve infrastructure, and turn these areas over to the principal developer so we can do what we do, which is build community. And just going back to that original RFP from 2018, you know, our joint goal is to create this gold standard community. That's language right out of the RFQ, a place of belonging, a place of purpose for our veterans. And so as we go through today's presentation, I want you to think about belonging and purpose. Those are themes that are infused throughout all of the work that we're doing. So I will begin our or tour through some of the many EULs that we're working on. So kicking things off is building 404. So this is a new construction community. It's facing the building 207 adaptive reuse that was completed a few years back. Building 404 consists of 73 homes for homeless veterans. We do not have any specific set-asides other than veterans experiencing homelessness in this particular community. It's not a senior community. It's not necessarily a community that is specifically oriented towards women, although we would gladly lease to women. You'll be hearing more about those types of EULs throughout today's presentation. The property will support upwards of 5 case managers between direct property staff and the VASH case management, which will be decided. Supportive services will include case management, mental, physical health, substance use, and much, much more. Next slide, please. From a construction progress perspective on the exterior of the building, our roofing and window installation and stucco is complete. Within the building itself, we are making significant progress on our common areas and finishes with those being installed. Next slide, please. We are slated for completion late this year, and we are beginning to prepare for lease up. We actually had an initial kickoff meeting with our fellow developers that will also be leasing concurrently with us and the VA, and we're excited to launch that effort. Next slide, please. This just gives you a picture of some of the unit interiors. Moving on to building 15657. Next slide, please. This is the adaptive reuse of the old tuberculosis and neuropsychiatric hospital on the North Campus. When completed, it will be converted into 112 homes, a mix of studios and 1 bedrooms. 35 of our homes are set aside for veterans experiencing homelessness that present with mental illness. The property in total will support upwards of 6.5 case managers between direct property staff and our VASH case managers. The services that will be rendered here are very similar to those I just described on building 404. Next slide, please. From a construction update perspective, all of our interior demolition and abatement has been completed. Our structural retrofits have been completed. There's been a lot of that. Our framing is well underway. What you're looking at here is actually an interior community room that has been relocated from the first floor to the second floor to expose these incredible bow truss ceiling. This was all revealed during part of the demolition, and we made a change on the fly to embrace this incredible space. It's a massive hall. It doesn't necessarily look that way, but we're very excited to share this with you when complete. It's a special place in a special building. Next slide, please. We're slated for completion in the late spring of 2025. Next slide. This is some of the excavation outside the building that is making room for light wells for the first floor units. There's been a lot of site work that we've had to undertake. Next slide. Okay, building 158. This is the sister building to buildings 156, 57. It's a trio of buildings. This has been developed independently. It will consist of 49 apartment homes consisting of 1 bedrooms, specifically set aside for veterans experiencing homelessness. We broke ground in November of 2023. We are slated for completion in the summer of 2025. The property will support upwards of 5.5 case managers, again, between the direct property staff and our VASH case management. Services will be very similar to those described in the prior buildings. And then just a note that we celebrated our joint groundbreaking with Building 210 back in May. I know a number of you were able to join us. It was a wonderful celebration. Great list of attendees. Some important congressional support was there with Congressman Sherman, Congressman Schiff, and many other dignitaries. Next slide, please. All of our construction, demolition, and abatement has been completed, and we are in the midst of all of our seismic retrofit here. You can see some of the shear walls that are being poured to support the structure. Next slide, please. And one more. Okay. I will be reporting out this morning on TSA, or Thomas Safran Associates Building 402. This is a modular build consisting of 120 apartment homes, mix of studios and 2 bedrooms. This is on the far northwest corner of the campus, immediately south of MacArthur Field and just to the west of buildings 156, 57, and 58. 50 of the homes in building 402 are being set aside for veterans with mental illness. The services include case management, mental and physical health, substance abuse services, and more. Construction is moving apace. Next slide, please. TSA is putting the finishing touches on modular unit interiors, as well as building exteriors, including roofs and walkways. The building out of the community space, which is this incredible jewel box in the center of the property, is underway. Underground utilities are also in progress, and soon TSA will be turning its attention to landscaping and some of the site concrete that'll be poured. Next slide, please. All right, and at this point, I'm going to turn things over to Steve, who will be reporting out on US Vets developments.
Good morning. This is building 210. This is the first building that US Vets will be developing as developer and service provider. We are having closing calls daily. We expect to close on this July 17th. And to begin construction on August the 5th. You see 2 stories. There's a 3rd story that faces Westwood only. So we have designated this building as a women preference, and particularly women with children. It lays itself out well for high security on that lower floor. This is directly across the street from Building 300, which will be our service center. So we, US Vets, will be bringing all of our homeless prevention programs to the site. In particular, relevant to this is our Women Vets on Point program, which has been around for 6 years or so. That will provide counseling and other services specifically for women veterans. This is 38 units, 1 manager's unit. There will be HUD-VASH case managers as well as US Vet staff to provide wraparound services. And as I mentioned, it's directly across the street from Building 300, where there will be a whole variety of services available. We expect to complete this in April of 2026. Next. And then this is Building 300. We are just beginning to address the issues around this building. As you probably know, this was the kitchen building for the North Campus, really for the LA area. They have now, the kitchen on the South Campus has been completed, so they have vacated this building. We just did a walkthrough the other day. There'll be a whole variety of services in here. There's about 15,000 square feet of support service space, along with the 43 permanent housing units. In that support service space, there will be a food bank, and Tess and the folks from the food bank walked that space the other day. There'll be a legal clinic, there'll be peers in there, US Vet staff will be there, all of our senior staff who are actually running the site. And then we're working with all of the various nonprofits and partners who will be contributing to the benefit of veterans on campus, and they will have spaces in there. So this really will be a hub of services over and above the vast case management that will be available. Next. It's back. I think it's back to Brian.
All right, thank you, Steve. So as you can see, a ton of progress. I suspect you'll be hearing from core companies on MacArthur Field, but there's a lot going on the North Campus. If you haven't been there, we welcome you to come up for a tour. Please let us know. I'm sure the VA would be more than happy to provide a tour. But in May, at the joint groundbreaking that I spoke to, we celebrated the surpassing of the midway point of this goal of delivering a minimum of 1,200 homes on the North Campus. Between the units completed, the Phase 0 developments that you see on the left, the units that are actively under construction that have closed, and the Building 210 development, which is in the midst of closing, we are at 778 homes, which is nearly 65% of that goal of 1,200 units. And if you factor in those developments that are in active pre-development, which have a tangible closing runway in the foreseeable future, we're at nearly 85% with only 188 homes to go. So that is very impressive. These represent 10 different LIHTC partnerships that have been developed or are under construction since that 2016 framework for a draft master plan. I've been in the industry for nearly 18 years, and I can say that this type of progress, to pull together this many developments, not to mention all of the underlying infrastructure and preparation that had to be done, is an absolutely remarkable outcome. And everyone in the room should feel a sense of pride that we're at this moment. The progress is undeniable. Next slide, please. We've been able to make that progress because this community has been a magnet for financial commitments. We have leveraged nearly $860 million of financing commitments from all segments of society, from the public sector, city, county, state, federal government, to the private sector, including significant philanthropic gifts. As you know, we've launched a $188.7 million capital campaign. The significance of that is the legacy of 1887, and we are more than halfway through that capital campaign. You'll be hearing an update on that later today. But all in, we anticipate this development to be upwards of a $1.4 billion enterprise. And we've made significant progress, as you can see on the slide. We have a lot more to go on that front. Next slide, please. So you got a flavor for this on some of the prior updates. We've been asked to report out on our lease up and move-in activities. So you can see here the three most immediate buildings that we will be leasing from the perspective of the principal developer. You could theoretically add to this list MacArthur Field A, which is also going to be leased up concurrently. Between Q4 of this year and Q2 of next year, there'll be close to 500 homes being actively leased. And so there's been a lot of discussions and preparations around those types of concurrent activities, and we're continuing to meet with our VA partner to plan for hopefully what is a very methodical and fair process. As has been discussed, one of the challenges we are grappling with is the layering of various AMI requirements by the respective funding sources. To give you a flavor, VASH can serve tenants up to 80% of area median income. However, funding sources like No Place Like Home generally restrict incomes to households at or below 30%. There's been a state law that allows some departure from the deeper skewing of incomes with some flexibility to go up to 60%. It's a bit of a hodgepodge, and our Congressman Brad Sherman, as you know, is working on legislation, the Housing Unhoused and Disabled Veterans Act, that would help to resolve some of these inherent conflicts between the funding source requirements. And the solution there is to simply disregard veteran disability income towards income certification for these various funding programs. So we're very hopeful that that legislation will move successfully through Congress. Next slide. Thank you. So we've been asked to provide funding criteria for all of our projects built, projects under construction, and planned projects. So there's a bunch of detail on the slides that ensue here. I'm not going to dwell on all of them, but I'm happy to pause at any point or at the conclusion to answer questions. But a couple of important principles are at play here that I want everyone to be mindful of. One is we're using a variety of funding sources. We don't simply have one funding source that is allowing us to build all of this. We have, as you saw in that prior slide, we probably have a dozen or more different funding sources. Funding sources are competitive, whether it's city, state, county, federal, they're competitive. We are forced to compete along with every other affordable housing developer. We don't necessarily have any special advantages, although there are preferences for certain types of housing. Funding sources dictate AMIs. Okay, so the county funding source, the No Place Like Home, which actually flows from the state, that dictates that we generally serve households at or below 30%. That's an example of how a funding source dictates AMIs. Funding agencies generally prioritize lower AMI units. So the general priority is let's serve lower income households than higher income households. It's a kind of a general principle. Funding source requirements don't always align. It's very common to have a state requirement here and a county requirement here, or vice versa, right? So we're forced to reconcile and grapple with those inconsistencies. And lastly, the most restrictive funding source requirement prevails. So if the state requirement is here at 60%, but you've got a more restrictive county funding requirement, the county, as long as those are touching the same units, those funding sources, the more restrictive of those requirements will prevail. So with Building 207, TSA went through this, and they went through a very laborious process of going back and getting TCAC and CIDLAC and the county and the city of Los Angeles to modify their regulatory agreements to allow for more 60% AMI households. And to provide more flexibility. And so they were in fact able to do that through a lot of effort. And my understanding, and part of the irony here is that I think they saw a very limited number of veterans at those higher AMI levels. That's not to say it wasn't a worthy enterprise. I think we absolutely support more flexibility. We think those AMI should be as high as possible, as long as we're serving, right, the veterans that are experiencing homelessness, that have the mental health issues. That's really what the public priority should be, not necessarily whether a veteran is at 40, 50, or 60. So that was the solution on Building 207. Next slide, please. I'm going to share with you some of the other developments that are right now under construction. So Building 402, 50% of these homes are No Place Like Home units, which are set aside to veterans at or below the 30% AMI limit. I mentioned earlier AB 1386, which is a state law that was passed last October and signed into law by Governor Newsom, and that allows some of the lower AMI veteran units to be filled with higher AMI households if certain requirements are met. If those lower AMI units are not being leased within a certain time, the developer or owner or manager can move up and serve higher income veterans. Next slide, please. This is a view of Building 404. We have a mix of 30 and 50% AMI units, with at least 33 of these homes being set aside to veterans at or below 30% AMI. I'm sharing with you some of the more restrictive requirements for each of these developments. Next slide, please. Building 15657, again, a mix of 30s and 50s, with 70 of the homes being set aside at or below 30% of median income. You can see some of the various funding sources that were layered and stacked to make this development feasible. Next slide, please. Building 158 has a mix of 30s, 40s, and 50s. One of the commonalities between all of these projects is that each of them is 100% project-based. So all of these developments have project-based VASH vouchers on all of the homes. And next slide. This presents a view of those projects that are planned and are in active pre-development. We anticipate vouchers, we anticipate PACT Act, and we anticipate philanthropic funding. So the capital structure for these planned projects will look very similar to Building 158 that I just shared. We have secured significant commitments already on these developments, and we expect to begin applying for credits and bonds later this year on the first of these with Building 408. Next slide, please. We were also asked to...
If I could just interrupt real quickly, Brian, it's Rob Beglin, the chair. Before we move off of funding criteria, I want to ask, it looks like most of the funding criteria revolve around the AMI thresholds. Is that right?
I'd say that is one of the primary criteria. There are also population-specific criteria such as no place like home, having an emphasis on veterans experiencing chronic homelessness and having a severe mental illness. So you have other characteristics like that that oftentimes are woven into these requirements beyond the AMI. But I'd say the AMI are kind of like the headline requirements that I think are obviously a topic of a lot of public discussion right now in legislation.
So the reason I ask is when we went through all the slides, I only saw one slide and one building where it talked about as a funding criteria, someone being chronically homeless or having a serious or having mental illness. And one of the things I want to talk about with you, because I think it was a specific request, is where do you stand on that right now? In other words, as to units that have either been built or under construction, what are the criteria that dictate the number of units for certain age groups? What are the criteria that dictate certain units as to mental illness? And what are the criteria that dictate chronic homelessness? I understand you may have chosen to focus on the AMI issue with these prior slides, but I want to know on these other factors. And the reason it comes up for me is I saw when you were explaining building, I guess 402, where I think there's going to be 120 units. I was surprised to hear that 50 of the units are devoted to people with mental illness. And as a layperson, there's a part of me that wonders, is that best practices to have that level of acuity within one building? So that's a long way at it, but I think you understand what I'm trying to get at.
Yeah, and I apologize, Rob, if our slides did not directly respond to what you were seeking. I think the type of analysis that you're requesting would probably take us a little time to we'd have to put together a matrix that shows all the various population subtypes and AMIs. I think I can speak generally in that we think a mix of acuities is a good thing. 50 out of 120 homes, I think, is a healthy mix. 120 out of 120 homes is a very different mix of acuities. Clearly, there's a need to serve the most vulnerable, the most chronically homeless. I think we are doing that with a lot of the housing that has been created. I'd say the overarching requirement is the Leasing Act, and that these housing units be supportive housing, which requires a homelessness requirement, doesn't necessarily require a chronic homelessness requirement or a severe mental illness requirement. So I think to give you a more complete answer, we probably have to go back and create a matrix that laid out all the various criteria across these EULs.
Yeah, I think we definitely would like to see that. And I'd ask that you accomplish that before the next information exchange we're going to have, because I don't know that the board has ever been provided a comprehensive summary of the funding criteria by building. And look, it's one of these things, I'm completely sympathetic to the fact that as a developer, you have to cobble together financing. And that you have to pursue multiple funding sources, and that these funding criteria can become onerous cumulatively. But I also think as a board, we have this basic duty to discharge, which asks the question, what do we know about the demographics of homeless veterans? What is the population we're serving? If we're merely building units and treating every unit as if it's a fungible commodity, I don't think we're going to discharge our duty. And so I think as a board, we need a very accurate accounting as to what funding criteria you've had to take on and the extent to which they mirror what we know about the demographics of veterans. Okay, so I know I have some comments. I'll start with Dr. Harris.
Okay, because mine is a direct response to what you were just saying. So to me, there's two layers to the conversation about the mix of veterans and the demographics. And I'm actually not going to speak to the one about what is a healthy mix within a building, which is a big part of what I hear you saying. The piece I want to speak to is the demographics themselves. And the presentation I gave here a year and a half ago don't expect anybody to remember it, but we did look at this question of what are the kind of prevalence rates of veterans 62 and older, veterans under 30% AMI or over 30% AMI, serious mental illness, chronic homelessness. And I did it specifically for building 207 because that, as Brian went through that one had a lot of layers to it. So just as a reminder, in LA, about 3/4 of veterans on the homeless by name list a year or so ago were under 30% AMI. That is actually not the hardest part of this population to find. About 50% were chronically homeless. That, by the way, is double the rate of the national number for chronic homelessness. Typically, and if you look at the national PIC count, it's about 1/4 of veterans are chronically homeless. So a much higher rate of chronic homelessness here. Serious mental illness, I'm doing this part from memory, but it's somewhere between 20 and 25% of the veterans that we were assessed here in LA. When you layer those together, like building 207, you've only got a viable pool of about 3% of the veterans on the by name list who can meet all of the most restrictive criteria, 62 or older, under 30% AMI, chronically homeless, and seriously mentally ill. So a big part of the issue is just you really drastically shrink the pool of veterans who will qualify for the most restrictive units with every new eligibility criterion that gets introduced.
Beth Sandor.
Beth Sandor, it was music to my ears to hear you say you're going to create a matrix, because in real time I was trying to do it, because I think not only does it matter what the healthy mix is within the building, I think what is going to also matter, as Mr. Merchant mentioned this morning, is the healthy mix as a community. And I respect that each developer is thinking about their building and how to finance that and make that work. But I think being able to see the whole and how that all adds up together and what that's going to feel like as a whole is going to be really, really critical to understanding what the bigger picture is going to look like. So I appreciate getting that matrix complete. I wondered about the referral process especially when maybe AMI is the only requirement, being formerly homeless or currently homeless and AMI. I'm assuming the referrals are getting prioritized from the VA, and how is that working, and how's the VA thinking about, and this might be not a question for you, but maybe for later, how are individuals being prioritized in that process? Are we still, even though there might be not a requirement to be chronically homeless, are we still prioritizing chronically homeless individuals for units? And how are we thinking about that when income and homelessness is the only restriction?
We are generally subject to the coordinated entry system for referrals into this housing, and the VA is the keeper and kind of manager of that system. And I think the VA team that manages that is probably best suited to address your question.
John?
Turning it on helps. John Kinsale may want to add more to this as well. So one of the important things to understand for veterans, a lot of these rules were set in place for the general population. There are not enough resources to house the general homeless population. So we have this priority matrix that's been created to try to serve the neediest folks. Now for VA and for veterans, we are in the situation where we don't have to prioritize in the same way. We have enough resources theoretically to house everybody. So our prioritization is certainly we want to think about, we have to meet these criteria, but we want to think about what are the specific choices veterans have, and we're able to offer veterans choices. So whether that's an on-campus unit, whether that's something in the community, depending on their needs and preferences. So that's a luxury we have. And also we want to understand who is on our by name list and how we can match them to all available housing resources. So right now we have about 1,365 people on our by name list. just quickly for those who may not know what a by name list is, it's the list of veterans entered into the Homeless Management Information System, which is a collection of all the data that HUD has mandated the COCs maintain. So our by name list is drawn from HMIS. A lot of our staff put into that data. And then we assign everybody we identify or the community identifies as homeless to a particular spa. And then in each spa, we have teams of people. That's our one team approach. And I'm sorry if I'm getting too far in the weeds here. Everyone in each of those spas work with staff from our one team, which is VA, community providers, and so forth, to get assigned to care and then on track to housing. So the prioritization doesn't need to really happen in the traditional way. We don't have to say, you're the neediest, so we're going to give you first shot. The idea is we want everybody into housing. And Veterans Choice drives this a lot more than an arbitrary, who's the most deserving.
Sally Hammond for the record. Just briefly, we are in the process of developing a vote around prioritization in our one team. And we've got a couple of suggestions on the table. But currently, as it stands, we look at veterans age 55 and older. We then go to veteran households with minor children, veterans fleeing or experiencing domestic violence or intimate partner violence. And we also have to look at those clinical case transfers from SSVF, where individuals need a higher level of case management. And that's been identified by the SSVF grantees. Currently, if there are a number of veterans that are 55 and older, we then prioritize those areas that I discussed and look at the length of homelessness. But our community and our one team leadership committee is really leaning into prioritization may be moot if we have enough resources to support everyone. Depending on capacity in all the agencies, though, we've got to have kind of a mechanism by which people are reaching out to veterans. So that's a big topic of conversation right now in our one team leadership committee.
Thanks for those explanations. John, I wanted to just ask a quick follow-up question. You said the current number on the by name list is 1,365?
It varies literally every week. It changes every day potentially, but yes.
Okay. Keith Boylan.
Hi, Keith Boylan. So a couple things on this. I'll start with just saying I'm happy to see that VHHP was only mentioned once on those slides, because when this issue started, it was the mother of all evils in terms of this AMI issue. And I think once people dug into it and understood a little better, they started understanding that LA had some things, and TCAC had some things. And to your first question, Rob, is when these guidelines are put together, for instance, VHHP, every round that goes out, or from HCD, from the Supernova, there's a process that goes through where guidelines are put together. Initially, the program itself is based on VA data. It's based on data throughout the state from a variety of state agencies, federal agencies, to get an understanding of that population, perhaps down to that specific area. And that's why you see the requirements from LA City and LA County and things here locally being, in some cases, much stronger than those state requirements, because they are the ones who are really checking the pulse on their local environment. When those rounds go out, the idea behind it is you can put together, say we have $100 million that's available in the next NOFA round that's going out. You develop guidelines for those based on that population, and you try to look at what the current target is, and you want to be flexible as those rounds go on to make sure whether you realize that we still have not dealt with the emerging women with children population, or if there's an LGBTQ specific area in population you want to serve, you can really start honing in. And the idea behind those guidelines, it's supposed to direct that. And AMI is a big part of that. And that was really, I think early on, that was the first marker when looking at this needing to really just jump in and start doing something. As we get further along, ideally, we would be able to take a look back and really start being more targeted in that approach. And I think we have through subsequent NOFAs that have gone out. But I think it's important to recognize as well that when these guidelines go out, the developers come to the table. And based on what they propose they want to develop is, because it's a competitive process, they compete based on that. So I was really interested to see that some of these changes that have taken place locally, I was wondering, has been there any pullback in terms of funds that were issued? Because the idea behind it is if you come and you say, hi, I'm going to serve 100% of my folks are going to be 0 to 30% AMI, that makes you way more competitive in the process. Therefore, you get a grant, and then you come back later and say, well, you know, I'm only going to serve 50% of those folks, but can I keep this money that you gave me that sometimes is an increased amount of money as well, because my heart was in it, but I just can't seem to figure this out. And then that's when you get to the by name list, which is 1365 is shocking because it was 1,800 plus. I think you identified another 2,000, 2,500 that needed to be on that list. So that means you guys have placed 800 people off the by name list in the past since the last time we met down here. So if you have, that's incredible.
Wait for
I'm telling you that's impressive. But then that's when we started digging into some of the things that you're really, I think, is at the real core, is the process, the coordinated entry system that Sally mentioned, the way those things connect, the way folks show up at Steve's door and they say, hi, we have someone for you to fill this slot now. This past year, I think, in Dr. Harris, to your credit, I think you've done a great job in organizing the community down here in LA specifically. Obviously, I have to deal with the whole state, but LA has had larger challenges than most. But I think we've done a good job. You've really aligned a lot of that to really look past the AMI issue and really start digging into those initial steps that, sure, the funding part and how many folks they say they're going to serve and what populations, those are based, those folks are there. We found like the 1386, and we're working with HCD, we're just about done as far as how that's going to be implemented. That doesn't allow them to change that from a 0 to 30% to a 60%. It allows them for that one unit to then put a 60% unit in there. The next unit that becomes available within that development has to then be assigned a 0 to 30% AMI, and they need to go through that entire process again of trying to fill that with a 0 to 30% AMI veteran, because data shows that's the population that needs to be served. That is the hardest to serve. It's the most underserved. So it doesn't get them off the hook and let them start going closer to market rate housing or even affordable housing. It really keeps the eye on the prize, which is treating those that are hardest to serve. So there's a little more detail there, but I think it'll all come out in the wash. But honestly, some of these things that Dr. Harris has done on the front end has alleviated a lot of this problem. I think the comp and pen being counted in the means testing, you could argue all day that HUD regs, it shouldn't be included. So there's work to be done on that, and perhaps we'll get to that point. But outside of that, I think a lot of the coordination that Dr. Harris has done, as well as the team from VA here and with the one team and really kind of looking at this a little deeper, has made a lot of difference. And then one more point to the mental illness part. I think it's really, and Brian, my question was for you on the one that you said the 35 units were specifically mental illness. I think I didn't know if I write the right building, but I think it was 404. So I think it's important to note that too, is how we define that, because Prop 1 that just passed gave my department $1 billion for housing moving forward. It's our next tranche of VHHP, basically. With that, with the new Prop 1 and the redefinition of behavioral health, mental health dollars for the state have never been able to be used for SUDs, substance use disorders. The new definition under Prop 1 includes SUDs in the behavioral health. So I think it's important that when we start talking about this, we made sure in all of Prop 1, it never said the word severe mental illness anywhere, because that is really problematic. So because you don't want to, you start splitting those hairs and trying to figure that out. And then SUDs were never considered at all. So when we start looking at, behavioral health is really the way to address it because it's inclusive of that whole gamut of challenges. And there's going to be a lot of supportive service funding through the state's mental health program, the Prop 63 tax, that will be available for that. So it's really important that we keep that in mind moving forward. And when you put projects together, how you define that mental health, that health services part of it as behavioral health, because that'll make a huge difference moving forward in terms of the funds that are available and how that ties into those populations. And I think one thing you did mention though, that I think is still needs a lot more conversation is when you start looking at populations and the mix of that population and what is healthy. There's a lot of, when you look at any kind of physical disabilities, there's federal laws that make sure you can't fill a building with 100% of the people who are all physically disabled, because it's been shown over and over that that is problematic, and it really alienates those folks from the community and the rest of the population. And I think we have the risk, and I think perhaps that's what you're getting at, we have the risk of doing that with the veteran population too, if we're not careful in terms of the way that these breakdowns go.
You gave us a lot to chew on. Patricia, you're up.
Mine is going to be very simple, very simple and very quick, just along those lines. This is Patricia Wajuwaku. I think earlier it was Meg that spoke about the fact that Dallas has been able to be very successful in housing the majority of their homeless population. And so to what extent can we use that, the information from their success to guide us in some of these questions in terms of maybe the composition of various homes, et cetera, and things like that. Oh, I'm so sorry. Did you guys hear that? Okay.
Laura, you're up. Go ahead, Keith.
Keith Harris. One thing, I actually worked with Dallas on their claim, and so there's certain things I'm happy to share over time, and happy to make connections there as well. Two quick things. One, Brian, you were pretty modest about the description of the work done on Building 207 to get those caps raised. I just want to make sure you and your team gets credit for having done that. I know, in fact, that some of the units had to relinquish funding and go get private philanthropy dollars in order to go above that 50% to 60%. So I think the group needs to know how much work went into that. Quick question for you, Brian. I think I heard this right, but in my earlier work with your team, I thought that there were non-VASH units being carved out of the buildings, but when you spoke, I thought you then said they're all VASH units. So has that been updated?
Under the VHHP program, for those buildings that have VHHP, and I think there are 3 buildings, 401A, 401B, and 404, I think are the 3 buildings with VHHP. Those require 10% of the units to be set aside for OTH veterans. Historically, those veterans needed to be served with a Section 8 voucher, but I believe my understanding is that the interpretation now is that those veterans can be qualified for a VASH voucher, but be ineligible for VA healthcare.
That's right.
And so I think I believe the move right now is to convert those Section 8 vouchers just to straight VASH vouchers, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay, yeah, that VHHP requirement predated the statutory change that expanded the definition of eligibility in HUD-VASH. Keith and I have talked about this, so you can meet that 10% requirement with HUD-VASH vouchers, and I believe the preference of the medical center is for them to all be VASH. So I just wanted to check in on that. This obviously applies to the non-PD teams buildings as well. Okay, thanks.
Yeah, hi, Lori Sutton, Vice Chair. I just wanted to unpack a little bit from a strategic level, this notion of creating community, the sense of belonging and purpose. I absolutely agree. And before I get started, I'm so impressed with all of the progress you all have been making. I'm new to this mix, so I'm learning as fast as I can. I'm a psychiatrist by background, and so this notion of creating community is really important. And so I guess from a strategic level, if you look at the VA as an enterprise, this campus really represents an opportunity to show what right can look like, not only to deal with the problems of today, which include homelessness, which include a suicide epidemic that continues to rage, that includes the need for better PTSD treatments. I will say Walter Dunn, he's locally here at the UCLA campus. He's a real champion. We're fortunate to have him here in that regard. But also, we know with the signature weapons of war since 9/11 in Iraq, in Afghanistan, and that is to say blast injuries, the improvised explosive devices, we will have an increased proportion of our veteran aging population that will have early dementia, that will have early seizure issues, brain injury related sequelae. We have to figure that in. The US Surgeon General has talked about how social isolation and mental health, it's the crisis of our time. So the VA really ought to be at the lead for this. So let me then ratchet back to what we're talking about here. I applaud everything you've talked about in terms of the housing, and I look forward to going out and seeing all the new progress on North Campus. I also want to hear about things like service dog parks, service dog facilities, maybe even a veterinarian here, training facilities. I want to hear about bike lanes. I want to hear about bus lanes. I want to hear about van transportation in addition to the metro. I want to hear about golf carts. I want to hear about park space. I want to hear about maybe an amphitheater, a community garden. I want to, think about, this is where we're so fortunate to have John Bursler and his background. What about having a combat arms kind of collective veteran service organization collaborative right here in the heart of the West LA campus? What about looking to the seriously mentally ill and bringing in a proven model, the Clubhouse International model, which started 75 years ago in New York City. Over half of their members are homeless when they get there, and they operate a hydroponic garden, a professional kitchen, a wellness center, a research center, an education center. It's amazing. And these are folks among our HUD-VASH population. I think it's important to understand that the population mix, yes, we have what I call the enduringly homeless, and those are the folks that, because of their disabilities, their condition, they're going to thrive in a supportive housing environment, and that's where they will remain. And the research shows how well they do. But then we also have the economically homeless. These are folks who are working full time, but they can't make the market rates. So for those folks, you want to intervene early. You want to get them into job training and skills. That ought to be available here, accessible on this site, so that they can up their market wage income. And then you have the episodically homeless. These are people who've been doing okay, and then there's an episode. Maybe it's a heart attack, a lost job, a failed marriage, and you got to intervene early with those folks before they get down to the really, as we know, the just desperate stage. And then we have the at-risk. And this can be everyone from student veterans to all areas of service. There are so many folks who are living right on that edge, and we've got to be cognizant of them as well. Finally, I want to just say that this is an opportunity that's not going to pass our way again. Our nation is desperate for examples of what it can mean to build community, not as a place, yes, as a place with design and all of the rest, but as an experience, the experience of, as you said, the belonging, turning pain into purpose. So I just want to make sure that as we go forward, these are such important details about the AMI and the CAP and the buildings and all the rest, and I applaud all that progress. But also, I really look forward to getting granular about what it means to build and create, nurture, and sustain community. Back to you.
Thank you.
Brian, I just wanted to interject real quick. Thank you for that pep talk. I needed that before lunch. But Rob Beglin, the chair. But I think it's a really important point, and I was going to make it at the end of the day, but I want to share it now. We live in a politically divided age right now. And the work to redevelop this campus is, I think, an opportunity for people of any part of the political spectrum to come together and say something about how the nation treats veterans, and very importantly, how civilians who don't have exposure to veterans think about the way in which the nation treats veterans. And so I think we really have to recognize this, as General Sutton said, an opportunity. The agency had to solve a problem, is how this started. The agency was sued in a federal lawsuit in 2015, and the case went badly, and the agency was accused of misusing this land. And the agency agreed to redevelop the land to house homeless veterans and to serve all veterans. And so the reason I go back is this work started to address a problem. But I don't want us to leave our vision at that level. I want us to elevate our vision and ask the question, how do we realize the opportunity? This is a very important chance for people from across the political spectrum, from very different backgrounds, I think, to come together and affirm a message about how we treat veterans and how civilians should understand the treatment of veterans. So I think it's super important. So let's get back to some questions, Brian, about 404. Because for lay people like me who don't work in the development industry, I think that this building could be an interesting example. So you told us there's plans for 120 units, and I think you said 50 units were going to be devoted to people with mental illness. So I wanted to explore some issues around that. Am I right that those 50 units for mental illness are a function of the funding sources having dictated those amounts?
Yes, to be clear, I think you're referring to building 402, and maybe maybe we could go back to slide 22, just to pull that up on the screen so everyone's looking at the same information. This one here, I think.
That's it. And you're right. I'm sorry, I got it wrong. 402. So the 50 units for mental illness were dictated by funding criteria.
That's correct. That's the No Place Like Home funding that was awarded, state capital awarded through the County of Los Angeles to this project.
Okay. And what's in those funding criteria? Keith made a fair point, which is in the future, we ought to think about defining the way in which we're serving mental illness, people with mental illness, is to say substance abuse disorders ought to qualify in behavioral health treatment. My question for you is, as it relates to Unit 402, I assume you had to accept the definition of mental illness offered by the funders, correct?
Correct, by the state No Place Like Home program.
Okay. And what is that definition of mental illness? Is it serious mental illness?
I'd have to follow up with you on that, Rob. I don't have that at my fingertips.
Okay. And then the other question is, when the state funding dictates 50 units for folks with mental illness, is that a permanent covenant for the operation of that property?
These covenants generally last for 55 years. A 55-year regulatory agreement is recorded against the leasehold estate and governs what can happen in these buildings unless it's subsequently modified or superseded by some state law or federal law.
And then I want to move that question to some of the other funding criteria. So there's a funding criteria that's often imposed for veterans over 65, is that right?
To the extent the development is conceived and planned and funded as a senior housing development, I believe the age is now 65, yes.
And same thing with that. Is that typically understood to be a covenant running for 55 years?
I believe that's correct, yes.
Okay. So board members, I think this should have really added significance for our work, right? Not only are we wondering about the adequacy of these to serve current needs, these are choices that are going to be locked in for 55 years unless they're changed. And I mean, it sounds like the funding authorities have been terrific about the AMI issue, but I think we ought to really struggle with the question of whether or not these other funding criteria will be modified in the future.
And it's one of the reasons why we seek to incorporate maximum flexibility in our projects, both unit types, right? A one-bedroom is inherently more flexible than a studio. Can serve households between 1 and 3 family members. So you're seeing you see studios, you're seeing a lot of one-bedrooms, you're seeing a collection of 2 bedrooms. We want as much flexibility as possible. But as I said earlier, we're also seeking funding from competitive sources and are forced to compete and structure the deal in a way that can get funded. So it's this balance and reconciliation of doing what you can to access the funding, but also ending up with a product that meets current local needs, but also can speak to future needs. I think we want that future flexibility. Both higher AMIs and fewer requirements. And I think the latest slate of deals that you're seeing, buildings 158, buildings 408, building 409, building 13, I think you're going to see increased flexibility as it relates to some of the funding sources.
Let me ask the question about 2 bedrooms, if I could, Brian. How many 2 bedrooms do you have identified for construction? Because I really wasn't aware of many at all.
I don't have that number at my fingertips. It's knowable. We can provide that to you after. It's probably less than 50 that are presently on the campus right now.
And then within building 210, are there any 2 bedrooms built for or under construction for 210?
For building 210, Steve, do you have?
I ask only because I know it's meant to serve women, and I'm wondering if in a dependent care role, whether we're building 2 bedrooms for them.
Okay.
All right, Brian, so where we broke off was you were talking about pre-development expenses.
Yeah, so we can slide forward to slide 27. So again, this is a response to a request for us to report out on those projects that are actively in pre-development, which include buildings 408, 409, 300, and 13. These are kind of on the leading edge of pre-development. And as you can see here, more than $5.5 million between all 4 of these projects has been invested to prepare these buildings for additional funding applications, including bond and credit applications, with 408 being kind of the tip of the spear at this point. Next slide. We were also asked to report out on costs per unit. This generates a lot of interest and discussion in our industry. And so what we've done here is provided estimated cost data on the 10 LIHTC developments that have been constructed or are under construction to date, including those that we are at the PD level developing, as well as those by others. It should be noted that we've used various data sources for this. So these should be construed as general estimates, general magnitude, kind of order of magnitude estimates. Also, these 10 projects have been built at different points in time. They have different funding sources, different requirements. Some are adaptive reuse, some are new construction. We've made that breakout for you. And so what we see is an average cost, an average estimated cost at just over $600,000 a door. With the adaptive reuse projects costing slightly more than the new construction projects to date.
Those of us that are a little eye impaired can read the numbers. It looks like the upper section is adaptive reuse, lower section.
That's correct. So there are 6 adaptive reuse projects. We didn't include building 209. That was that predated, I think, all of us. So those 6 projects are coming in at approximately $636,000 per unit, with the 4 new construction projects coming in at just under $600,000 a door. So all in, on kind of a weighted average estimate, we are at $616,000 a door.
Quick question for you. I would have thought that the adaptive reuse would be substantially more. Why is that not the case?
Well, in many cases, we're utilizing solid bones. I mean, these buildings are concrete structures. They were built to stand the test of time, and they have in fact stood the test of time. They've needed to be seismically upgraded. There's been a fair amount of interior demolition and abatement that happens. So I think these, I guess these resonate with, I think, what our expectations would have been going in, that these are kind of historic structures that there's obviously various requirements we've had to satisfy to comply with SHPO and the VA's Historic Preservation Office. And so those do add some incremental costs, but it is not orders of magnitude greater than the new construction.
Okay, I have a bunch of speakers to recognize. Beth and Keith, which one of you wants to go first? Beth Sandor.
Beth Sandor. Just going back to the conversation, I want to clarify and make sure I'm tracking that and acknowledge, Brian, that there are multiple things driving the tenant mix, and funding criteria is just one of those things. The other, as we were talking about earlier, is how the prioritization for referrals in through coordinated entry and through the one team. And then I think, and maybe this is a question for Keith, the other, I feel curious about how much VA and HUD guidance on how to prioritize HUD-VASH vouchers is also driving that mix. And so that's one question I have. And then thinking back to at the beginning of the day, you sharing the bill that creates pathways for voucher utilization for folks who are not in need of services, and how you think that flexibility may impact the tenant mix here on the campus, or potentially could impact that. So I think when we're thinking about the health of the community and how to really shape that, I do want to acknowledge funding criteria is important, and how are we looking at these other drivers as well that might be affecting who gets referred into projects. So I don't know if you could speak to that.
Well, in terms of VA guidance on prioritization, the HUD-VASH program, its primary push is on a need for case management, sort of broadly defined. It's generally designed and implemented based on levels of clinical acuity, but it's not like there's a score on a certain test or a set of disorders that qualify or not. The program began prioritizing chronically homeless veterans. That prioritization has actually been pulled back some, again, recognizing the excess vouchers available. But each medical center is required to have a way of assessing acuity and then prioritizing based on that. Can I jump to my point, or you're still up there?
Can you answer just on the bill, which creates some flexibility there? What do you think the implications might be for this campus related to that?
Sure. And first of all, it's only been introduced. It has not passed, and a little bit hard to imagine Congress passing much the rest of this year, frankly. But as I noted earlier today, it is a bill that would create a voucher-only pathway in HUD-VASH, meaning veterans who can receive a HUD-VASH voucher and do not need a case manager assigned to them. I think it's got major implications for tenant mix, for the degree of services in a building. I think it would allow, and this is part of the original intent, it would allow to focus on the veterans who really need that more intensive case management, but it would free up HUD-VASH veterans who don't have many of these clinical needs to be part of the tenant mix, yeah.
Thanks, Keith. Before I hand it over to you, just Brian, when Rob, you mentioned a question about the covenants, I wondered on how long those eligibility criteria in place based on the funding. When you're doing the matrix, is it possible to include, I don't know how difficult it would be, an understanding of how long that criteria is established for based on the funding?
Sure.
Might be helpful, as well as, I think when you're talking about age and income, also age and income eligibility. That's probably already in your mind, but I just wanted to note that.
Sure.
That's all.
We can do that. And just to be clear, there's only one senior housing development on campus, Building 207 today. Everything else is age unrestricted, meaning those developments can serve senior veterans, but do not have to serve senior veterans. And the age Rob, just to be clear, is 62 plus. And my colleague here has confirmed that to date, there are 31 two-bedrooms between MacArthur Field A and B, Building 402 and Building 300. So there are 31 planned thus far. Building 210 does not have any two-bedrooms.
I think it's really helpful to know whether it's age unrestricted and age restricted. So if that could be part of the matrix, be helpful.
Sure, sure.
Keith Harris, just a quick one. I wanted to confirm the no place like home mental illness requirements. I think it's important to answer now while we're talking and thinking. It does require serious mental illness, not just broad, not the way Keith described it earlier. And for people who don't know, that's a very restrictive set of disorders. It's the psychotic disorders. It's schizophrenia, schizoaffective disorder. The major affective disorders are part of that. California actually has a legal description, but I wanted to give people a sense. That's the level of disorder, bipolar disorder. Those are what we're talking about with serious mental illness.
Mike Canfield.
Mike Canfield. Brian, first of all, I'd just like to say, with respect to buildings 156 and 157, what you guys have done there on that second floor, I really applaud, that commitment to the design. I think it's beautiful work, and I for one appreciate it. So thank you. It looks great.
Yeah, thank you.
With respect to these costs, I'm a for-profit residential developer. I don't do adaptive reuse. I do subdivisions out in the sticks in the middle of the Inland Empire. So I'm not familiar with, everything that goes into your cost structure. Could you just kind of help me understand, so what's in this $600,000 per door? Does it include, I'm just going to give you a list, maybe you can kind of go through them. Does it include things like architecture and engineering, all your structural, all that kind of stuff? Does it include your G&A for the master developer or the developer, G&A overhead, general contractor fees? Does it include furnishings and FF&E stuff? Does it include on-site landscaping? And are you picking up any kind of off-site land development costs, or is that all being borne by the VA? And then lastly, is there any kind of land acquisition component to this? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mike. Good question. So to answer that, we have stripped out of this any land or improvement cost. The VA basically donated land and buildings to these, so there is no land or building values included in this. It includes everything from demolition and abatement. It includes architecture, engineering, civil engineering, landscape architecture, geotechnical engineering. All of our soft costs are included in this. None of the developers here self-perform as general contractors, so all of these are third-party GCs, so it includes the GC's overhead and profit as regulated by the state TCAC, the Tax Credit Allocation Committee. It includes all of our financing costs. All of these are structured as tax-exempt bond deals, so all of our bond issuance costs are included here, construction interest. From the perspective of each developer, we earn a developer fee that is also regulated by the various funding sources. So those developer fees are included here as a cost. So these include all of the typical costs of delivering affordable housing. I'd say, what might be unique here is to the extent a building is an adaptive reuse, there may be elements of the structure that need to be preserved, different types of windows or roofing materials or flooring that has to be preserved as part of our review process with SHPO. So those can sometimes be, I'd say, incremental to a development cost structure. As it relates to offsites, the VA has generally, the limits of each EUL go to the backside of the curb. The VA is responsible for the streets, curbs, gutters on the campus. So in some cases, the developments are picking up certain contiguous offsite improvements to each development, but you don't have any, at least in these costs, you're not seeing any significant, offsite improvements here, traffic signals and laying new streets and utility backbones and things of that nature. All of that work has been done. In most cases, it's being self-performed by the VA. In some cases, the VA is engaging us to do that through capital contributions, but those costs live outside these TDCs that you're looking at.
John Kuhn.
John Kuhn, I just want to come back to the prioritization again and put the units that are being developed here in context of the overall effort. So I had mentioned that there are 1365 roughly on the by name list. Between now and January, we may have over 1,100 new units of veteran dedicated housing. That does not include anything we're doing in the community for TBVs that are just independent, SSVF. So and of the 1,100, only I think about 270 or so are on campus. We don't need to prioritize in the way that the general population has to be prioritized. We get to let veterans choose. In fact, we have a housing choice form. We tell veterans, here are the different projects you get to pick from. And as these projects open, the volume, the inventory we will have of housing doesn't mean we have to filter. It means we need to accelerate. We need to push veterans to go into housing because we have all these units available. We want to get them out of temporary housing. We want to get them into permanent housing. That's the goal. And this campus housing is a fraction of the inventory we are opening between now and January. And General Sutton, I would love to, and I know US Vets will touch on it briefly, have time to talk about all the plans we have for the town center. Maybe that could be something we talk about the next VCOEB, the clubhouse. Many of the things you're talking about are very much front and center of the things we're thinking about. Because in the same way that it's important for us to create community environments and have veterans who want to live in the community. We've just opened a beautiful house in Burbank and West Hollywood. That's where veterans want to live because it's a beautiful community. We want to do the same thing here. Veterans do not want to live on Skid Row. We've had buildings open on Skid Row. Do you want to live on Skid Row? Neither do our veterans. So we have to think about it every time we create housing. So prioritization is less of an emphasis for us than is creating quality living environments for veterans who want to be and are going to move into.
It's really encouraging news. Brian, you've got 10 minutes left, and I know you've probably got a few more slides to cover. I did want to emphasize that one of the things we asked for a presentation on was as to parcel 408 and building 13, what are the exact funding commitments to date? Will you be able to cover that?
Yes, I think we covered that on the slide before the present slide. Let's go back one more. Okay, so building 408 has received a commitment of project-based VASH vouchers through the Los Angeles County Development Authority. It has received a commitment of philanthropic capital to the tune of $7.6 million, and anticipated PACT Act funding from the VA. And as noted here in the footnote, that those commitments remain to be negotiated at the UL level. Similarly for 409,
Before we move on from 408, let me just make sure I understand this. So you say that 100 project-based vouchers have been awarded by LACDA. What does the form of that award take? In other words, is there a written letter that says these vouchers are assigned?
Yes, an application was made, and this is a TSA building, and they would have received a commitment letter from LACDA for those vouchers.
Okay.
And that commitment letter is then leveraged into what's called an AHAP, an agreement to enter into a housing assistance payment contract that is executed at or slightly before the construction and partnership closing.
So I'm asking for reasons that you understand. The board has for many months expressed concerns and I think opposition to the idea of turning over 408 to housing. So I want to know if we were to again express the view that it shouldn't happen and the agency agreed with us, could you go back to LACDA and ask for those 100 units to be assigned to a different project?
I'd say our client is the VA, and the VA has authorized us to move forward with the buildings that you see on the screen here. And we've proceeded, we've spent a significant amount of capital preparing these developments. We've secured financing commitments, and we are proceeding in that manner.
So I don't think you answered the question I asked, which is, Are you ever able to go back to housing authorities and ask them to redirect housing vouchers to a different project?
I'm not sure what the basis for that would be. This project was awarded vouchers. If there were a different project, it would have to be separately applied for. But TSA does have a commitment for these 100 project-based vouchers, and this building is a critical building that will help get us to the 1,200 minimum units.
Okay, and you explained that you've incurred $500,000 in pre-development expenses.
If we can move to the next slide, so we get our numbers correct here. On building 408, yes, approximately $500,000 to date has been spent on diligence, design, utility planning, and I know TSA is proceeding towards a tax credit application in August. And so I would anticipate that those pre-development expenditures would accelerate up and through that milestone.
I'm sympathetic to the problem, but you will have recalled, I for one, and I think there were other board members, even a year ago, encouraged you to be very careful about incurring significant pre-development expenses because we had this concern that 408 wasn't suitable for development. But to kind of put it in the magnitude, we've all heard cost per unit of $600,000 per unit. So in the grand scheme of things, while I understand $500,000 is real money, I don't think it should be a material concern.
And I would just point out that all of these buildings are buildings that are part of Master Plan 2022, are part of the community plan that was incorporated into Master Plan 2022, which was accepted by the VA and the Secretary. And all of these parcels are also contemplated in the 99-year Principal Developer EUL that we executed with the VA several years ago. So none of this is a departure from what has been already planned and authorized.
We could disagree about that, but I don't want to take any more time. Mike Canfield.
Mike Canfield. Brian, related question there. So Mr. Beglin was asking specifically about the kind of the transferability, if you will, the replaceability of the project-based vouchers. My question is really more focusing on the philanthropic contributions that have been designated for these three projects, 408, 409, and Building 13. If there was a change of direction on those buildings, how likely is it that you would be able to move that philanthropic contributions to other buildings that would replace those buildings?
I'd say this particular philanthropic source is a significant one and underwrote us and these projects and made commitments to each of these projects as contemplated in the Master Plan 2022, in the community plan. They're contemplated as part of the PD EUL. If you look at the parcelization map, each of these projects are there. I can't speak to the transferability of those awards. I'd say we have a very good thing in the awards that have been received to date. It is unique to have that type of philanthropic support in an affordable housing transaction. Most affordable housing deals are developed with city, county, state capital credits, bonds. That type of philanthropic support is very unique and should not be underestimated in terms of how special that is.
Just as a follow-up on that, is there something unique about these buildings that generated the philanthropic contributions, or is it really folks who want to be part of solving veterans' homelessness issues?
I think it's the latter. And there is, in direct answer to your question, we recently secured a donation of $2.5 million for Building 13, which we anticipate to be the town center. That money will go away. They were very specific about donating to that specific use in that building. So that's the only one that I know that will go away. The other one, we would have to then negotiate with the funders to see whether they would still give the support to the buildings if they were moved to another part of the campus.
Beth Sandor.
I think my question builds on what Mike raised. Are you able to share the sources of the philanthropic funding?
If we can go forward to the slide on the Veterans Promise Campaign. One more. There we go. So it's been a wide variety of resources. Home Depot Foundation got us started. You may be familiar with them. They have thus far provided over $500 million for the construction of veteran housing. They gave us our US Vets, our original planning grant to engage in this activity. Tunnel to Towers made a significant contribution, which we will receive over time, over the next 5 years or so as we construct these houses. Southern California Grant Makers came out. A number of members of that organization have given us funding. We continue to have meetings. We're having we have two planned meetings with entities and individuals who have potential of 7 or 8 figure gifts. So this is a process we are fully engaged in. We think we're doing pretty well to be just almost 100 million into this. So we're a little over halfway. And the plan that we have expressed to them is the plan that has been, as Brian said, has been approved by the SEC-VA. So we're going forward on that basis.
Now, Steve, I have a quick follow-up question about the fundraising campaign. Does any of these fundraising efforts apply to the rehabilitation of the Wadsworth Chapel? I see it says Wadsworth
Yes.
Chapel and Historic Fund, and it says in progress.
Yes, there is a 28 million tab on that. We are 26 million into it, so we need to still raise $2 million on that.
I think we may have discussed this a few months ago, but I want to make sure the board understands. Why can't you undertake that work with 26 of 28 funded? Because for most citizens of Los Angeles, it sadly is the part of the VA campus they see the most often, the North Campus, when they drive along Wilshire.
We agree with you completely. Some of that money will not come to us until we have 100% of the funding. It is dependent upon having full funding.
So I see. So in other words, some portion of the folks who have donated 26 million have said they won't donate anything until you have full commitments of 28 million?
That is correct.
Okay,
It acts much like affordable housing where you stack funding. So some of that funding is dependent upon being able to go forward, which means that you have 100% of the funding.
Do you have any sense as to when that might happen? Because I know it's been something you've devoted a couple years to already.
We have a meeting hopefully in July that will wrap that up. Cross your fingers. It is challenging in that it is not housing. Brian has told you the multiple sources available to build housing for homeless people. None of that money obviously is available for the chapel, so we are cobbling together a variety of resources to build that.
Okay, thanks. Mike Canfield. Steve and Tess and Brian, anything else we should cover before lunch?
Yes, absolutely. I know there's a lot of focus on the housing construction. I've been itching to get into the community component of it, which is such a vital part of this revitalization. And Brigadier General Sutton, you sing our song, you sing my song. So I'm happy to share with you some of the progress. Next slide, please. So we had talked previously about the healthy community, so the therapeutic community model. When I hit the ground in this role, overarchingly, I've been working on this campus for over 8 years between different programs. When I started in 2021, part of my goals were to establish the backbone organization, the nonprofit 501c3, including the Community Partnership and Alliance. Another of those goals was to establish the US Vets West Los Angeles Services site. So I'm happy to report that both of those things have now come to fruition as of today. The services site now, there's 8 staff members on site. The first VASH was established. We are currently awaiting additional VASH contracting for the other buildings. So there's an IDIQ process with which VA will determine who serves which building out of the providers that were selected from the last contracting. So building 207, which a lot has been spoken about, that basket case management is ongoing. I know we talk about community mix in terms of the funding. I serve and our teams serve in the reality of that mix, right? So on the ground with the veterans, facing the same challenges that they might face, helping them through very difficult times. In fact, unfortunately, we've lost several veterans due to age-related causes in those buildings. So helping veterans get through that, grief and loss resources. A lot of the veterans in the age-restricted buildings have lost spouses and partners, maybe the only person left in their family. Homelessness oftentimes divorces us from our family and friendship connections. So rebuilding those connections using those resources. And to that end, using events and supportive offerings for residents. So we've got a well-established schedule of those things. Coordinating across the VA for any special needs like intimate partner or violence. There are 2 women in 207, in addition to women in other projects. I don't like to use the word project, so please excuse that, other units. But working together with those buildings and developers as well. So volunteer events, temporary services center near building 210 has been implemented. So that's a microcosm of the services that will be in building 300 once it comes to fruition. There is already a need for that building, those services, this community that is being built. The conversation around building 408 is especially important. Recently working with VA, myself, Jim Zenner, and Sally Hammond are co-chairing an exercise to look at implementing a peer resource center here on the campus. We certainly had LA County MVA, VPAN, already serving veterans out of the Temporary Services Center and building 402 on the South Campus, the Welcome Center. However, this would be an expansion of that. Worked with VA, Andrew Strain in planning, John Kuhn and Sally, Chelsea Black to implement a survey of veterans to find out what they actually want and need on this campus that you probably heard about. But using that information, being able to look at the different buildings, there's already been conversation about putting that resource and recreation center on the bottom floor of building 408, because that building will come open more quickly than some of the other buildings that are anticipated. So it very much is something that is in play when we're looking at the design of the community. Next slide, please. So the backbone community building progress that I mentioned, our annual impact report has been released. You will have it in front of you. Please take a look at that, the culmination of the year's hard work, building on other successive years. But the backbone, standing up the Partner and Provider Alliance, that's 42 different partners, including VA sections, working here on the campus together, now coordinated opportunity to come together under the principles of collective impact, which include the backbone organization itself, but also all rowing in the same direction, looking at what's already going on. What is VA's CDCE department doing for events? What is the collective doing for events? What is the Bandini Golf Course doing? Wrapping that all up together and organizing it better, because there's so much going on this campus. Unfortunately, without that shared connection and communication, it was very hard for veterans to access it. So those things are definitely getting better, working on transportation, with planning, meeting with Metro, talking about community safety, policing. I just have to give another shout out. I know I've done it before. VMET, being able to assist with evaluations for veterans that might be having mental health challenges, absolutely needs to be expanded, is a tremendous program, and a great boon to the human services side of working in this community. I also want to mention that we've started taking on individual volunteers. On the bottom left, you'll see that's Sarah Farnham. Sarah Farnham is Admiral Mullen's niece and our first individual volunteer on the campus. Sarah is bringing her friends, her friend group, to come and serve here on the campus at volunteer opportunities, in addition to all of the other organizations and people who donate their time, their staff time to come and volunteer as well. We also have started holding a bunker social outside of building 306. And I know I've seen Anthony and Rob giving tours and coming through as we're out there. But all it is bringing veterans together to enjoy that camaraderie, to listen to each other. We provide a meal. There's a veteran band that comes out and plays. This is not something that requires a lot of, interventions. Certainly we have trained peers on site social workers, licensed clinicians, but this is really just an opportunity to bring the community together. We have opened that door. It can open wider, and the community has shown that it's very hungry for these opportunities to come together, and especially in a place like what is becoming known as the town center to veterans. They're starting to gather there. And the conversation wouldn't be surprising to many of us veterans who have already been in the service, but it is a very necessary conversation for us to be able to talk about some of the challenges that veterans are experiencing, becoming housed, being part of this community. There have been instances where veterans who are part of that mix that you all are talking about with SMI might have an episode in public. So being able to work with the community, to work with, the empathy that it takes as a community member to be able to address those challenges when they occur as a fellow veteran even is an important part of the work that we're doing on the ground. Next slide, please. I know that we're abutting lunch, but I also wanted to mention one of my goals when I came on into this role was the naming process. And I know that it's been discussed by this board. What I want to put forth very quickly, next slide, please. And you all get a copy of these slides, so I won't go through all the individual details. As the community director, it is a struggle to help veterans come together behind the neighborhood that they now live in. Besides those living permanently in the, supportive housing, there are already over 1,000 veterans across other programs who live in this neighborhood. So not only does that illustrate the need for services, aside from this conversation of what building comes online and what its purpose is, I can tell you it very much is needed for a place name for the community. When someone comes to the Bunker Social, they're greeted with "Welcome to the neighborhood." That's kind of our rallying cry to veterans as they come in to kind of help them feel that sense of community. So the question is, what do we call the neighborhood? And it's not about us as service providers or even, VCOB board members. It's what veterans want to see. So what we're proposing is a process similar to the collecting of feedback from veterans about the amenities they wanted to see here on this campus, to get the veterans' voice in what they would like to see the campus named. So it's a very simple premise. We have created different items that we would be able to use, like postcards and naming kiosks. And we would go on a similar mission of, holding town halls and going out to the different EUL buildings and standing out in public and tabling to get this information. But I just wanted to present that the collective would very much like the opportunity to take part in this with VA and other volunteers as possible. So I'll spare you from the rest of the slides. I know we're very short on time, but does anyone have any questions? And I know Steve also has. Yes.
What kind of time have we got left?
You can take a couple more minutes, Steve.
Okay. I want to read something because I want to be very specific in what I have to say. You can see from this presentation that we are well on our way to fulfilling the commitment we have made to build 900 units of permanent supportive housing, contributing to the 1,200 units for veterans and their families called for in the master plan, and to create a vibrant community that contributes to the well-being of the veterans who choose to live on campus. We have done this with full transparency, making sure to operate within our authority and bringing the VA and the veterans community into our planning at every step. You'll see from the soon-to-be-released Veterans Survey that our plans include the amenities and services that veterans are asking for. This is no surprise to us, as we have been working with veterans for more than 30 years. The overwhelming majority of the plan for the campus is also congruent with the ULI study, with one notable exception. None of the veterans in the survey mentioned the need for a hotel. From the beginning, we have felt an urgency to complete this community, as there are still far too many veterans without a roof over their head in Los Angeles. Recently, we got a call from a funder who has provided our projects with some of the critical funds that will serve the low-income veterans we've targeted as the most needy. They informed us that there is opposition to the proposed housing in the mixed-use town center, which is no surprise. What was a surprise is that this opposition went so far as to put some doubt in the funder's mind about providing financing already earmarked for the project. We understand that there can be differences of opinion on how we develop this property, but to put in jeopardy the financing dedicated to veterans and potentially delay the building of the housing is unconscionable and only hurts those veterans who are still on the street. Every delay means that veterans will remain homeless, and every day they spend homeless is a day they will never get back. We have been charged with building housing to alleviate the suffering of homeless veterans, and we will bring all of our resources and expertise to bear to accomplish that task until someone with authority tells us otherwise. Thanks.
I appreciate the comments, Steve. Respectfully, this gets at something I shared with the group earlier. We do not want to merely solve a problem, and we want to realize an opportunity. And I think reasonable people with reasonable minds could choose to reasonably disagree about whether or not, for example, mixed-use development means permanent supportive housing, or whether mixed-use development should include people with acute needs, or whether or not there ought to be a distinction between public and private spaces. So I totally hear you, and I'll hear you out any day, but I think reasonable people could reasonably disagree about this. Tess, I wanted to just quickly respond to your issue about naming. I think the stuff you raised is incredibly important. You know the board has weighed in on this before, so just so the new board members know, we had a recommendation to the secretary that was 17-3 to revert to the historic name of Pacific Branch. At that time, the agency's response was to say, we'll task the Office of General Counsel with exploring our ability to do that. And then later, when the metro station stuff was being looked at more carefully, you remember it started out with the name of Westwood/VA Hospital. We revisited the issue and we again said, Mr. Secretary, let's really think about the right name for the station. It's plainly not Westwood. And do we want the VA hospital to be the predominant identity? At that point, the secretary kind of basically just said, we'll work with Metro to figure out the right name. But what we hear from the Office of General Counsel is it's for Congress to do. There's a statute in place that says only Congress can name VA land. And so for those members of congressional staff who happen to be listening today, and I hope there are a few of you, we really need congressional leadership here because we've gotten a pretty complete answer from the agency, and that is that as it relates to the name of the campus, that's something for Congress to do. But Tess also raises a really great point, which is also the buildings, the neighborhoods, all those things ought to be named too. So I thank you for drawing us back to that, Tess, because I think it's a super important part to establishing an identity beyond that of a hospital, and ironically reverting to one that's over 100 years old. You know, it's a veteran's home. There are streets in this neighborhood called Veteran. There are streets in this neighborhood called Military. And those streets have existed for 100 years. Before there was West LA, before there was Culver City, before there was Beverly Hills, there was this place. And so I think, Tess, you're great to focus us on that.
Yeah, thank you for that. I think what's really interesting, again, is being immersed in the community and serving directly, you know, the veterans community on the ground. And we've had conversations about this. And there was a conversation about how many Buffalo soldiers are buried in the National Cemetery. So there's plenty of individuals and organizations that are military related that would fall into the congressional naming conventions. My goal on behalf of the veterans that I work with and serve is to get their voice into this process as well.
Sharing that, it's great deep history on veteran service. Okay, so let's break for lunch. We only have 30 minutes if we want to keep moving. I want to really congratulate and thank the principal developer. The pace of change is absolutely extraordinary, and I think we benefit so much from it.
Comments in writing, we'd ask that you provide it to myself or Chi, and we'll make sure that becomes part of the official records. During that 5-minute time frame, when you get down to 1 minute, I, as a DFO, will turn my name card on its side. That's an indication to you that you have 1 minute remaining. Once you go over your time, you'll see me kind of raise that card up a little bit higher just to get your attention. As you can see, we have a full list today, so we'd ask you to adhere to that 5-minute time limit. So I'll pass it over to Rob at this point in time.
Good afternoon. This is the portion of the meeting where we hear from members of the public who have registered. Jerry Orleman has declined his original registration, so we'll begin with Kylie Orleman.
Good afternoon, everyone. By the way, it's Kyle, not Kylie, so just because it confuses everybody, so I thought I'd clear that up. I'm Kyle Orleman. I am the wife of a 100% service-connected disabled veteran. I've been his caregiver since 2001, and you've heard me speak on a number of things. And you know, I've been coming to these meetings right since this board was started. If you go back to the meetings going back to around 2015, when we were meeting over a table that had butcher paper on top of it and people were making notes and things on it, you'll find my purple pen all over it. I care very much about this facility because it's what keeps my husband on this side of the dirt. So I'm very invested here, and you guys have certainly heard me talk about certain issues before, but I'm going to talk about a couple of different issues today. You were having a lot of discussion this morning about the naming rights. And one of the things that I would like to encourage, and obviously I'm only in a position here to make a suggestion, but I'm hoping that those of you who are in a position to actually do something about this will take this into consideration. Most of the veterans who are in this building or have been on this campus for years are going to know a gentleman by the name of Harry Corey. Harry just turned 101 years old, and he worked in the office here as a veteran service officer for decades. He was my husband's service officer. So the people who are on this campus are going to know who he is. Harry just turned 101, and they did a ceremony for him on Memorial Day. Harry is still so sharp, he drove himself to that ceremony. Let me tell you a little about Harry Corey, and his last name is spelled C-O-R-R-E, for those of you who are taking notes. Harry enlisted, and he was sent to Bataan. He was captured. He was on the Bataan Death March. He managed to escape from this Bataan Death March, and he got himself to the water, and he swam to a nearby island, where he rejoined the forces that were there. He fought in the Battle of Corregidor, was captured again, and ended up working in the mines in Japan. He was in the mines doing forced labor in Japan when the Nagasaki bombing hit. And he finally came back here to the United States. He established a family here. His wife also worked over at the federal building in the VA offices. And Harry is an extraordinary person. And I know that you can't name buildings, I guess, or I've been told you can't name a building after somebody who's still alive, but Harry's 101, and he's right here in the area. And I am begging you to give serious consideration to recognizing Harry Corey and the contributions that he has made to the veteran community for decades. He's awesome. I can supply the complete bio on him and everything like that, but please take that one into consideration. The second thing that I wanted to bring up very briefly, comment on the comments that were made this morning. Everybody's talking about the degree of neediness for the veterans moving onto this campus being designated by their AMI. So by that, you would think the people who have the lowest income maybe have the biggest need. Where this campus is different is that you have a lot of service-connected disabled veterans here, for example, who are 100% with PTSD. Okay, that computes to me to being seriously emotionally or mentally disabled, whatever the legal wording has to be. I think one of the things that has caused a lot of the problem is that the financial people that you have to deal with in order to get the funding equate the fact that somebody whose income is lower is less functional than somebody whose income is higher. And in terms of AMI and in terms of veterans, It's almost an inverse relationship. The people that are 100% service-connected disabled may need a tremendous amount of social services and everything like that. They may have been coming here for 20 years, getting excellent treatment, and as long as they continue their treatment protocol and they take their meds, they're pretty functional. So I think that needs to be weighed into consideration when you're having conversations with civilians who don't understand that somebody who's 100% service-connected disabled is more disabled than somebody who is 10% disabled and is going to qualify under the AMI. So I just wanted to throw that out there. And then, lest you think I'm not going to talk about dogs today, I am. Many of you have heard my dream for the past 10 years, back to when we were making diagrams on butcher block table. And you know, I have envisioned putting a service dog training facility on this campus and taking care of the veterans who are here. If I looked the world over to somebody who could execute my dream, I found him. He's in the room. He's going to be speaking to you and making a presentation in a short period of time. I could not have searched all over and found anyone that has the qualifications and the connections and everything needed to do everything that I dreamed of and a lot more. Thank you very, very much. You'll hear from him in a few minutes.
Thank you, Mrs. Orleman. I'm going to welcome back Sarah Serrano, a former board member. Good afternoon, Sarah. All right, let's move forward in the list.
You hear me?
I'm sorry, we have you, Sarah.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you for the warm welcome. Okay, I'll go ahead and start now. My name is Sarah Serrano. I'm a Marine veteran. I was honorably discharged. I served just over 4 years on active duty. I was part of the inaugural VCOEB committee and I served 2 terms. I was born in Los Angeles and then I lived there again for 10 years until 2022. I want to make 2 points in support of hotel lodging on the campus. First, since moving out of state 2 years ago, I have visited Los Angeles 10 times and stayed in hotels throughout LA County. An average of 5 hotel stays per year is costly, but I do it anyway because I have friends and family there and frankly because I miss it. My hotel stays are usually at places like Extended Stay, Boutique Hotels, or La Quinta Inn, and costs are typically around $115 per night. With the campus being central to LA and close to LAX and other major transportation, a hotel on the campus would be far superior to any of the other hotels where I've stayed, and would probably cut the expense of a rental car once the Metro's Purple D line is up and running. So I could save a considerable amount of money. Now, if the hotel on campus offered an incentive rate for veterans, of course, I'd be even more enthusiastic to make it my go-to hotel, but my priority these days is the location. I know I'll be visiting Los Angeles for the rest of my life, and I always stay in hotels, so discount or not, I'd prefer to stay at a hotel on the campus because of its location. Bonus if profits from the hotel go toward veteran services or subsidies for other veteran hotel guests. That brings me to my second point. I would happily pay what I usually pay or more for that hotel if I knew the profits supported local veterans. I'll tell you why. While I was on active duty, I became legal guardian of my younger sister, and she was effectively my dependent. After I got out of the military, she was no longer recognized as my dependent because she aged out, but I was still her caregiver. I had lost my job to take care of my mom full time until she passed away. And then my sister and I became homeless. When I went searching for emergency resources for veterans, I faced 2 obstacles unique to my situation. At one facility, I wasn't eligible because it was for men only. Another program would have accepted me, but not my sister. As a result, we slept in my car. Side note, being a caregiver really is not a unique situation. It's actually quite common for many women veterans, but it was precisely the reason that excluded me from services. So, at times during that process to find short-term housing, even the staff would cry with me for having to turn me away. What if there was a voucher of some sort that could help someone like me in that situation? All we needed was 3 nights with a bed and a hot shower. I wasn't facing chronic homelessness at the time. I was newly unhoused, but I believe that not having a short-term emergency solution available to me ultimately dragged out my progress to get back on my feet. So if campus hotel lodging offered some sort of emergency solution for veterans, I would gladly pay more so that another veteran could have a bed and a shower. I hope I've illustrated some potential benefits of hotel lodging on the campus. If anyone has any questions or curiosities, I welcome a discussion and I will make my email available. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. The next speaker is Braden Yoder.
Afternoon, everybody. My name is Braden Yoder. For the last 10 years, I've been receiving services here at the West LA VA. Back in 2015, 2016, I was part of a veterans working group for the redesign of the VA master plan to hope that these nearly 400 acres could be used for veteran services as was originally intended in the deed to this property. As you all know, the creation of this board was one of our suggestions, so it's a special privilege for me now to be able to address you and to come here to endorse the Urban Land Institute's plan for a Veterans Commons on the north side of the campus. As someone who was back there in 2016 advocating for this, in my opinion, the ULI plan honors everything that we were advocating for and is superior to both the 2016 draft master plan and the 22 plan for reasons that I hope would be obvious to all, but that I've come here to reiterate. As I said, we was involved with this in 2016, and our big intent was to make up for the decades of neglect and abuse that had happened prior to the court decision that returned this property to the veterans. And one crucial part of that was the VA Commons, was the idea of a veterans marketplace, because we didn't want to see this place fall into disrepair and neglect, right? For generations before my generation of vets, they didn't want to come here to the VA, and that's how this place got abused. That's how all of these other things happened that shouldn't have happened. One way to keep veterans engaged with this space is to have a Veterans Commons, and the ULI plan is superior because of its location, also because of the way that it honors the existing space and our history. It's a place that we could come and we can feel proud of what's going on here, and proud of having worn our country's uniform, and a way for us to interact with other vets. You know, just the other day, I guess last month, I was over at the orthopedic clinic getting some shoes. And I talked to a veteran amputee of a generation before me. We didn't talk about the war, we just talked as people. I talked about life. I talked, hey man, what's it like, you know, having one leg? What's it like getting around? How do you drive, right? I had the conversations with him that civilians often have difficulty having with veterans. They don't know how to engage with us. And the Veterans Commons, the idea behind it was to get a place where vets would want to come in the day-to-day, not a VSO kind of way, not a place that we would just come when we're broke, like the VA, or someplace when we're transitioning, but a place where we can relate as veteran to veteran because we've all been there and we know what it's like, and we can be seen. That's what I'm here for. I'd love to see this ULI plan go forward. I commend the VA for having commissioned it last year. I'm really glad to see it. I hope you all consider it, because if you build it, we will come. We want to see things like this where we can come and interact in a day-to-day, grab a cup of coffee, go to a farmer's market, go to a craft market, avail ourselves of veteran services, financial services, or what have you, recreational services. Okay, it's a place that would be alive, and we can feel really proud of our services. So thank you very much. Hope you all consider it.
Thank you, Mr. Yoder. The next speaker will be Dro Robbins.
Hello, can everyone hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay, great. Sorry. Hi, everyone. My name is Drew Robbins. I'm a Marine Corps veteran. I served 4 years in the Corps from 2001 to 2005. I was born in Tarzana, California, and I currently live in the San Fernando Valley. My comment here is I just want to let everybody know that, you know, I am in favor of the ULI plan. I feel it adds a lot more functionality and thoughtfulness from previous plans that I have reviewed. So my comments are in general support of the ULI plan. I like how there is an orientation to the beginning of the campus, like a gateway into the rest of the campus. Right now, it's hard to understand, you get off of Wilshire, you drive into the campus, but it's hard to understand where it even begins and where it ends. So adding a gateway, a center that signifies that you're entering, not only the campus, but, something unique and special, within Los Angeles for our veterans, I think is a, really great idea. I like how they kept the already established landmarks of the campus in place, and then how they added in the town center and common areas, in the center of the campus. Town center is obviously, I think, a home run idea, offering retail and services such as, job training or just veteran-owned businesses. I think is, obviously a great idea. It creates a sense of place, not only for the people who live there, but also for, obviously the so many people that work there. So it's not just a commuter kind of area where people get in their cars, they get into the campus, they work, they get in their cars, they leave the campus for lunch, they come back in their cars, right? So having people walking around, in the retail areas, in the common areas, it adds more life to the campus. It adds purpose to the campus. So I'm very in favor of the common area and the town center idea. And also, lastly, the hotel. I mean, the hotel is just obviously another great idea. San Francisco has a Marine Corps hotel that is very popular. New York City has one. I know it's not a specific Marine Corps hotel, but it's a veteran hotel for veteran services. So having one in Los Angeles, I think, at this campus, I think would be another great idea. People coming here, visiting. So overall, just really happy with what ULI did. I'm really happy with the direction that we're headed, and hopefully it all comes to fruition. Thank you.
Thank you, Drew, and sorry for getting your name wrong. The next speaker is Luciano Aguilar.
Good afternoon. My name is Luciano Aguilar. I'm a 10-year Air Force veteran. I'm also the president of the Hawthorne School Board. I'm also the president of the Dogs Project, which is a nonprofit. And I am the owner and founder of Presidential Canine, which is a dog training, dog daycare, boarding, grooming facility. And so I run both the organization, the nonprofit, and the for-profit business out of the same thing. One of the things I wanted to come and talk to you guys about is the general actually talked about it earlier. She mentioned how it would be great to have a facility here. A lot of us veterans have service animals, but there's nobody to take care of them. And so we have that. We've already created that. The only thing I don't have yet is a vet clinic, because my daughter is currently going through vet school. And so I'm waiting for her to be done to have the last piece of the puzzle. But we've already kind of created the blueprint on a facility like this, right? One of the things that we've done with our nonprofit is we provide service dogs for veterans in need. But we added a component that was just an idea because we had extra dogs. We brought in high school students. And we taught these high school students how to train those dogs to then present to a veteran in need. The change that we saw in the kids was incredible. We had one parent come to us, and we thought we were in trouble for something, but she just came in and said, thank you. Her son was suffering of anxiety, stress, etc., and pulling his hair out of his head. And she said that ever since he started the program, he's done a complete 180. We all know the studies are there of how animals impact a human, but imagine giving a veteran something to do. If we create this facility, we could give a veteran a job. We could teach them how to train dogs. Some of the service dogs that can't be a service dog because they might have a little too much energy. Well, we're gonna donate those to a veteran that just wants a dog, but now they get a fully trained dog that was trained by a high school student. You know, and so there's so many things that you can do by creating an environment like this. And when we sit there and we talk about, because I've had to sit in the groups, you know, for mental health, but sometimes we don't want to talk. You put a dog in there with people, all of a sudden everyone starts talking, everyone opens up, and everybody, I mean, I get goosebumps just thinking about it, because I'm very passionate about what we do. I couldn't have done it without my family, so I was doing everything on my own until my kids got older. So I had to breed my help in order to be able to accomplish what I've accomplished today. And so I can't take all the thanks for myself, but I would love to be able to bring something like that. We have the networks, we have the resources, and if it's about funding, well, we'll find the funding. I just think that this is a great opportunity for us to build our veterans in a certain way, and you'll see. I know we talked about that there's a potential for a trailer, but I guarantee you that we will outgrow that trailer so quickly, because everyone will want to be involved with this. And at the same time, everyone's got dogs. Everyone's got dogs. Everyone needs their dogs to be taken care of. So I would just implore that you guys say, hey, let's continue this conversation, and we do something for our veterans. Because just imagine the possibilities, not only with everything that you guys are already doing. Thank you for providing the homes and building all this stuff where our veterans can stay. But once they're in that room, what do you give them to do, right? And so the mine is a crazy thing. So let's give them a job. Let's let them come and play and learn how to work with animals, and at the same time provide for it's working veterans for veterans, right? And so right now I'm using high school students, but we can switch that to veterans supporting veterans, and it'd be too easy. It's very easy to do. Just need your support. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Aguilar. The next speaker will be John Oppenheim. It's indicated as virtual appearance.
Finally. Thank you. My name's John Oppenheim, and I'm an Air Force veteran. I live in Long Beach and go Long Beach VA, and I'm an advocate for senior veterans. In the early days of computers, IBM dominated the market. If you bought a computer from them, you had to buy all the peripherals such as keyboards, monitors, and printers. At some point, there were companies that had created those peripherals, but IBM wouldn't certify them, even though they were half the price. Thus, the term NIH, not invented here, was coined. As an advocate trying to help senior veterans as they are age and dealing with the VA, that term comes to mind. How are we doing in taking care of our seniors? In my opinion, we have a long way to go. First of all, let me tell you about Ken, a pre-Vietnam 83-year-old veteran who's been bounced around the VA hospital as his health has deteriorated. Since I don't have time to tell you the whole story, the bottom line is that he has been turned down more than once for advanced care because he isn't over 70% service connected. And I was told they couldn't do anything except recommend skilled nursing facilities. His 84-year-old sister, who lives in Maryland, has been frustrated over and over by the VA. Eventually, I contacted MVA myself, and they worked to find him a place. What's a solution? Maybe a different way of dealing with those who are aging and still having to go through the same medical procedures as younger veterans. I know this from personal experience, both as a patient and one who advocates. Quote, have them contact their primary care physician and request extra help. What gives us the idea that our primary care physicians are equipped to deal with the vagaries of aging? When I bring this subject up, I'm told, oh, we need more mental health workers for our senior veterans. But many senior issues are not clinical mental health problems, but they're situational ones of isolation and loneliness, which manifest themselves as mental health issues. We don't need drugs. We need to figure out how to help eliminate those two conditions. Using peer support, small p, volunteers is my suggestion. We have specialty clinics for women in mental health. Why not geriatrics? Oh, sure, the VA Long Beach has a geriatric clinic with a small staff. Why not create a larger effort and assess and assign our seniors? NIH, maybe. No matter what I am told, I just don't see the same effort for the overwhelming numbers. And what about the myriad of nonprofits and other agencies that could be helping? In my opinion, the VA considers itself the last word and only refers out to their chosen agencies and nonprofits, which is very limited. If you can't solve the problem, maybe someone else can, but you have to be willing to admit you can't. In addition, not all VA social workers even know the rules of the VA. Part of the solution to this is a massive training effort on the part of the VA for all existing staff and any new ones. In this modern world, this can be accomplished with a learning management system that replicates a classroom, not just a bunch of videos. Time for the VA to come into the 21st century. Another issue is one that's personal. I'm a caregiver for my wife who struggles with memory and other aging issues. At times it can be overwhelming, as most of us who have done this know. I talked with someone at the VA about mental health help for me in something like a support group. I was told the support groups are only for the spouses of veterans, but not the veterans themselves. Luckily, I have Medicare and am getting some help for my issues and able to speak to someone about them. With the majority of veterans over the age of 65, it might be a good idea to find out how many of them are caregivers themselves, and maybe as part of geriatric care, we could be acknowledged for our needs as well. I'm very satisfied with the medical, I'm very satisfied patient with the medical care of VA Long Beach, but concerned about us seniors as we age and face different problems on our own. The VA is more than a medical facility and needs to do more in the local community. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Oppenheim. Our next speaker is going to be a former board member. We welcome back Hamilton Underwood, who is online.
Thank you, sir. Hello, my name is Hamilton Underwood, a veteran and former VCOEB member.
Hamilton, could you please try to speak a little more loudly? We're barely hearing you.
Yes, sir.
That's still not enough. Is there something we can do to increase his volume?
I'm maxed out. Can you hear me okay now?
We can hear you now.
Okay. Hello, my name is Hamilton Underwood. As a veteran and former VCOEB member, I went to the campus recently, and I want to congratulate VA leadership, the PD, Thomas Sack and Associates, and all the development partners on the tremendous progress towards veteran housing on campus. It's beautiful, it's amazing, a lot of progress has been made. I also want to state my endorsement of the Urban Land Institute's technical panel report, reimagining the town center as described in 2016 and 22 master plans. As a common as integrating the quad, the parade grounds at Chapel Square, and the Wadsworth Theater. Additionally, ULI's proposal to adaptively reuse Building 13 as a veterans hotel is a wonderful idea, providing training opportunities and employment for veterans and quarters for their visiting family members. Thank you for your time. It's great to see you all.
It's great to hear from you, Hamilton. Abe Bradshaw, are you present? Okay. So the next speaker will be Mr. Anthony Ullman. Welcome back, another former board member.
Thank you all very much. I have handouts so you all can read comments in the event I run out of time, but it's a little low. Can I, all right. VCOEB members, as a former member of this congressionally chartered federal advisory committee, many of you know me already. For recently appointed members, I served on the VCOEB for 21 meetings spanning a period of 6 years. I also serve as executive director of Vets Advocacy, which has monitored VA's performance on the master plan since 2015. I mention all of this to say I'm intimately familiar with this body's work, providing advice and recommendations to multiple VA secretaries on implementation of the master plan and improving service outcomes for veterans throughout the greater LA area. At the last meeting in February, my first as a member of the public, you all received a briefing from LA County's two largest public housing authorities on HUD-VASH utilization. I was going to pause and play that back to you, but for the sake of time, you all have a link. From 2016 to present, all permanent supportive housing development on campus was premised on the assumed availability of project-based vouchers, PBVs, issued from a local public housing authority. My recollection is that the February meeting marks the first time limitations on PBVs were raised in a public forum. I believe my forthcoming observations may demonstrate an error in judgment by the VA, just as egregious as VA's failure to include master plan projects in previous budget requests to Congress. Los Angeles County Development Authority, LACDA, is projecting they will reach their current PBV cap of 7,837 units or vouchers within 2 years. In other words, given LACDA's current total allocation of vouchers and the statutory limit on PBVs established by Congress, further supportive housing development on campus may run its course by 2026. My preliminary analysis suggests that the cap on PBVs could limit the number of units on campus to approximately 1,013. I reached this conclusion by pushing 2 years out from the most recent parcel release, Building 210. I stress this is an approximation because as of this morning, VA has yet to publish its Q2 2024 parcel release schedule. My current projections are based on the February 14th release schedule for Q1 2024. In the current parcel release schedule, there are 4 buildings set to be released within LACDA's estimated 2-year window. 2 of the buildings, Building 300 and Building 256, are excellent choices in the North Village area consistent with prior planning efforts. I will further add that the entire North Village concepts represents a thoughtful community design. VA and the principal developer's efforts in this area should receive the community's full support and backing. But the other 2 buildings, Building 408 and Building 409, set for release within the 2-year window, remain problematic as they occupy space on campus reserved for the contested town center concept presented in Master Plan 2022. Executing on these enhanced use leases now seems reckless when it is not clear that future vouchers will become available to continue development efforts. It is worth noting that permanent supportive housing was never a focus of the original 2016 draft Master Plan Town Center concept. In Master Plan 2022, radical changes were made to the town center's scope and design, which caught the attention of VCOEB. Secretary McDonough concurred with VCOEB's request for technical assistance from an objective third party. Despite claims made by the principal developer last meeting, permanent supportive housing was not identified as a feature in the Urban Land Institute's Town Center final report. ULI does recommend building housing capacity around the perimeter of the quad, but nowhere does it qualify that housing as permanent supportive housing. A request for technical assistance was just one of several VCOEB recommendations expressing concerns regarding VA's redesign of the town center. Most recently, in September 23, VCOEB adopted recommendation 2104, which provided feedback on the long-term consequences of VA's current parcel selection to achieve 1,215 supportive housing units on campus. The recommendation observed that 2 of the buildings identified in the North Village and 1 of the buildings identified in the town center rest beyond the 1,200 unit target and therefore may or may not be developed. If my estimation is correct, now 4 enhanced use lease buildings in the North Village are at risk because they sit beyond the PBV cap, as well as 3 of the 5 contemplated enhanced use leases in the town center. The number of undeveloped buildings may increase because although VA anticipates releasing Building 256 and 409 within the 2-year window, no voucher commitments exist today for either project. Based on the available information, the VA and the principal developer do not have the ability at this point in time to complete both the North Village and Town Center concepts identified in Master Plan 2022. Without the availability to commit PBVs in the first place, the odds of falling short on land use concepts offered in Master Plan 2022 are overwhelming. It seems VA has arrived at a fork in the road and must choose to either finish completion of the North Village or risk a diluted version of its strategic vision for the campus.
Mr. Allman, I've unfortunately got to cut you off.
Out of time, everything is submitted for the record. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Marvin Gunn.
How y'all doing? My name is Marvin Gunn. I'm a combat veteran from Vietnam War. I live up in Building 209. I've lived on the campus since 2020 during COVID. And you guys have done a remarkable job since 2020, especially around 209. But what I'm here today for is I spent a lot of time at like Brentwood Gym, and because there's no shuttle service here, Brentwood stepped up when I was complaining about you've got a lot of older veterans housed at the very top of the hill. And I guess we're just got to make it on our own, you know, because we've been doing it for 4 years now. And when I was complaining about it, the head of Brentwood Schools provided a van and started a shuttle service, and they're going to open up another one. They've also provided shopping every week, athletic field, the gym. Right now, they're providing summer camp for veteran children. They do a lot of stuff on this campus. So does UCLA too, but I'll get into that another time. But that's basically what I wanted to talk about is the support that when they couldn't provide meals for Christmas and Thanksgiving anymore because it butted up against the VA's deal. What they did is they come up and provided it for the whole campus instead, because they're all either ex-veterans or they're members of their families are all veterans and stuff. So they do a lot of stuff for this place, and we're not using that part of the land anyway. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gunn. Our next speaker will be Travis Stanley. With Mr. Stanley not appearing, the next speaker will be Melanie Wins. She doesn't appear to be here either. Okay, the next speaker would be Mr. Rob Reynolds, who I believe is online.
I'm sorry, I'm here. I can wait until Mr. Reynolds, but
No, Ms. Wins, you
Okay.
go ahead. You're the next listed speaker. Please, the floor is yours.
I'll be very quick. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Melanie Wins. I am the first hired and former VCRE coordinator of Brentwood School. I'm no longer there, employed there rather. I am still very much interested in your committee and the work you do on behalf of veterans. And so I usually catch the playback online of this meeting. And I only just wanted to introduce myself because I can finally catch the meeting. And I plan on attending as many more of your meetings as possible. So thank you for this moment. And thank you for all that you do for veterans. Thank you.
Thank you for joining us. So now it'll be Mr. Rob Reynolds' chance to speak.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Rob. Can you raise your voice just a bit?
Yes, can you hear me?
Barely. So I would try to get very close to the mic.
How's this? Are you able to hear me?
That's great.
Okay, perfect. I wanted to start off, I missed the beginning about naming rights, but I just wanted to say that I think it would be beneficial for this board to take a position to rescind the naming rights for Brentwood School and UCLA prior to the trial coming up in August, where the legality of those leases is going to be addressed, and also the issue with them naming their leases on VA property. Furthermore, I think that one big issue we have at the moment with this AMI income limit situation is that we have more buildings getting ready to open on the property, and still to this day, our 100% disabled veterans cannot get into those buildings. The more disabled they are, the less likely they are to get housing. And simultaneously, if they decided they wanted to wait on the property until Congressman Brad Sherman gets his bill passed into law to where this issue is addressed, they can't do that. They're only allowed to be on the property for 60 to 90 days at this point, and if they do not choose a housing location off property, they're asked to leave. I think that this is actually causing a problem because I see a lot of veterans that would benefit from living on the West LA VA being pushed out into the community, where we know a lot of veterans fall into homelessness if they don't have a support network. I work with many veterans that are constantly getting into housing and with 4 or 5 months are falling back out of housing that are in tenant-based vouchers out in the community. So I think the VA does need to do a better job about trying to ensure that our most disabled veterans have the opportunity to live on the VA property. And I think that's another reason why, with the current lawsuit getting ready to go through court, that one of the recommendations was to have more temporary housing units on the VA land, to where veterans can actually have a place to stay until they have an opportunity to get into the new apartment buildings that are going to be opening up, and not being pushed out far away from the VA, far away from where they get their medical care and services. Furthermore, one issue that I see a lot with some of the social workers that run programs at the West LA VA, it seems that they could benefit, not all, but some could benefit from some retraining about how not to be biased against veterans, better ways to figure out how to work with them instead of going through their chart and finding every reason why not to let them into a program. They should be working on ways to get veterans into the programs. I see this happen quite frequently, especially with our more disabled veterans that have behavior flags that go into a veteran's chart for something they may have done in the past, will then prevent them from getting into a program or getting into housing. And it's not really clear how a veteran can go to get one of those behavior flags removed from their chart. And I see this time and time again, where veterans are told they can't get into a program because a social worker will go through and pick apart their chart and find reasons why not to let them in. And it's just really unfortunate to see. You have some really great social workers at the VA, and then you have some that almost seem heartless. They're just more concerned with the bureaucracy, and it's like they lose the human aspect. I had a social worker say to me, "It was nice battling you when I was trying to get and advocate for a veteran to get into a program." And it was really discouraging to think that a social worker that went to school to get a master's degree their clinical skills would say, "It's nice to battle you when I'm trying to advocate to get a veteran into a program." That just seems really inappropriate, because there's no battle. It's just advocating to get our veterans off the street and into housing. With that, I would also like to bring up, let me just go through my notes here. Bear with me one moment. The ULI report. I was part of ULI report, and I was referenced as a stakeholder in that report. I did participate in it. However, it was not made clear to me that I would be referenced as a stakeholder. And the amount of input that I got to put in was about a 20-minute conversation with somebody from this ULI institute that came out. And I do not feel that they did a good job going around the campus and speaking to veterans that live on that property. And it's really crazy to see that the last 4 years I've been coming to this meeting, I've never seen a full chart of public comment. All the slots are full. That's normally not the case. And everyone that's come here has come here to advocate for a town center and a hotel, when the focus should be, how can we fix the problems to get our homeless veterans off the street and end veteran homelessness in Los Angeles. There should not be 4,000 homeless veterans in Los Angeles, and the more veterans that can come together to find solutions to end that, the better. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Reynolds. Our next speaker is Dan Ortiz.
Thank you all for coming. Good afternoon. Thank you for coming out today and listening to us. My name is Dan Ortiz. I've been active in our community for the past 30 years. I'm glad to see all the work that's currently being done. I remember the days when you couldn't kick up dust without an attorney paying you a visit. I was proud to be heard by Urban Land Institute in their recent visit to our facility. We walked around and we talked about what we envision our community to be like. I've reviewed their plans as well as the VA's 2016 and 2022 plans, and I fully support the ULI presentation. I'm not an engineer or an urban planner, but I know what I like. As you look around, let's get real. Do any of you plan to live here? I'm a 100% service-connected combat veteran who is being priced out of Los Angeles. I look forward to my future where I can live here in my golden years.
I lived in the veterans home here on campus, and upon my demise, I'll be buried in the cemetery right here. So I guess you can say I have a vested interest in what goes on here. This will be my home. I have no other family than those who have worn the uniform of our nation. One item I want to speak on is the proposed hotel on campus. This is a wonderful idea with multiple benefits. This can be a job creator, train veterans in the hospitality industry. Los Angeles makes its money on tourism. How many veterans are bringing their families to Universal Hollywood and the beach? Just a few miles from here. I've personally looked into hosting a reunion for my union. I'd love to show off what we have to offer, but no one can afford the prices that's being offered. Thank you for your service sounds great, but it's a lot like thoughts and prayers. It means nothing unless there's value behind it. I also like the parade grounds. What is it? To some, it's an open field. To me, I recall standing proudly in full regalia with my unit around me for change of command ceremonies. I can still hear the sergeant major smoking someone for walking on the grass. And a smile crosses my face. You can take the soldier out of the military, but the military never leaves the soldier. That's where my mind goes as I stand in the green open space. Park space in the urban city is priceless. Let's not become the concrete jungle everyone thinks of when they hear LA. Park space was important for the neighbors when they built a dog park on our land. It's good enough for their dogs. It's be good enough for our nation's defenders. Now I see metros on the agenda. I wasn't planning on speaking on them, but since this is public, let me remind you of the lies that were told to the residents of East Los Angeles in the 90s. Why should I believe the word you say when all I heard before was lies? And don't get me started on your art choices for our property. Sure, you weren't around then, or it's not your area of expertise. Most of them have long retired. You're still Metro. And let me say to those who are ignorant of the past, you're doomed to repeat it. We need to get creative with what this property will be. Our time on Earth is so short, and you're making plans for what will be 100 years from now. 99-year lease agreements are just legal money grabs at the expense of future veterans. VA will brag about the work they're doing, and I say, good job. But I also got to say, it's about time. Before you congratulate yourself, I'm going to remind you of the decades of rot and corrosion you allowed under your watch with corrupt land deals and unscrupulous leaders. I have a tendency to call it like I see it, and I'm still learning to bite my lip. So with that in mind, let me leave you with this. For some of us, every day is Veterans Day. And for some of us, every day is Memorial Day as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ortiz. And our last speaker will be John Fulmer.
Hey, everybody. Thank you for your time. I'm glad to see we're on schedule. Good afternoon. My name is John Fulmer. I'm a combat Army infantry veteran from 05 to 08, and I volunteer here at the West LA VA campus. As a veteran who spends my days on campus, I hope to provide valuable information right now that I can assist with building a positive community here. Today, I want to share my unique experience of hosting a music concert in the center area of the buildings 205, 208, and 209. This event, in collaboration with the organization Music Men's Minds, provides live music and free lunch to the residents. With meals and a variety of musical performances, the atmosphere felt enriching and connected. Initially, I believed this was the overall impact of the event until I spoke with several veteran peers residing in these buildings. Despite the event's intent to enrich the community and the proper notice given to the veteran residents via flyers, some residents voiced concerns about noise disruption. This was particularly challenging for those who have trouble sleeping at night and rely on daytime rest to operate, which is much of our veteran community. This perspective of our veteran community is one I urge the VCOEB to consider seriously. The 2022 master plan has been implemented with very little public engagement or awareness, and fewer than half of the comments were received from veterans. This plan proposes mixed-use residential buildings which leads me to question, how do we handle noise ordinance and how is that considered amongst the mindset of the veterans? The significant shift from 2016 master plan makes me request that we carefully consider the impact of our neighborhoods filled with veterans before turning them into venues for public events. We have a unique opportunity to make decisions that will affect the next century. Based on my experience, I foresee veterans desiring privacy in their communities and a place to escape the noise and busyness of Los Angeles. It's challenging to seek serenity with events and businesses operating right outside of one's front door, regardless of the prior notices and the flyers that are delivered to them. I place this information on record with VCOEB to emphasize the need for more public engagement and awareness when committing to future of veteran housing on the West LAVA campus. We are fortunate to have a say in what happens here, and we should have more meetings that are evolved based on our understanding of what veteran needs are. This is a particular request, as I don't know what records we kept in the evolution of the meetings that were established between 2016 and 2022 to propose such a radical change. I ask that we place the greater emphasis on the word veterans when we're considering homeless veteran population. This includes records of listings to their concerns, hearing their voices prior to commitments of the land gifted to them for over 100 years. Thank you for your time and your consideration on what we are changing and what we are creating for the veterans around us. Appreciate you.
Thank you, Mr. Fulmer. So that'll conclude our public comment section. Our next presentation will be from West Los Angeles on the North Campus redevelopment.
All right. Can everyone hear me okay?
No, you got to get a little closer to the mic or we need to raise the mic volume.
I need to move my closer to you. Second.
Yeah, that's loud.
Don't start talking until I get back to the control room. Turn that down. Nope, I gotta turn it down first. Okay, 1 second.
Sure. Okay.
All right. Thank you, Scott. Thank you to the board. How's that? Okay. Yeah, thanks everyone for the opportunity to present on behalf of the Greater Los Angeles Healthcare System. I also just want to take a moment to thank the public comments and the speakers from the preceding section. Really appreciate the veteran input and the participation in this meeting. That's really critical from GLA's perspective, and I know from the board's perspective. So my name is Andrew Strain. I'm a program manager in the Office of Strategic Facility and Master Planning. And then I'm joined today by my colleagues. Got Ed Amador, who's the Chief of Engineering here at the Greater Los Angeles Healthcare System, and Roberto Marshall from the Business 22 office, who's very involved in all of the efforts with funding and the master plan here. Next slide, please. So as Rob mentioned, we're going to be giving a briefing about some of the requirements on the campus in addition to the housing and our strategy around moving forward with the enhanced use lease program and supporting the operational requirements of the healthcare system in conjunction with the enhanced use leases. Next slide, please. So we're going to talk a little bit about the North Campus redevelopment goals. We're going to compare some of the statuses that were captured and shown in the Master Plan 2022 with where we are today and then where we forecast being in the next 5 years. We're going to look at some of the other projects that VA is funding and looking to advance around the campus, and also talk a bit more about the skip process that Brett briefed this morning. Next slide, please. So first, I want to orient everyone with a graphic from the Master Plan 2022, as well as some language from pages 132 to 133 around this holistic approach to the property to have both veteran housing, a town center, community uses, and VA operations. I think this is still our guiding vision for what we want to do at West LA and how we want to have an integrated community that accomplishes the dual mission we talk about here of providing healthcare on the South Campus, south of Wilford Boulevard, where you see the blue, providing community north of the Calvet State Home through the Enhanced Use Lease Program, and then providing different hubs of activities, the town center, which we've described a lot with this board. And then what we're here to talk about today, the VA operational aspects that also go into that. Next slide. So this map is also from the Master Plan 2022. I'm sorry, it's a bit blurry or small to see here, but on page 100 and 101, these are the existing uses that were captured at the time the Master Plan 2022 was released. We had a kind of extensive look at all of the buildings, the VA services that were operating in those buildings, and the buildings that were shown in the 2016 draft Master Plan, and what would be easiest for us to consolidate and move out of while we are trying to advance as much housing as possible through the parcel turnover process. So this captures kind of the range of functions that are in buildings or parcels slated for turnover to the EUL program. Since this map came out and since 2022, we've been doing a lot of work to better understand those functions, where they can go, how they can be consolidated. If you go to the next slide. We've kind of worked on updated maps that show the campus and uses to date. And some of those uses that were shown in the Master Plan 22 are now, we have effectively turned over the buildings into housing and relocated and consolidated VA services elsewhere to kind of the central part of the campus. Next slide.
So Andrew, I hate to interrupt, but I think I'm going to have to ask you to back up 2 slides and explode or zoom in on these slides, because what I really wanted the board to get was a sense of what activities are going on. And I think it's in that first slide, but we can't see anything. So I really want the board to be briefed on what buildings, what activities.
Yeah, so
we can do that graphically.
So I think, yeah, if you go back one more slide.
Up here, see, you lose Salt Springs, so you have to drag it to where it's a city.
I think he's asking about the previous slide.
That's right. And while he's doing this, I just want to emphasize to the board, the reason I asked for this briefing is twofold. One is, I don't think we can assume that the North Campus above Wilshire is a blank slate. These buildings are occupied by VA for existing activities. And so I wanted you to be aware of that. But I also want us as a board to be focused on the issue that a lot of these buildings on the North Campus have been neglected at the same rate of neglect as the housing units. And so the agency is facing a choice over the coming decades on how it's going to pay for the redevelopment of all of the North Campus buildings, not just those that the principal developer asks to have. So there's a massive assessment that needs to go on beyond what the principal developer's preferences are for housing. The agency is facing some really important long-term capital choices around the condition of these North Campus buildings. So Andrew, you think you could talk the group through each of those buildings and what's in them right now?
I can, yeah, and I think I have later slides in the presentation that are getting to the condition and uses. What we're capturing with this is the uses as of the 2022 master plan. So, I mean, if there are specific buildings that you were asking about what the use is, I mean, we can talk about those now, or I can kind of go through the presentation and then you can ask if there's any buildings I missed.
I'm just wondering if you could explain to the group which buildings on the North Campus are being used for administrative purposes, which buildings are being used for healthcare purposes, which buildings are being used for medical research. In other words, using this map right here.
So if I can, Rob, to get through some of the slides, I think I do cover this. The story I'm trying to tell here is this was the capture in 2022, and we've done advanced studies of who's in each building. So as I move through the presentation, I will have more details on the buildings that are shown in this area.
I'm sorry, I just thought this would be it, but so you're going to have a breakdown on the different buildings as it stands today.
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Make sure. So next slide. Actually, I think we're 2 ahead. So starting with, yeah, and we'll move quickly through this. These are the buildings that are open EULs. You should all be familiar with these 4 buildings. We've successfully relocated any services and turned over these buildings to the EUL program. Next slide. These are the new construction parcels that are underway. Similarly, have relocated parking requirements and provided those elsewhere. Two of the three of these were parking lots and one was an open field. Again, all under construction. Next slide. These are the parcels that are under renovation and have been turned over to the EUL program. So we're trying to be better about using building addresses rather than building numbers. So 156, 157, 158. This is 701, 711, and 721 Bonsall. These buildings were primarily vacant. 721 Bonsall or 158 included some IT functions that have relocated onto the South Campus. Building 300, I'll talk a little bit more about the food nutrition service building, has opened and relocated to south of Wilshire Boulevard, allowing that to proceed with an enhanced use lease. Building 210 or 790 Bonsall has been a primarily research occupied building and taken a pretty extensive effort to relocate the services from building 210 to building 206 and some to building 218. So these are the pre-turnover work that goes into clearing out a building and finding space elsewhere to move those services into. Go to the next slide. So I talked about building 206. What we want to highlight on this slide is where we are accommodating a lot of the services that we are working to relocate out of buildings slated for EUL turnover. So 206 has been an important building for us to create swing space in and relocate the research service out of building 210 into, as has building 218 and 220. 206 has also included a lot of the, 257 has also included a lot of the HUD-VASH service staff that were previously in building 158. So we are looking at these 4 buildings as buildings that are later, if at all, on the EUL turnover in terms of 206, and as spaces that are accommodating VA services in this North Campus area while we work to consolidate and relocate those services out of the buildings. that are in this area. But these aren't the only buildings that will accommodate those services. There are some dependencies as we look at the later phase EULs that are dependent on other VA projects from the major project program. Next slide. You mentioned facility condition assessments. This is another graphic from the Master Plan 2022. The facility condition assessment process is one that does a tabletop review, and my colleague Ed can speak a little bit more to this, but it is a kind of documentation review to determine the condition of a building, and as Rob mentions, you know, the state of whether it's requiring some sort of improvement to be brought up to excellent or good standards. And this also drives the gaps that are a part of the SCIP process. So the facility condition assessment is an important tool we use at the VA to kind of catalog the buildings in our portfolio. I think, as the board has mentioned, a lot of the buildings in this area north of the Calvet State Home, or Zone 3 from the Master Plan 2022, that housing zone, are in poor or fair condition, as are a lot of the buildings around the town center, to include 13 and 306. Also want to call out our research buildings, which are to the left in this map. And if you go to the next slide, I think there's a zoomed in. Okay, so this is the North Campus Key. Again, this is from the Master Plan 2022. So you'll note some of the buildings I talked about earlier that have already been turned over to the EUL program are showing as poor condition or very poor condition. This is, again, part of the impetus for us to convert these buildings to EULs is to also use this program to address the building condition and make better use of the buildings as veteran housing. Next slide. And then, this is where I wanted to call out the research building quad as well, is in very poor condition. Those are the buildings kind of on the left of this map. And a reason why we are not able to consolidate a lot of the research service that is in buildings like 210 or 206 or 258, those services aren't really able to function adequately in the research buildings that we do have on the further south of the campus in Zone 2, given the state of those buildings. Next slide. We've also been putting forward and doing a lot of work on doing these parcel turnovers and relocations. This slide captures different types of projects related to the turnover process, including the utility and site preps that go into parcel releases for new construction. That can include deactivation, abatement, utility reroutes. Some of the general projects that predate the PACT Act around sidewalk improvements and water improvement designs. And then on the bottom here, I want to call out the projects related to swing space. So focusing on those 4 buildings that I mentioned earlier, buildings 206, 257, 220, and 218, as well as creating new parking lots to be able to accommodate the functions and operations that are being relocated out of the North Campus to facilitate the turnover to the EUL program. Next slide. This should be a chart that most of the folks are familiar with here. This is the turnover placemat that's updated on a quarterly basis. What's shown here is the parcels that get to the 1,200 unit count. Next slide. And then I want to do kind of a deep dive on building 256 as one of the next upcoming parcel turnovers that was on the previous slide on the placemat, and what goes into conducting a relocation. So 256 right now is one that's in fair condition per the FCA reports. I think based on our spacewalks and our kind of more in-depth analysis of this building, it's not one that is providing the best space for both our administrative and clinical operations that are located in this building. So part of this move will create improved space for the staff that are in the building while turning over this building to the enhanced use lease program. There's administrative space in the building, and on the next slide, you'll see an example of some of the clinical space in this building as well. And so the next slide describes just the timeline and schedule for what goes into a relocation in terms of identifying the suitable space to relocate a service to. So they are meeting their space requirements and needs. We've got some of the clinical staff in there. We'll be going into 258 and 218, building 402 on the South Campus, and then still working to relocate our employee health on a suitable location on the South Campus. So we have a healthcare planning and space team that will work with the impacted services to do spacewalks, to review adequate space elsewhere, to provide recommendations, and to really ensure that this is as smooth a transition as it can be. No one likes to move, to be honest. It's not the easiest process to feel like you might be giving up your space. So it's one that our team puts a lot of effort and time into reviewing potential spaces and working with the end users to make sure that they're comfortable with the process and their move. Yeah, next slide. So also wanted to talk a little bit about the skip process and some of the requirements of GLA in addition to the master plan, as well as just the funding picture that the entire VISN is facing across our network area. I'm going to turn it over to my colleague Roberto from the VISN to speak to this section.
All right, good afternoon again. My name is Roberto Marshall, and I'm from VISN 22 Capital Asset Management. And I've been attending this board meeting since 3 years ago, since I joined the VA after 28 years in the Army. And I keep hearing that, and I heard it today about the budget and how to address gaps, both for space and condition. So what I did yesterday is I did a pull from the VA's financial management system on all the capital accounts specific for GLA. And I also wanted to share a comparison to the rest of the VA. So like I said, it was a data pull straight from the data management system. And as we heard this morning from Mr. Sims, you have two accounts that are no-year budgets. Those are the NRM or MF funds that are being used for the facility, and also the Leasing Act for lease revenue funds that can be used for the facility for construction projects benefiting homeless programs. And those will show in the VA system as FY94. So if you can see in 21 and 22, we have a large influx of funds from the VA normal NRM funds, and those are the projects that were funded prior to the PACT Act for the implementation of the UL. And those are the projects like the water, the sewer lines, the infrastructure improvements that were needed, funded by the VA outside the PACT Act. As you get to 23 and 24, the lower pink lines, the lines are shorter because there was an influx of PACT Act depicted in 94 funds that were split pretty much evenly between 23 and 24. And at the bottom, I just wanted to have a comparison what was allocated for Station 691, which is GLA, in comparison to the rest of the VISN. The next closest one that had a large influx of MF funds or NRM funds was San Diego. And that's because they had a lot of projects for the utility infrastructure to include the implementation of the EHRM for the facility. Next slide. Speaking about the out years for FY25 and 26, we already have 22 NRM projects 7 NRM PACT Act projects, 1 minor project and 1 major construction project, and total amounts are there. Again, I apologize, I know the numbers are small. I did not intend to do an eye test to the board, but I know the slides are provided and I just want to have that for you. On the bottom left, the skip cycle 2635. Again, skip cycle is 10-year cycle, 2 years out, with the budget year being the most important year, which is in this case, FY26. At the bottom left, you have all the projects that were submitted for normal allocation for the facility. NRM projects are submitted 3 years out. Minor construction projects are 5 years out, and major construction and leases are 10 years out. As you can see, the facility has 1 large project to address condition and space in FY35. But the important chart that we have here is, or the important graph that we have here is the gray bar, which are the projects that, as you mentioned before, there are some condition and space gaps that are not being addressed in actual projects, but still a requirement for facility to meet the requirements and close the condition or space gaps. And the total amount right now that is estimated with using the space calculation and the condition calculation is roughly about $2.6 billion for GLA. Like I mentioned before, FY26 is the most important budget year. The VISN total condition and space gap was about $22 billion. And our funding year for 26 was about 2% of that. So again, it's a big, huge problem that we understand we have, but we have identified what are the condition and the space gaps specifically for GLA in this case.
Okay, so before you move on real quickly, because I think this is probably a really important slide for us, I want to make sure I understand it and the rest of the board does too. So this slide is a budget projection based on the existing condition of structures on the North Campus or the entire campus?
The entire campus.
Okay.
So
do we have a sense as to what the capital needs are just of the North Campus, north of Wilshire?
we could, because again, the condition and space gaps are identified by building numbers. So we could extract that, but I did not do that in this graph. This is the entire Station 691, which includes Sepulveda as well, and the LAACC.
I think that'd be super useful. So I'd ask if you could, after the meeting, send a breakout to Mr. Skinner of the budget figures for north of Wilshire, north of campus, south of Wilshire and the hospital complex, and then separately the Sepulveda complex. Let me ask you another question as a budgeting question. The EUL monies are not included in the SCIP. I'm sorry. EUL funding may cover projects that are in the SCIP or not in the SCIP, correct?
That is correct. So right now, NRMs, which is MF funding, will be included in SCIP. Right now, the only ones that is not required is capital contribution under the minor construction program. They are not entering SCIP, but you will start seeing in the presidential budget some NRM projects that were projected 2 years out. The challenge that we have in implementing those into SCIP to be implemented into the presidential budget is that we were 2 years out. So some projects that were submitted back in 22 will be coming up in 25, but then reassess and they had to be moved because of changes in the parcel release. What we have done is for those SCIP entries that will be packed in front of the title number, title name of the SCIP project, identifying it as a PACT Act project for the facility under the NRM program.
Okay, another question for you. In 2022, our board recommended that the agency start including costs associated with parcel turnover to the developer and infrastructure costs in the strategic capital investment plan. Our review at that time indicated they had not been included. The secretary agreed with us, and I understand that from that point forward, as you just explained, infrastructure and exact parcel turnover costs are now included. Other than those two categories, are there other expenditures related to North Campus redevelopment that are included in the SCIP? Or is it just parcel turnover and infrastructure?
All costs over $1 million as a normal requirement for VA capital investment is capture and skip. Only the ones that are put into the normal cycle, like we just finished 2026 cycle right now for inclusion in the 26 budget, will be added to the budget. Everything else is captured and skipped as an out of cycle. So not in the budget, in skip, but as an out of cycle entry.
Okay. You're gonna have to keep educating me. I've got more questions. Next question. If the agency wanted to say, we want to create a town center area and we want to build it ourselves, what are the budget authorities under which the agency could do that? And I want you just to assume retail space, not housing. If you wanted to build a town center area with retail space, do you have budget authority to do that?
It is a possibility, for example, for projects or facilities used under VCS. So there is the possibility of doing some capital renovations for those specific buildings under the VA budget. Challenge is, as we see here, there's a large need for already, not talking about the town center, of requirements for the facility. Specifically for this one, it was $2.6 billion. So it's where do we take the funding to implement a town center amenities infrastructure from the VA overall allocation? So that is the challenge, and the thing that we're trying to figure out is how do we get to a town center with the funding allocations that we have currently?
Okay. Any other questions before you, Keith? I'm sorry, John.
The 3.6 billion, that's an infrastructure deficit at this point? Is that what you're saying?
Correct. So with the projects that the facility submitted, the ones that are in orange, there still is a requirement of $2.6 billion of additional projects, being leases, renovations, new construction to address both the condition and space gaps for the facility.
So any new funding requirements set for a VCS operation would have to come out of that existing thought. Roger, thank you. Sorry, this is John Bursler, by the way.
And so just so we're talking about the same, $2.6 billion is the deficit for all of this campus and the Sepulveda campus. The number for this particular campus is 1.4 billion. And that could include activities south of Wilshire related to the hospital. Do you know how much of that 1.4 is the new acute care tower a part of that 1.4?
In this case, it's not, because that was approved in previous skip cycles. So the only one is what's not included in the 25 to 26 operating plan. This is strictly what is being projected from 26 to 35.
Okay, let me ask you another question. Just to kind of give a sense of what's possible, do you have any sense as to what the most ambitious project ever for the veteran canteen services? You know, what the largest project they've ever done or the largest population they've served in the nation?
They have provided us some examples as we have engaged. As we mentioned earlier, VCS is on the table and is interested, but they have provided some examples of ambitious projects that they have in other VAs, but they do identify that this is a possibility for a new venture, a new way of delivering services through the VCS.
And do you have a sense as to whether or not VCS could operate a canteen out of Building 300, which will be an enhanced use lease?
It is a possibility for some of the space that is being set aside, and they are contemplating the option, but again, it's still, they want to figure out how to model it to provide the services. It was mentioned before, we build it, they will come, but we still got to make sure that we're building the right services so they can come.
Let me just, this is Ed Amador. So VCS, yeah. So VCS regularly does not have their own.
Sorry, could you identify yourself for
Yeah,
that?
Ed Amador, I'm the chief engineer. So VCS canteen services usually does not have their own capital funding like the rest of the VA, you know, VBA or VHA. Normally, what they fund is if you take a floor plan and you shake it and everything that falls off, like equipment, this and that, shelving, providing the services, that's what they provide. They don't have capital money associated to develop projects, for example. So that would have to come from VHA or the VA and not necessarily the canteen service. So you know, so that's.
Understood. Okay. You want to resume?
Yeah, I think, again, might be a good follow-up topic for the board to have VCS present and provide. We don't want to speak on behalf of VCS and kind of commit or not commit them to something. So want to make sure we get through the slides here. Thanks, Ed and Roberto. But I think it's a good line of questioning on the capabilities around VCS. And I echo what Roberto had said. We've started those work groups looking at their interests and capabilities and the economic feasibility.
Yeah, I mean, look, I will tell you, I was surprised and heartened to hear the answer, Roberto, because I think in the past I've heard this answer that the agency can't spend on the town center. And it sounds like we could. The question then becomes, what's the structure of the lease and who are the tenants? And it sounds like, from one point of view, VCS is a very viable tenant. But it is news to me to hear the agency saying that there are funding authorities that would allow us to build a town center on this campus.
Well, and again, it's just like the VCS canteen services that we have in this building. That is the authority to provide those types of amenities. There's still some amenities that we have questions on. How to provide transportation, how to provide the additional security that the community requires. Is trying to figure out. So right now, the answer that I gave is using the normal VA, VCS provided, just like we have a canteen in this building, and 306.
Okay, thank you again.
All right, we'll go to the next slide. So mentions earlier about building 300, and I think we've talked about this. So the new kitchen building 300 replacement has been completed on the South Campus. Similarly, as part of that same major seismic program, there is plans to renovate building 212, and it's currently in design with construction anticipated in fiscal year 26 for subacute mental health beds. Using a CLC type floor plan model. Next slide. Then wanted to focus a little bit on the bottom half of that parcel release and some of the dependencies around these later phase buildings, especially the buildings that are also contemplated as potential. For example, one of the last parcels to get us to 1,200 units relies on the completion of the new VA police building and relocation of that service, which will go where lot 17 is by the kind of Eisenhower Gate, closer to where our care treatment and rehabilitative services program is. That new position for the police building will kind of enhance their ability to serve the entire campus, and we're excited about having this kind of upgraded headquarters for the VA police as security's kind of top of mind for the operation of this new community. But to be able to turn over this parcel for new construction, we're not going to be able to do that until the new police headquarters is operational. Similarly, some of the parcels that are contemplated beyond the 1,200 units are dependent on a long-term solution for our research service. There's a new consolidated research building that is part of the major construction program, but is still to be determined in terms of how exactly this would come forward and what the timing of that would look like. So as we look at some of those later phase parcels, it's important to note the VA dependencies to be able to actually execute those enhanced use leases. Next slide. The South Campus also has a lot of reinvestment going into this area and increasing the just functionality and especially the utilities and capabilities of the South Campus. We just had an industry day for the construction of the critical care center, which will replace the healthcare functions in this building. There's plans for a new boiler plant, a cup, and new parking structure, all as part of the South Campus redevelopment. Let me pause here. Ed, anything you would wanted to add to?
Yeah, I just want to say, there's been a lot of graphics, but,
Get into that microphone.
sorry. As you probably know, north of the state home, is where most of the UL development is. And there's been not only great amount of funding going in to get the parcels ready, but also get all the utilities ready. So there's been electrical, gas, we're doing water system. We're going to be rehabbing the sewer and storm drain. So that whole area that's going to have housing is getting the proper funding to getting developed, besides. Then there's areas of the facility that are south of the state home. There's a band of projects, buildings like the nursing homes that we have, 215 to 13, the other buildings like 212 that is going to be developed, the police building, that whole band almost north of Wilshire that is going to remain under VHA. It has its challenges, and we're getting projects to continue developing that area. But the major emphasis is the relocation of clinical functions to the South Campus, and this is what that shows. The new hospital that is completing design development and is going into construction documents. And there's a timeline that basically hard to read here, but is going into solicitation and award for August of 2026. And then it goes for a 4-year period of construction. That is a major deal. That is $1 billion that VHA, has set aside for this campus to develop a new hospital. Together with that hospital, we're getting a new power plant. We're getting the parking structure that is being developed by Metro for the VA, which is next to the new hospital, is going to support the hospital. A new boiler plant that is being funded by Division to actually operate for the entire campus. All this development is happening in the South Campus, and that's where the major concentration or future concentration of development for the campus is. And, the CCC, which is the Critical Care Tower, is an approved project that is basically going forward. One of the issues that we face is trying to get funding and getting advanced the new research building, trying to get those buildings released from the north. And that project is still under review because it became too big and too expensive, So we started with a certain amount, and now it's phasing the border of the $500 million in cost. So right now they're looking at the program and trying to see if they can scale it down to basically make it into a more viable project. And that's going to be the next step to see if that project can be viable and can advance. That's going to be able to free up the 3 research buildings that are going to be needed for future partial release. So I cover a lot of money at the same time. That there was some conversation about the deficiencies of the facility in general and how much money is West Los Angeles that has, either systems or building deficiencies that are rated as worst conditions. And we actually use a scale of D and F. We don't use E. And that is borrowing over $600 million in general. There's a new study that was done last year, and that's pretty much where it's coming from at. It excluded some of the EEL buildings already as they're being turned over. That figure used to be almost like in the $900 million. So that doesn't count that, these are the deficiencies. When we get the new hospital, we're gonna be correcting a lot of deficiencies and issues that are going on in the South Campus. So that's just a point of reference. But at the same time that we're developing in the north for the UL, the middle band for VA, and then the South Campus, we're going to be chipping away a lot of these deficiencies. So hopefully that gives you a little bit of a picture.
Yeah, insight. And I think just to close out the slides here, go to the next one. Summarize with the 233 units that are open and over 500 under construction. We've put a lot of work and time into relocating services and coming up with sequenced plans to accommodate the VA services that are partially occupying some of these EULs that are entering or entered the construction process. We are continuing, as I've mentioned, to chip away at our facility condition assessments and use those assessments to make determinations about where space moves happen. Some of our challenges continue to be swing space and how do we have temporary spaces, whether they're trailers or refurbishments to buildings in that middle band that can accommodate our services. The research major we've talked a lot about. A big footprint in this area is our research service and how do we come up with a long-term solution for the research service. And making sure that, as Roberto mentioned, we have an understanding. I think we've used the word facility a lot to refer to our healthcare system and the requirements across this property, Sepulveda, and our downtown ambulatory care center. And how do we balance the requirements of all three of these locations to make sure that we are serving veterans in top-notch facilities across our healthcare system and moving forward NRM projects that address issues across these three locations. Looking forward, we continue to do space inventories of locations both here and at Sepulveda and validate that space. And then working with the developers and our colleagues in OAEM to make sure that that turnover timeline is accurate and that we are accelerating parcels where we can to deliver housing as fast as possible. So I think that's the last of the slides. Are there other questions? I believe we have about 10 or 15 minutes left yet.
I think that's it. I think our next presentation is from LA Metro. Thank you, Mr. String. Oh, I'm sorry, Rob. I didn't see your name card being up.
Thank you all, and thanks, Andrew, Roberto, Ed. So maybe just a little perspective on this would help give some clarity. What's that? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm supposed to say my name. This is Rob Merchant, Interim Medical Center Director. So the average age of VA hospitals, buildings like this one in VHA right now is about 60 years old. There is currently one VA hospital under construction in the country in Louisville, Kentucky. Our replacement for this building, which will be built right outside these windows here, is the only project like that in the president's budget for next year. And everything that Ed described in terms of timelines for construction and groundbreaking are dependent on a congressional appropriation. We do not have that yet. So we are anticipating, I'll say that, to come this year. If VHA were to modernize the entire system, we would need to be replacing 4 hospitals every year. Ours alone is north of $1 billion for the building itself and then the ancillary services that Ed described. So it is an enormous investment that's not only being managed here at GLA, and that's what I care about, but also across the entire country and the whole system. And Andrew, not to grade your papers, but it's not 3 facilities, it's 11. We have our major facility here in West Los Angeles, our 150 acres in the valley, our big building in downtown Los Angeles, but we also have 8 outpatient clinics around our system that aren't cheap and need replacing, and we are in the process of doing that as well. So there are a lot of things going into this process, and that huge number you heard in the facility condition assessment, the FCA, I don't think there's a VA facility in the country that will ever get to 0. and say that that is always an assessment and a planning tool. This is a very, very complex process, as you could hear and see. And the ultimate goal of moving these facilities south is what we are driving toward. The research building is really probably my biggest concern right now. And that building is competing against a different pot of funds for seismic replacement than the ones that this is. And that's a whole nother issue that could be a whole nother discussion. I'll pause there. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Andrew and gentlemen. Our next presentation will be from LA Metro.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Okay. All right, fantastic. Good afternoon. My name is Zipporah Yamamoto, and I am Deputy Executive Officer with Metro Art, overseeing our Percent for Art programs, cultural programming, exhibitions, and art asset management. And I'm joined by two members of my team today, Claire Haggerty and Zoe Teleporis, who are in the back of the room, and will probably look very familiar to many people in this room because many people here have spent a lot of time with them over the last several months and even likely more than a year. So thank you very much for the opportunity to share our progress on the art program for the future station serving the West LA VA. Just a note about me myself, I am not a veteran. Both of my grandfathers and my father served our country. And there are many veterans in my family, including my niece, who served most recently. I hold the deepest respect for our nation's veterans and active duty members of the military, and my colleagues at Metro share these values. And I think that you will see those values come through in what we share with you today. Our team has provided periodic updates to the VCOEB in 2018 and in 2023, and I'm happy to be back today. And if we could go to the next slide. I'm very happy to be here today to provide a walkthrough of the art program for the station, including the strategy and results of our outreach campaign to veterans and veteran organizations, how the artwork for the future station concourse has incorporated feedback from the veteran community, and how the artwork is now focused on the history of the West LA VA campus, the home, with many references to materials from the Bandini Foundation archives and the West LA VA Historic Archives. Next slide. Many of you are likely familiar with the D-Line subway extension project. It includes 7 new stations beyond the current terminus at Wilshire Western to create a 1-seat ride to the West LA VA Medical Center. So if you look at the far left of the map, you can see the location of the future station. And please note the station names that are indicated on this map are temporary construction names. So these are not the operational names of the stations. These are temporary names. Next slide. The stations serving the West LA VA will be located at the intersection of Wilshire and Bonsall, and it is currently under construction. You likely noticed the construction when you arrived today. Next slide. So recognizing that the station creates new accessibility and will serve veterans near and far, our strategy has been to engage veterans and veteran organizations throughout LA County to partner with veteran community leadership, with veteran community leadership for their guidance and expertise. And here I just want to pause for a moment and extend a heartfelt thank you to Jim Zenner. I don't see him in the room here today, but he and his team with the LA County Department of Military Affairs, as well as the Veterans Advisory Commission, have provided a lot of helpful feedback recommendations, and also introductions to connect us with folks and make sure the voices of veterans are heard. And so thank you. That really allowed us to meet people where they are and to gather authentic feedback and incorporate that feedback into the station art program, and to ensure that all 5 of the artworks for the station reflect the diversity of the veteran community. So next slide. So here are the results. Visitors to the station will experience 5 artworks that include monumental portraits of veterans, artworks by veterans, and the history of the National Soldiers' Homes. What you're looking at here are details on this slide, and I'm going to share the full artwork experience as well as what visiting the station will feel like in the slides ahead. So let's go to the next slide. So recognizing the diversity and varied life experiences of the veteran community and to connect with future users of the station, the 5 commissioned artworks reflect a diversity of styles and approaches, and you'll see that reflected as we walk through the artworks. Next slide. So we'll start at the North Plaza. The North Plaza was developed as part of several improvements made back in 2012 in coordination with the West LA VA during preliminary engineering. And these improvements included moving the station entrance 100 feet closer to the main hospital entrance, refining pedestrian circulation to make it less circuitous and to improve passenger connectivity, particularly for patrons with disabilities, and creating an ADA compliant pedestrian bridge that would reduce impact to access ramps at the intersection of Wilshire and Bonsall and create a dedicated pickup and drop-off zone to prevent Metro passengers who are not veterans or VA staff from being dropped off or picked up within the VA campus. Construction of that North Plaza and the pedestrian bridge was originally scheduled for 2026, but it's now scheduled to begin in July, and we're still pinpointing the date for that. And this construction of the North Plaza and the pedestrian bridge does require us to remove a small section, less than 5% of an existing mural that I'm sure you're all familiar with, the National Veterans Memorial mural, which was created in the 90s. And you see that immediately in the area. The entirety of that mural is located on LA County property. And so if we go to the next slide, you can see a rendering that shows the impacted section of the mural. So to the left, areas of the mural that will not be impacted. So the remaining more than 95% of the mural, as well as at the far left, you can see that there is a location there that is identified, and actually excavation has started on that site for a new mosaic artwork designed by veterans that honors the section of the mural that will be impacted by construction. So if we go to the next slide, you can see a close-up view. So this is the area of the existing mural that will be impacted. And if we go to the next slide, the remainder of the mural, over 95%, will not be impacted and will be protected in place during construction. If we go to the next slide, so mitigation for this impact has been extensive and ongoing for several years. We have conducted ongoing outreach to the veteran community about this impact since 2017. And we also included this in the project environmental documents that were widely circulated. The mitigation plan was developed in consultation with the National Veterans Foundation, who developed the mural with the artist, Peter Stewart, who is now deceased, and many volunteers, and who own the rights to the existing mural, as well as with the veteran community. So a new mosaic artwork, the Veterans Legacy Art Project, honors the section of the existing mural that will be removed. Veterans developed the design for the new artwork through a series of over 20 workshops with local community arts organization Piece by Piece, and many of those workshops were held here on the West LA VA campus. Feedback meetings were held with veterans and veteran organizations throughout Los Angeles County, Plaques telling the story of the mural are currently in development with the National Veterans Foundation. And we have received positive responses to all parts of this. So the process, the mitigation plan, and the artwork design. The West LAVA and LA County, as well as the National Veterans Foundation, have been key partners, and LA County will own and maintain the new artwork. So if we go to the next slide, you can see a rendering of the North Plaza, and the area in pink is where the new artwork will be. And then if we go to the next slide, this is the artwork design, which was created with veterans, working with piece by piece through a series of hands-on workshop. This design honors the impacted section of the mural and incorporates both references to the impacted section of the mural, and you'll see boots and service members, as well as elements that veteran participants felt would create a more inclusive experience, and really thinking about how things have evolved since the 90s. So representing all branches of the military and including more women and more people of color in the imagery. And this will be directly across the street from the impacted section of the mural. We go to the next slide. After you safely cross Wilshire from the North Plaza, you'll reach the main entrance to the station right across from the hospital. And the artwork area at the entry pavilion is noted here in pink. So it starts at the plaza or street level with large glass panels surrounding the stairs, and it continues on the walls next to the escalators and the stairs all the way down to the ticketing area. So these renderings give you an idea of the artwork locations, which are integral to the architectural design. Next slide. We heard from veterans that this location should act as a transition point between the outside world and the home, and that it would be best if this portal didn't project an experience on people, but let them just breathe and feel calm, as many people will be coming to the hospital and the campus for care and recovery. So the station entrance features a welcoming and healing artwork. The artists for this project took photographs of the neighborhood around the future station, filtered them through prisms in their studio, and then re-photographed those results. So that's what you're looking at here. These are site-specific photographs, and they'll appear in the artwork as vibrant shapes and colors and effects with painterly textures. But if you look closely, you'll be able to find hidden images of plants and architecture from the West LAVA campus and nearby Wilshire Boulevard integrated into the design. So this design really thinks about the glass entryway as a prism-like object that will reflect light and images down into the station. And this will be fabricated out of glass and glass tile. So if we go to the next slide. So as you descend into the station, you'll come to the ticketing area. And the artwork for this area is the pink location that you see. So it'll be pink in every single slide that you see today. And it will wrap around the area above the ticket vending machines. And if we go to the next slide, let's take a look at the entirety of the design. So this artwork is meant to be a calming landscape collage, and it collages images of Los Angeles architecture and local flora found around the West LAV campus and the surrounding area. The design includes artworks by veterans served by the West LAVA that were created during a series of art mentorship workshops with outreach targeted to the veteran community specifically. This artwork is intended to bring peace and calm into a space that can be busy with riders headed towards their destination. And this will be a glass tile artwork. It'll be fabricated from glass tile. Next slide. Then after you go through the fare gates, you'll pass through the concourse on your way to the platform. And the artwork area here again is represented in pink. And if we go to the next slide. So this artwork will actually be one full mural, but you can see it here. It's separated into two halves so that you can actually see what the imagery is in the presentation. And this will be fabricated in mosaic tile. So here, this is an old version of the artwork. This isn't the artwork now, but this is a previous version of the artwork at 50% design. And based on community feedback, this design has been significantly updated. So next slide, please. So there were many, many meetings with the veteran community to gather feedback on the concourse artwork design, and you can see how many there were. And at those meetings, if we go to the next slide, this is the feedback that we heard. So reconsider any references to Westwood and UCLA. Focus on the VA campus history and plans for the future. People liked and asked us to keep the panorama concept, but also asked us to focus that panorama specifically on the soldier's home and narrow the focus. Include more veteran imagery and less military hardware. Work with the Bandini Family Archives. People like the focus on history, so keep historical imagery, but really focus that historical imagery on the West LA VA site. Reconsider the dinosaurs, and there was a question about their historical accuracy, and to consider adding the National Cemetery. And so what we agreed upon was to work with the artist to incorporate feedback and to share the revised designs prior to fabrication. So if we go to the next slide, this is how the feedback has been incorporated. So the artist has been responsive and has made multiple revisions, which have been positively received. The focus of the artwork is now on the history of the National Soldiers' Home and plans for the future of this campus. This is reflected in the imagery and in the ribbon holding the title at the center of the artwork, which now references the history of the Pacific branch of the National Home for Disabled Volunteer Soldiers. The artist worked very closely with the Bandini family and the West LA Historic Archives to implement this feedback, visiting the Bandini Family Archives and the West LA VA Historical Archives, where he was given access to thousands and photographs and documents that directly inform the design. And at this point, I just want to pause for a moment and extend a deep thank you to Christine Berry, to you, and to your family, and to the foundation staff who worked with our team on this and worked with the artist on this. And also to Tess Banco, who's been very, very helpful as well as Mr. Andrew Strain and Mr. Robert Merchant and Ms. Chelsea Black here with the West LA VA. We really appreciate your help and guidance in addressing this and being able to incorporate this feedback into the artwork, but also to better understand the history of this place. All of the references to UCLA and Westwood are now removed. The artist also added this overall theme of butterflies. So butterflies here symbolize rebirth, like a butterfly emerging from a cocoon, as a metaphor for veterans' new life after service. And just as butterflies migrate, members of the military go away and then come home after military service. And the butterflies are also accurate to the region. They're part of the history of this place too. And from a formal perspective, they're really going to stand out as pops of color in this landscape. The artwork now includes portraits of historical figures tied to the land. More images of veterans have been added in and out of uniform, including more female veterans and veterans of color. More buildings from the campus have been added, and plans for revitalization of the campus are referenced. You can see in the images, you'll see scaffolding and construction workers wearing bright orange, so bringing that orange, that hope for the future, into the artwork as well. The National Cemetery has been added, reflecting the reality of lives lost. Additional entrance gates with soldiers' home signs have been included. There are fewer images of military hardware and more focus on the history of the land and the dinosaurs, which in fact were not historically accurate. So thank you for that feedback, were removed, and they are no longer in the artwork. So we could go to the next slide. It's hard to see here, but when the updated design reached 80% completion, we took it on the road to obtain feedback from the broad veteran community. We returned to everyone we gained initial feedback from and met with every person and every organization that was recommended to us. We went to a lot of town hall meetings as well. Next slide. And the purpose of these meetings was to obtain feedback on the progress that had been made to the design so far and make sure the artwork was on the right track. The feedback was overwhelmingly positive, with gratitude expressed to the artist and for the process, as well as the design and the feedback incorporated. We have heard a lot of people express connection to the butterfly metaphor and appreciation for how both the history and the home is captured in the artwork. And if we go to the next slide. So this is the full updated 100% design. And to the wonderful person who is controlling the slideshow, feel free to zoom in if you would like at any point so people can get a good look at it. It looks small here, but it will be much larger, about 10 feet tall when it's installed at the station. So as you're viewing this, you'll really feel like you are walking through a landscape that is very close to real scale. The artwork references historical photographs from the 1887 Fund, the Bandini Foundation, the West LAVA Archives to create a panoramic mural that celebrates the history of the National Soldiers Home as well as the future as the property is being revitalized. The scene spans multiple time periods and features the founding of the home, the campus's historic and contemporary buildings such as the Wadsworth Chapel, National Soldiers Home plaques, the National Cemetery, and the main hospital. Horse-drawn carriages and trams travel alongside buses from different eras. Brightly colored butterflies create dynamic movement across the mural, transcending the various time periods. The veterans are the constant. And those butterflies symbolize rebirth and renewal of veterans reintegrating into civilian life and returning home after service. We go to the next slide. And then finally, you'll go down one more level to the platform to catch your train. And again, the pink areas here show where the artworks will be. And if we go to the next slide. So monumental portraits of veterans are featured here in this design for the platform. The artist began his research by interviewing veterans from different backgrounds about their pre-military, military, and post-military lives. Each portrait is surrounded by objects and images that represent each individual's personal interests, military service, and other significant facets of their lives to tell their whole story. On the train walls, the artwork continues as an undulating dog tag chain, punctuated with objects of significance from each veteran's stories. Writers will find moments of connection with the people and images in the artwork, and this will be fabricated in porcelain, enamel, steel panels. And I also just want to mention that we did do a Meet the Artist event recently where the artist shared a short film about the lives of each of these people and their stories. And if you are interested in seeing that, you can find that on our website at metro.net/art. And we're happy to provide a direct link if folks are interested, so you can take a look at that. Excuse me, so you can take a look at that. Next slide. As of today, 150 probably isn't exactly accurate. I'd say at this point, it's probably hundreds of veterans and over 25 organizations that provide services to veterans have been engaged so far, and we're still going. Next slide. Coming up, we'll return to the LA County Veterans Advisory Commission to brief them too on the finalized design. So you're seeing that today, and they'll have an opportunity to see that soon. We are also proposing a memorialization and recognition event before there are any impacts to the portion of the existing mural on Wilshire and Bonsall. And this would likely be planned with and hosted here at the West LA VA. And the purpose would be to pay respects to the National Veterans Mural that was created in the 1990s, to recognize the participants in the development of the new mosaic artwork through the Veterans Legacy Art Project, and to issue special certificates to them, recognize them for their participation. And there will be ongoing Meet the Artist events, engagement, and recognition opportunities as we move through construction. Next slide. And we hope that you will join us at one of these events if you are local, or if you're not local and you'll be visiting Los Angeles. And if you would like to receive updates on any of our upcoming projects, programming, and art opportunities, feel free to scan the QR code here or visit metro.net/art to subscribe for email updates. Thank you very much for your time, and I would be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Patricia?
Thank you. This is Patricia Wajuwaku. Thank you for that presentation. In regards to the mural that's going to be removed, the less than 5%, is there a plan to either try to preserve or repurpose or do anything with that, or is it just going to be destroyed?
That is a very good question, and that is something that we did look into as soon as we knew that there would be impacts to the mural. And unfortunately, the wall itself is not in a condition that will allow it to be preserved in any way. But it is fully documented, so we have documented it, and we do have that documentation. But in terms of preserving the actual physical wall, the condition of the wall prevents us from doing that.
No, sorry. All of the artwork that you presented here will be up and available at the time the metro station opens. Is that how?
That's correct. That's correct.
Any other questions? Lori?
Really just a kudos to you and your team for having taken this project so seriously. And I mean, I can't even imagine how many rubber chicken potlucks and, bad coffee and appetizers and everything that you've been to, talking with folks and getting the veteran voice. And it's just, it's so exciting. I just have to thank you so much. And I know it's been quite a process, but you and your team have been so open, so responsive. And I just think that this is spectacular. So please pass on my thanks.
Thank you so much. And I'll just say that Claire and Zoe are right here, and they are the ones who really have been working so closely with the veteran community. I really appreciate your comments. Thank you. And directing it back to them to thank them for their excellent work.
I want to echo Lori's comments. Really heartened to have seen the improvement in the artwork. I think we all wanted visitors to the metro station to understand this land as having a history beyond what's easily discerned. And I think the artwork that you've worked to create here will cause people to be curious, and that's the best thing. The fact that it's the western terminus of the Purple Line should tell us a lot about how significant for many years this station's likely to be. Many people in LA are going to engage the identity of this campus now as a veteran campus because of the artwork. And so I'm proud not only of Metro, I'm also super proud of the board because we issued a recommendation a few years ago that got the secretary to weigh in and say, yeah, we do need more veteran input. So I'm really heartened by what great progress has been made. Thank you again.
Thank you very much to the board as well.
We're running a bit early, but I think we ought to start the next presentation if we can, just because we have a lot to discuss during the recommendation section. So we were going to hear a presentation from VA Police.
Afternoon. My name is Keith Lamb. I'm a special agent with the VA Office of Security and Law Enforcement. Try to do this without. What's that? All right. My name is Keith Lamb. I'm a special agent with the VA Office of Security and Law Enforcement. Work in our Law Enforcement Oversight and Criminal Investigation Division. So our office basically provides policy for the VA policing units in the field. We also provide oversight, protection detail for the secretary, a couple other functions inside VACO related to emergency management and the management and staffing of the integrated operations center. Next slide. So a couple of things where I was asked to come speak to you today about a couple of different concerns that were raised. 3 different topics we'll talk about today. Back in 2018, VA OIG conducted a evaluation and issued a report that gave some findings related to inadequate governance of the VA police programs and medical centers. We'll talk about the status of that. I'm also going to talk about the VA police in relation to California Welfare and Institution Code 5150. And then we'll also talk about VA police duty to domicile policy. So I'll go through a couple of these things. These are just a quick couple of bullets on what the report from 2018 found. There was issues with VHA and our office that they felt we were not appropriately tracking and assessing police program operations. There wasn't clear guidance related to police program requirements, no centralized police program management function. They felt that our operation in the VA about how we manage the system is inconsistent with other federal agencies. There was no facility appropriate police officer staffing models, shortages of VA police officers nationwide, and recruitment issues, lack of documented recruitment plans. Next slide. Lack of pay opportunities. There's quite a few HR related and staffing concerns. The effect of no staffing models and the impact of having inadequate staffing. New officer qualifications. Timely inspections of VA police operations and our police program inspections and the re-inspections and the visits that our office does, as well as insufficient personnel to inspect program. So that's why our office wasn't able to do a lot of inspections, because we were understaffed at the time. And then VA officers lacked guidance on investigating facility leaders who manage their police program and control its resources. Next. So a couple of recommendations that came from the IG. The first one was that, in summary, they really wanted to find out what's the centralized management of the VA police. That's been a question for the years as to who kind of owns VA police reports. For lack of better, reports to a couple of different masters. And that's really difficult. The VA police, they work for the facility leadership, but they also have our office that provides oversight. And now we're going to talk a little bit more as we move forward about a new office that was developed in VHA as well. So the OIG looked at that and really asked the simple question is, who owns the VA police? And there were certainly some challenging questions to answer to that. As you can see from 2018, it's 2024 and that finding's still open just because of that. There's some real challenges. We've provided responses to the IG over the years. They've been not happy with the responses because they don't think that they're crystal clear enough. We feel that we've provided them that clarity the best that we can. Things haven't changed. The VA police are still managed locally by the facilities. We have 140 field units across the country, to include Puerto Rico, Hawaii, that we're just standing up this year, and Alaska. So those facilities, those police chiefs report directly to the medical center director. That has not changed. There's no vision that that's going to change at all. Next slide. One of the things that did come from this that did get established in VHA is they created the Office of the Senior Security Officer, so the OSSO. That puts them in line with VHA, as our office sits in Central VACO's central office. One of the things that they did in OSSO is they established 18 VISN security officers. So that creates a VISN position, much like most of the other programs have in the VISN. That's the lead for the police in that VISN. So that kind of connects the dots between that office in VHA and field operations. Again, the alignment, supervision, the direct reporting didn't change. It just creates a better flow of communication through VHA with the OSSO's office. It puts somebody in the field as well. Our office conducts program inspections. There's very few. We're on a cycle now. It's every 3 years. So a lot of what we do, the gap is filled in by this VISN security officers annually. They're able to go out and do visits. They're able to be responsible for a smaller area in each VISN. They're able to have that interaction with your local leadership, your local medical center leadership, your VISN leadership, as well as the OSSO's office. Next slide. Recommendation number 2 talked about staffing. the biggest thing with the staffing models and recruitment and things like that. In 2021, VA released VA Directive 07331, which was that. It was a directive for police staffing. So that established a pretty clear policy on what your staffing should look like. The biggest pieces that came from that as well was the required staffing of your emergency departments with a static post for a police officer to be inside the emergency rooms at all times. Obviously, these were unfunded when the directive came out, so facilities at the time were already facing challenges. This is one of those things where they highlight you're already having challenges filling positions. Here's 5, 6, 8 more positions you're going to need to add to that as well. So there's certainly challenges in the field going there. This has been in place since 2021. When we conduct our program inspections, we evaluate this and see if facilities are doing it. I can tell you it's still a challenge. Most of the facilities have not been able to do this yet because of recruitment and staffing concerns. They just haven't been able to get the bodies they need to get there. Next slide. Recommendation number 3. This kind of feeds into number 2. This talked about recruitment plans for police officer positions and the termination for special salary rates. That's been moved forward, obviously, with the release of VA Directive 0730. Over the last 2-3 years now, there's also been the development of standardized police organizational charts, as well as standardized position descriptions that are being used in the field now. There's been a big push to be able to use the special salary rates and incentives and a lot of support at the central office level to use these. Now, obviously, the challenges come when it makes it down to the facility level to figure out where that is. But the tools are there and how that helps move forward to fill some of these positions. Next. Recommendation number 4 talked about our issues in our office with our staffing. As well, they determined that we were understaffed. We weren't conducting inspections like with the amount of inspections we should have. Reinvestigations and coming back for reinspections, we weren't able to do that. Sometimes, obviously, challenges in the VA. We went through a full year of an evaluation of our staffing. Just when that finished, they decided that they wanted to do another one a year later. So we went 3 full years while they determined how many staff we should get. Then we had to wait 2 budget cycles to get the money to do it. So we are currently recruiting right now to have those 5 positions on board in 2024. And then we will move for another 5 positions in 2026. So obviously from 2018 to 2026, it's going to take us a little bit to get to where we need to be. We're hoping that that's going to help us be able to get out and do more site visits as well. Next slide. The 5th recommendation, this came about, questions came about as they talked about, the OIG had some concerns about how the VA police have to report to the medical center director, but what if there's an allegation made against the medical center director? What does that look like? How do you investigate allegations made against your boss and not have concerns about your employment? There was a misunderstanding by the IG. We tried to clarify this before the report. They still wanted it put into the record. So there's never been an indication that VA police would conduct administrative investigations into facility leadership. Criminal investigations, they would involve our office and the IG as well. So that would kind of ease that along with that part. We also released a new SOP nationwide for misconduct allegations. So they're not managed in the field anymore. We have a centralized database now that we started October 1 of this year. All allegations of misconduct for VA police and any senior leadership medical center directors that are reported to the VA police then come to us. They're triaged by us. Some of those we refer to the IG, some of those we may refer to the Office of Whistleblower Protection, Office of Special Counsel. Those are some of the offices that we may refer some of those to. But we did clarify that there's no expectation that the local field units of VA police would conduct investigations related to medical center leadership. Next. All right, moving to the next topic. The question, and I'll go through the question, says, OSNLE has restricted VA police at GLA from utilizing the California Welfare and Institutions Code 5150 to redirect the most vulnerable veterans in crisis from the criminal justice system to a mental health system. What's the rationale behind this restriction? So this has been a challenge nationwide. There is no set federal law on mental health, what the VA has to do is that we rely on local structure to base our procedures on. California, the local California laws, the California Welfare Institution Code 5150, I'll just refer to it as 5150. Basically, the part of it that's related to this is with the VA police. It says that law enforcement officer, a peace officer is how they describe it there. So in 5150, they define a police officer, what a peace officer and what they can do. They don't specifically identify that a VA police would be a peace officer. We've had several over the years. There's a couple of Office of General Counsel opinions from years past. Office of General Counsel's given the opinion that VA police officers would not meet the definition of a peace officer in the state of California. However, not here on the slides, under Penal Code 830.8, there is a caveat that's in there for federal law enforcement officers. However, we have agency policy that says we can't, as VA police officers, you can't be authored, you can't be deputized and receive powers from the state. Like I talked about, we have 140 different police units. If we had police units across the country be able to go out and get deputized and begin to absorb state powers and be able to do them, we'd have a pretty significant problem trying to manage a federal agency that can do that. Next slide. So I kind of touched on that a little bit. I got ahead of myself. Where it talks about not meeting the defined code under the initial penal code for the peace officer. It talked about OGC's opinions. They still, even before coming here, I went and had one more time, another discussion with them. It's still the same opinion that they have. Now, we talk about, in the next slide. So I talked about what we can do, what can we do? So obviously the question that came up is how do we get veterans and those that are in need in the services, what we can do. So without having the federal law that relates to mental health commitments, I talked about how we have to rely on the state structure. Though VA police officers don't have the authority to enact a 5150, OGC's opined several times in the past and just reaffirmed it for us now that police officers are part of the healthcare team. So if a medical provider or doctor locally uses the 5150 and VA police officers have to enforce that or take an action as part of that, it's certainly supported by the agency. That's in policy, that's in the mental health directives that VA police officers can do. We use the most reasonable force, the minimum amount of force that we need to get that person the services that they need. In the facility, obviously that's ideal. With a campus like this, you've got challenges. It's understood. If your officers, a good example, like I put their officers around the parking lot, they're engaging with someone, you're not going to have a doctor standing there being able to say, yes, put them on a 5150, bring them to the emergency room. OGC's opined in the past as well that if it's the intent of the officer, if that officer's doing the right thing, that officer feels this person's in danger to themselves or others, they can use reasonable force to get them to the healthcare provider in that emergency situation, they can get that veteran into the ER for care. It does limit where it gets a little kind of dicey off of that is if they try to transport off of the campus or takes them some other place. OGC's opinion is that if you're trying to provide emergency services based on an emergent need, that you would be supported because VA police are part of the healthcare team. Next slide. I just kind of put this in here because I think it's important, especially the way that the question was proposed. VA police officers are empowered and encouraged to use discretion at all times, every aspect. Obviously, one of the cornerstones of VA policing is voluntary compliance and trying to do what we can and try to minimize the impact. The last thing we want to do is see someone that's here on campus, either came here for care, that needs mental health services and needs help, and introducing them to the criminal justice system. So we want to make sure that everyone understands, like that's by no means what the VA police are about. There's no intent for that. We certainly support it. Training's out there. It's echoed in several of our department policies that you should be using good discretion, and if someone needs help, that should be the foremost action. Next slide. This one, the question came up about duty to domicile. So in short, duty to domicile is basically police officers being able to take their firearms home. So right now, we do have a current policy for that. Current policy allows for chiefs, deputy chiefs, and our canine handlers to be able to take their agency-issued firearms home. Purposes for that, so obviously with the canine handlers, if they get a call out and they have their dog at home with them, they need to respond to a VA facility. We want to make sure that they have all their tools available. Chiefs and deputy chiefs, it's the same way. If they're at home, they've got a like here in GLA, you've got multi-campuses. The chief needs to go someplace in the middle of the night or after hours, should be able to just go to that location without having to go back to the station to get their tools. There also is, our office also allows for some deviations of policy at times under specific search situations where we also allow for criminal investigators and supervisors to take their firearms home. Right now, that's currently under a case-by-case situation. An example would be if there's a supervisor that supervises multiple clinics that have VA police officers at. Same scenario, if that supervisor needed to go to a clinic or works out of one clinic one day, maybe a different clinic the next day, it doesn't make sense for them to have to drive all the way back to the medical center and drop their firearm off. So we allow them to take that home. Again, those are looked at on a case-by-case basis. That policy for our canine handlers and our chiefs and deputy chiefs has been in place since 2017. One of the things that it's not a blanket policy, much like our law enforcement partners in the community, several agencies allow officers to carry their weapons 24/7. Our policy is that it's duty to domicile. They should be going home. They can make a casual stop, but the intent is they go home, secure their firearm at home, and then on their way back to work the next day, they have the firearm available. Next slide. We do take a look at this, though. This does come up. We do get a lot of officers that ask about, why can't I take my firearm home? Obviously, there's a part of it, as an agency, we need to take a look at the risk and the gain of that. The risk of our agency weapons. We have a little over almost 5,000 police officers now nationwide. So all of a sudden introducing that sets up some scenarios potentially for firearms going out in the community that officers have. We may have problems with those in the community, loss or problems that occur at home. So there's obviously some risk and some vulnerabilities. Doesn't necessarily mean we're not going to move in that direction. Initially when we started allowing the chiefs and the deputy chiefs and the canine handlers, it was more of a pilot program. I hate to use that phrase since it's been 7 years, but we do continue to look at it. The question comes up. Our senior director does frequently talk to us about it. I know it's been spoken to with the secretary before as well. It's just going to take some time for them to determine, based on the needs, if there's a real need to do this, and if there's a decision to move in that direction. Next slide. That's it.
Thank you, Mr. Lamb. Super informative. I've got a question for you about the 5150 hold. This is Rob Beglin. When the officer responds, let's take this scenario of a person living on the campus in the North Village area. When an officer responds based on a belief by, for example, the property manager, that the person's a danger to themselves or others based on things they've said or done recently, is the officer allowed to make a decision to transport them based on what he is told or what she is told, or do they have to personally observe things that cause them to believe the person's a threat?
So in a situation like that, the perfect scenario would be for that officer to call the emergency department and talk to a doctor there and talk to a healthcare provider and say, hey, we're here. This is what's going on. If it's not emergent and they don't need to take an immediate action to, take hold of someone or use force, that would be a great scenario. Be able to call a doctor, say, hey, this is what's going on. Someone told me, I haven't seen it myself. This is what was communicated to me. Outside of that, that would obviously be up to what's the officers using for information. So they wouldn't have to see that themselves. They could take information. The IG's looked at it as, the general counsel's looked at is intent. What was the intent of the officer? And if it's the officer's intent to, this person has communicated to me that that there could be a danger to themselves or others based on information provided me, I'm going to take them to that place to get that emergent care. And then it would be up to the healthcare provider at that point to determine if they're going to move forward with an actual 5150 or not.
Okay, and then to take the scenario further into the emergency room, let's imagine for a time they're not someone who otherwise qualifies for VA medical care. Does the VA have the opportunity through a psychiatrist or someone else who can evaluate their mental state to then order a 5150 hold from that emergency room here on campus?
I would defer to someone local on that. I'm not sure how that would go locally.
Okay, so but your understanding is just that they could transport them to an emergency room.
Yes, and that's effectively, that's what Officer General Counsel said, is you were talking about the emergent need. That individual has a need that we're going to address, and we're going to get them to somewhere that can address it or determine if there isn't a need or there is a need for a commitment.
Rob, do you have a sense as to what would happen at that stage?
Thanks. This is Rob Merchant. I think as you described, this is also an instance where our VMET team, our Veteran Mental Evaluation Team, which is a partnership between law enforcement and social workers and mental health providers, comes in really, really handy. Our procedure here is that, the first call is to dispatch, who sends out patrol, and then they'll determine if VMET is necessary. But that team's been very effective in these situations here, particularly where in our EUL facilities, many of the case managers and others who are there are contractors and not VA employees. And many of these things happen in the evenings, on the weekends, and at other times. But VMET's been a very effective tool there.
And just so I understand, are there folks within the VMET teams who are authorized to order a 5150 hold?
Yes.
Great. Okay. A bunch of questions. Let's start with Dave, owing to his former law enforcement background on this very campus.
Yes, just for a brief moment. This is Dave Weiner. Hey, Keith, thank you for being here and thank you for sharing all that information. That was a very good presentation. I know that, and you shared that this 5150 issue has been a pain for a lot of us for a very, very, very long time. And, for the record, I definitely disagree with OGC's opinion in regards to peace officer status, because how are they defining peace officer is really the question. And you know full well that I've gone back and forth with OGC during my time here at the VA, and I know you have the unenviable task of having to administrate all facilities across the country, and I know that can be a challenge. But one of the things that has been brought up pretty broadly today, and this is more of a statement, we've talked about community. We've been talking a lot about the community and the resources that are available for veterans. And one of the definite needs of any community is based off of Maslow's hierarchy of needs, which is safety and security, and making sure that we are diverting veterans into a care system versus a criminal justice system. And the process that you described, Keith, of being able to take a veteran down to the emergency room is also akin to taking them in for a hold, because they're not committing a crime. Mental illness isn't a crime. And they're definitely being taken down there, and they also are being evaluated. But I would also agree with something that Tess said earlier, which is expanding the VMET program and expanding and having more of those resources, because as our population density on the campus grows, we're going to be faced with a lot of other issues, a lot of other challenges. So I think it's going to be necessary to expand those resources. But again, thank you for being here today and sharing a lot of that information, Keith. Really appreciate it.
And I think one of the things to kind of expand on that a little is I sat and listened. Just real quick about me. So I was in Vision 22 for a few years. I was down in San Diego. Actually, it was just 10 years ago, I did a 120-day detail as the police chief here. So it's nice to come back, and actually when I was here 10 years ago, the transit station was just starting to get talked about, and it was still a part of, is it going to really happen or not? So to come here today and to see where things are going and really where the campus is going is great, to be able to hear that. But at the same time, as I sit and listen and I kind of go through my company line with you, much like this is going to be a very unique campus here, you're going to have to provide, we're going to have to take a look more at the services for those that aren't veterans, like with the amount of folks that you're going to have here, and that community piece where you're bringing in more people that aren't, eligible for VA care, and how that gets addressed in the field too. So obviously some development needs to be done there.
Sally Hammett.
Thank you. Want to point out for social workers, something like placing a hold is very routine for social workers. The challenge that we face federally is that social workers here are bound to having a license in California and having the guidance from the board here in California that they can and they are authorized to place that hold. So advocacy around federal supremacy, around any social worker being able to place a hold is really important as long as they have that training. We have many in the homeless programs in particular, many social workers that are licensed outside of California, me included. And so I just think it's important to point that out. While we do have some social workers here at GLA that are authorized to place holds, that is few and far between and held to VMET. And so what this would take is advocacy to say that there's federal supremacy around this issue. And I just wanted to add that for everyone's knowledge.
Devil's in the details. We've got a couple more minutes while we have someone very, I'm sorry, Sarah Hunter.
Hi, Sarah Hunter, board member. Yeah, just to follow up. So this is the second time that someone's expressed that the VMET services are not sufficient on the campus. So I was just wondering, I'm not sure if Mr. Lamb is the right respondent here, or someone else in the room can answer this question, but how large is the current VMET program here? And has there been a need assessment done to evaluate what the size of that program should be once we get to 1,200, or where we're going to be in like 2 years at 800?
I see everyone looking at me, as they should be. Rob Merchant. So thanks for the question. The size currently is small. It's single digits, but growing, and they have over time. One of the things that we have to do is balance our efforts to grow that program while sustaining a functional size of our force here with the very real recruitment challenges that Keith was talking about. When I saw him when I saw Keith talking about growing our staff at OSL&E at headquarters, I thought, please don't let those be officers going from the field to headquarters, because that's just the hat that I wear. But that's a very real challenge that we have. We've got to balance having enough officers on patrol. Last night, as I was out walking the campus in the evening, I ran into our VMET team, as I often do, and chatted with them, and they were patrolling essentially and augmenting that and just driving campus and making the presence known. One of the things that we have discussed within the VHA leadership structure is really bringing people to the kind of table with the butcher block paper that Ms. Orleman talked about earlier, to say what we are doing here at West Los Angeles is different fundamentally from any VA facility in the country. And it is going to require, in fact, it is requiring different tactics, different types of personnel, different training. And what we will really need is partnership, not just here with us and our great ideas, but some latitude coming from central office to allow us to take on these sorts of things. For example, is there something that we could create that would be the equivalent of a school resource officer? For example, a peer support specialist who has special training to give them a bit of that law enforcement edge that can be that visible presence on our campus throughout the day to augment, not supplant, but augment what our patrol officers do. Those are the kinds of things that we need to and are talking about, and we have commitment from VHA to do that.
Okay, if there's no further questions, thank you, Mr. Lamb.
Thank you.
Why don't we go ahead and take a 10-minute break? I've got 3:30, so let's be back at 3:40, and we'll start a little bit early, 5 minutes early, to discuss recommendations. Okay, so I want to start by explaining kind of some ground rules for how the board talks about recommendations, because I know we have a lot of new board members. And I think the first thing you all should know is that the way the board is constituted is we have 15 voting members and 5 non-voting members. In order for a recommendation to pass and be forwarded to the secretary as the views of the board, all we need is a simple majority of the voting members. But what I want to emphasize is every board member gets to talk this afternoon about the recommendation. Whether you're voting or non-voting, your presence on the board means that the agency wanted you here. And as fellow board members, we want to hear from everyone. We're going to cover a lot of ground this afternoon. We've got 5 recommendations to cover, and a lot of the recommendations rely on what I would call a lengthy factual record. So it's kind of set out why we are talking about these issues. We're trying to be very factually based and precise, and we're also trying to tell the history of some issues. So I can tell you that between Mike and Beth, they've made a great effort to wrestle with a lot of the factual foundation, what we would call those recitals at the beginning. Where we get into the recommendations is, of course, really where the money begins. I mean, that's really the question of what exactly do we want to recommend to the agency and what will ultimately be seen by Congress. Congress does not see all of the underlying records we submit. Typically, what they see is our recommendation and then the secretary's response. And so for the purposes of this afternoon's discussion, I think the really important thing is that we get a robust discussion among the board members as to the exact form of the recommendations. Okay, with that as a background for some of our new board members, I'm going to turn it over to Mike to cover some of the initial recommendations from the Master Planning Subcommittee. I am going to revere my pedigree as having once chaired that committee by asking if I can to briefly introduce the first one that I think Mike's going to read. 2301 is an attempt to explain the history as to how we got to a target of 1,200 units of permanent supportive housing on the campus. What the recommendation tackles is the arithmetic or the justification that was used in the 2016 master plan and then the 2022 master plan. There was a commitment with that process, the master planning process, to revisit the correct target every 3 years based on the most available information. And so what this recommendation tackles is how should the agency think about the supply and demand analysis that should inform the next master plan revision, which takes place in 2025. And one of the things that the recommendation tackles with most directly is the fact that we now have arguably much better data on the number and the characteristics of veterans experiencing homelessness, because we no longer have to rely just on the point in time count. We now have a by name list of veterans in Los Angeles County. So with that as kind of a long-winded explanation, I'll turn the floor over to Mr. Canfield.
Mike Canfield, Chairman of the Master Plan Subcommittee. I apologize, folks. I guess this is the rules that were established some time ago, so I have to read this entire recommendation. I think this first one will take me about, I don't know, 6 or 7 minutes, and then I'm going to hand it off to Rob. He's going to read a couple of them, and then it'll come back to me, and I'll read number 4. So again, I apologize. I'll try to vary my voice periodically so I don't lull you all to sleep. So VCOEB recommendation 23-01 as amended. It's as amended because we've added some of the new numbers that were presented today in terms of the latest by name list. So whereas the Department of Veterans Affairs entered into an agreement on January 28, 2015 entitled Principles for a Partnership and Framework for Settlement by and between the U.S. Department of Veteran Affairs and representatives of the plaintiffs, Valentini versus McDonald. Whereas the agency agreed to coordinate to finalize a new master plan for VA's West LA campus by October 16, 2015, the primary considerations will be the provision of appropriate levels of bridge housing and permanent supportive housing on the campus, either in renovated existing buildings or newly constructed facilities, while taking into account the parties' assessment of available housing units available in the greater LA community. Whereas the agency issued a draft master plan on January 26, 2016, calling for approximately 1,200 units of permanent supportive housing on the GLA campus. Whereas the target of 1,200 units of permanent supportive housing was expressly premised on the homeless, veteran and chronically homeless veteran populations in GLA as of 2015 being 4,366 and approximately 1,300 respectively. That was based on the 2015 point in time count. Whereas the 2016 master plan stated that this planning analysis will be refreshed at least every 3 years, utilizing the most current community and VA data available to establish current housing needs and supply targets. Whereas the agency issued a revised master plan on March 18, 2022, known as Master Plan 2022, calling for 1,200 units of permanent supportive housing to be built on campus based on the review of veteran housing demand in the local service planning areas, available resources in the community, and VAGLA's ongoing development of a by-name list of veterans experiencing homelessness in the catchment area. VA projects a continued West LA campus housing demand of 1,200 permanent supportive housing units. Whereas the target of 1,200 units of permanent supportive housing was expressly premised on the 2020 PIT count, showing 3,681 veterans experiencing homelessness throughout the Los Angeles continuum of care. Whereas relying on the PIT count was not a direct measure of veteran homelessness in Los Angeles because it relied on a series of inferences based on statistical sampling. Whereas on January 16, 2020, VAGLA, the Community Engagement and Reintegration Services, briefed VCOAB on implementation of a by name list in Service Planning Area 4 as a pilot effort to expedite the placement of homeless veterans into permanent housing. Whereas the agency, in partnership with LASA, is now in possession of a by name list of veterans experiencing homelessness across Los Angeles County. Whereas the by name list provides a more reliable source of veterans experiencing homelessness than does the PIT count by relying on monthly case conferencing and verification of veteran status rather than annual statistical sampling and self-identification. Whereas the current version of the by name list estimates the homeless veteran population of LA County to be, as of today we learned, 1,365. Whereas based on the most current information from the by name list, it appears that the current number of veterans experiencing homelessness in GLA is significantly lower than what was assumed in the prior master plan documents, which established the 1,200 unit permanent supportive housing target for the West LA campus. The current by name list estimate of veteran homelessness is 31% of the amount that was relied upon in the 2016 master plan to justify the 1,200 units of permanent supportive housing. The current by name list of veteran homelessness is 37% of the amount that was relied upon in the 2022 master plan to justify 1,200 units of permanent supportive housing. Whereas there is a significant downside to planning for and or building more permanent supportive housing units than appropriate. Overstating the need for permanent supportive housing units in the West LA campus results in general misallocation of public and private resources, time, energy, and capital, which could be used to benefit veterans in other ways, and specific misallocation of lands and buildings at the West LA campus to uses which may not be needed and precludes those lands and buildings from being used for other uses, such as the town center, services, and future needs. Whereas the principal developer's community plan North Village concept has created a plan for the development of 1,057 permanent supportive housing units. Whereas in light of the current number of veterans experiencing homelessness identified by the current by name list, the production of 1,057 units of permanent supportive housing for homeless veterans in the North Village is an appropriate target, and these buildings and parcels should form the basis for the agencies and the principal developers' current planning. Now therefore, let it be recommended on June 26, 2024, recommendation 23-01A, the Secretary of Veteran Affairs direct the responsible offices within the agency that a comprehensive supply and demand analysis be prepared and presented to the VCOEB as soon as possible, and certainly before any publication or adoption of the 2025 master plan, so that the board can fulfill its congressionally specified role to advise the Secretary on implementation of the draft master plan and successive master plans. Recommendation 23-01B, the Secretary of Veteran Affairs direct the responsible offices within the agency that the by name list become the preferred method for measuring veteran homelessness in Los Angeles County and reflected in the monthly WLA campus homeless veteran bed capacity summary status report available on the master plan website. And finally, recommendation 23-01C, the Secretary of Veteran Affairs direct the appropriate offices within the VA that for planning purposes, the permanent supportive housing count for the campus shall be 1,057 units concentrated north of Nimitz Avenue in the North Village concept identified by the principal developer.
We have a motion. We have a motion to discuss. Only takes one party to move. Okay, so I'm open the floor to discussion. It sounds like this group wants to vote. Okay, let's see. Dave? I'm sorry, Sam.
I have a procedural question. Are these recommendations meant to be provided to the board prior? Because I don't think I received this one, only 2304. And I think Mark and I discussed this briefly just now. Neither of us had received that. I have your email, Beth, and I only have 2304. No other recommendations from the development committee subcommittee.
Yeah, that had been our hope.
I agree, Sarah Hunter, board member. I only got, I think, one. I didn't see this recommendation in advance.
I want to just own that that's on me. So I believed I had forwarded them to the subcommittee, so I will check, but just want to note that. And this is Beth Sandor.
And then one more question as I was trying to catch up as it was being read because I didn't have it in front of me. It talks a lot about pit count, and obviously we're going to be receiving a new point in time count. It sounds like on Friday. Was it considered in the history and the context prior to the recommendation that point in time count that we're not looking at the point in time count in the number of available units, that the number of available units are being filled as the point in time count continues to remain well over the amount of housing that is currently and is planned on the campus. And I just was trying to figure that out, but I obviously was looking at multiple things at the same time.
Yeah, thank you. It's a good point. Yeah, because none of these numbers are static, right? There's folks coming, veterans coming into the, I'm not sure what the right term is, but they're kind of coming onto the roll as other veterans are going off the roll. And there was a prior version of this recommendation, which was sort of more elaborate, looking at kind of the complexity of trying to calculate that number. And also looking at one of the specific things we recommend here is, or not recommend, but we reference is that the master plan talks about redoing this math every 3 years, utilizing the most current community and VA data available to establish current housing needs and supply targets, right? And so we also know that, I believe it was Mr. Kuhn said that there's another 1,100 units that are coming online before the end of the year. So if the pit count, or pardon me, if the by name list is 1,300, we've got another 1,100 coming on. These are the kind of things we don't know the exact numbers. What we're recommending is that the secretary, direct staff to nail down both the supply and the demand. And one of the things I think Mr. Kuhn also spoke of, and this was in an earlier version, was sort of qualifying that demand, if you will, the capital D demand, because if there's 1,365 residents on the by name list, or pardon me, veterans on the by name list, how many of them, based on their preferences, want to be in this part of the county? How many of them want to live in this type of housing situation? And so those are all type of things in a perfect world. Would like to see sort of that granular look at the demand to really kind of qualify how much of that 1365 is really folks who are likely going to be housed, at the West Campus.
If I may, Sam Holmes again. Is there a way to incorporate the veteran's choice preference that John Kuhn referenced earlier within the by name list so that we can have a continual count of that within the master plan website?
So there, the 1,365 people on the by name list. Not every one of them has expressed an interest in housing that we can offer either on the campus or off the campus. And as I've shared earlier, the vast majority of veterans are placed off the campus. We have over 5,000 formerly homeless veterans in the community, and we have 233 permanently housed here. So that's one piece of it. And of those 1,365, for everyone who is interested in housing, we have them complete a housing choice form, and that's always updating. So it's not a static list because the Acme apartments that are available this month are filled and they're no longer available, no longer in the housing choice list next month. So it's constantly evolving and changing.
I was just going to add, this is Rob Becklin as chair. I was just going to add one other thing to pick up on your comment, Sam. I think that what goes on with this recommendation and the follow-ons that come from it is not just this question of right-sizing the development based on what's known right now. Because I think when you go back and look at the original master plans, there's really not a lot of logic to the arithmetic. It's not that closely studied. And I think we should really understand that this is just a decision every 3 years. In other words, so the question becomes, it's kind of like flying. What's the target for this next phase? But the other thing that's going to be a really important piece of work is we're going to start with the by name list, being able to look at the exact demographics of this population. Like Keith said, I think when you go back and look at the 2016 and 2022 master plans, I don't see evidence of an attempt to wrestle with the exact demographic needs of this population. I think it was treated as fungible, as all these housing units and the people who would need them would be the same. And I think with the move to the by name list, there's a chance to say, well, what portion is 65? What portion has serious mental illness? What portion does not qualify for VA medical benefits? All of that. And so I think there's a lot in this. It obviously mainly contemplates a report back to us on what does the VA think is the correct number based on all available information. Lori?
Thanks. Yeah, and how to say this, 6 months ago when I was at the first meeting and I heard that there were 1,200 permanent supportive housing units that were envisioned and been, made their way through the 2016, 2022 master plans, I cannot fathom such a density of really, permanent supportive housing residents in this, on this campus. And we heard, we had a briefing, I guess a couple of months ago, GLA, there's already been, even with the couple hundred, 300 units that are open now, there's been a 300% increase in calls to the police. And so this whole issue of mix and, community policing model with some of the innovations that Sally was talking about in terms of the VMet. I mean, this is a huge issue that goes far beyond pit count versus the by name list. I will say, in New York, switching to the by name list and really using that as our Bible, that became vital to our efforts to make the progress that we did. So 2 layers of comments there. One is, as a psychiatrist, I cannot even imagine, and I don't know if there's any example. I've asked Beth this question, I've asked Nicole Branca. There's no, nobody has done this, and for very, very good reasons. So I understand the issues with the EUL authorities. I mean, that's what we have at this point, but I think we also heard from the principal developer this morning that we are in an unusual place here in terms of, opportunities for not just philanthropic funding, but also the EUL authorities from the private sector. I mean, there's some things that I think we can do here without backing ourselves into a corner. And if at this point, we can at least agree that the decreases, and that represents a huge amount of work on the team's part here, that it's gone from over 4,000 to 1,365, but yet we're still at the 1,200 unit. We have reason to believe that even 1,000, I mean, if that's what we're committed to right now, even 1,000 would be a lot to deal with, and we're going to have our hands full helping, applying our expertise to advise and make recommendations to the agency. So I cannot emphasize enough just how important this issue is. Beth, I don't know if you have anything to add.
Go ahead, Ben.
Yeah, I would add, this is Beth Sandor, I would add what you said. I think 1,200 transport housing units on this campus is unprecedented nationally. And I think what is exciting about this recommendation and the work that's happened by the local staff here has been, we are at a moment where we can make data-driven decisions in a way that we just weren't equipped with that when the original analysis was done. And so this idea of not only understanding the dynamics of the current homeless veteran population, but also the supply outside of this campus and how to factor that into the equation of the need, I think is a huge opportunity to really be thoughtful about what's needed now and what also will be needed in the future. I think it's not just about housing the veterans who are homeless today, but thinking about prevention and how do we address veterans at risk of homelessness so that this team can maintain the gains that they have made already and that are incredibly exciting. So,
Sarah?
Hi. Hi, Sarah Hunter, board member. So I was just curious, like, I know we're focusing more on the 1,200 versus 1,000, but also considering the other piece of it, which is permanent supportive housing, and clarifying that the VA defines permanent supportive housing in alignment with how HUD defines it, which means it's a unit for someone who has documented chronic homelessness plus a disability. And if so, whether the VA is in alignment with that, because that obviously influences who is eligible for these units. And the reason I ask this is in the context of examining what LA County has been doing more broadly. And the Department of Health Services operates a program here called Housing for Health, and they've been placing individuals into permanent supportive housing for over a decade. And what they've learned is, even though they've identified people who meet these criteria, they do not succeed in permanent supportive housing. They have in fact had to adapt the program to create other levels of care, including what they call enhanced residential services. And these are more like group facilities that come with on-site nursing care for medication management and other services. And so I just think, considering, is PSH, it's not the panacea, it's not the end all. And is that something that is under consideration or thought?
Okay, so I'm gonna, Keith, if you're prepared to address that specific question of whether we meet the PSH definition, please go ahead.
The statutory language is short on definitions, but in no way is it being delivered the way you describe, where it's requiring each tenant to be both chronically homeless and with a verified disability. It is not functioning that way, and I don't believe it's defined that way for our purposes.
Hello, can you hear me? So this is Patricia Wajuwaku, board member. So this is in reference to what General Sutton stated, because I share some of those concerns. And so one question I have, she mentioned that this hasn't been done anywhere. So one question I have in regards to that is there any other VA in the country where there's a large homeless population that's housed? So nothing remotely close. Okay. So with that question, I guess this is for Mr. Merchant in relation to consideration to the impact to the medical facility. What discussions or have there been about what having this large of a population on the campus may do in regards to, the hospital, medical visits, et cetera? And I know that the facility we're moving to is actually going to be a smaller facility. Is there any concern or consideration or what discussions have been held around that?
Sure. No, it's a very good question. One, just the needs of 1,200 people living on the campus, and just to level set for a moment, right now we have 233 units of permanent supportive housing, but we also have roughly 140 veterans each night in CTRS, 150 veterans on our domiciliary, close to 200 veterans in our CLC. I've got those numbers backwards because my brain got ahead of my mouth. But we have several hundred, approaching 1,000 veterans here on any given day already. So there's already a significant impact. So yes, we have discussed that. The hospital that will replace this one is smaller, but it will also be really for acute care, and the outpatient services that are in this building will in general remain here in this building, and that will be more inpatient. So that's one way that will balance out. But looking at that and the complexity of those veterans is also very, very important. Probably got some more work to do there.
So, and just to follow on with that, how is that assessment being made in terms of trying to determine the right amount of facility or the type of facility that we need, given that the veterans will be on the campus? Like, just if you could discuss a little bit about that, are you able to?
Well, sure. I can try to talk about it in general terms. So, first, it's many of these veterans are already considered to be within our catchment area, and we have those projections about how to serve them. It's just bringing them more proximate to our facilities here, which is the intent of the master plan and what we're trying to accomplish here. There are some things that go along with that. With the HUD-BASH program, we also have RNs and people who work on, promoting a culture of wellness and health, and doing what we can on the front end to prevent the need for veterans to come to the hospital per se. We have our HPACT team, our homeless primary care team here on our campus, as well as our mental health facilities and other things. So in some cases, that is already part of our process and how we're stood up here. But I think I'll just say again, I think we've got some more work to do as we start to see what the actual impacts are. For example, as we're starting to see the change in demand for safety and emergency management.
Any further questions or discussions on this first recommendation? Okay, Eugene, let's poll the board members for their individual votes. All you have to do is respond yay or nay. Or you can abstain for some reason, but I really prefer that everyone vote yay or nay if they can, if they feel sufficiently informed.
I'm going to need Dylan Ted and Amy Bravo to be taken off mute, please. We'll start. Rob Beglin.
Okay.
General Sutton. Mike Canfield. Patricia Nwanjakwa Q. Sorry. I'm going to get it right. Okay. Dave Weiner. Beth Sando. Dr. Wellish. Amy Bravo.
Yay.
Dylan Ted.
Dylan Ted, yay.
We have a quorum, Rob, and we have 9 yeas.
Okay, we also, if there's a chance that either Jim Zenner or Stephanie Cohen is on the line, do we know that? Okay. He is in Alaska, but he was going to try to call in. Okay, all right, so we've adopted resolution 23, or recommendation 2301.
With the modifications as described in the numbers and some typos.
As amended. Okay, moving on to the second recommendation, that's 2302. This tackles the issue of the town center, and it tackles it in a couple of ways. One is during the presentation in February, which was for many of you your first board meeting, there were some claims made by the Office of Asset Management that struck a few of us as inaccurate. And so we went back and tried to look at the record on a few issues, and we became convinced that in fact they were inaccurate. And kind of more broadly, that the inaccuracies spoke to what was a little bit of drift in what we thought was going on. So as a preview, just one example would be the Office of Asset Management said that contractually the principal developer was allowed to engage in planning of the town center. And the office pointed to some language in the MOU that they thought supported that position, but we went back and looked at it. That's not what it said. What it said was the principal developer can engage in planning to support the community of homeless residents. Of course, those are two very different things, but it caused a few of us who had a master planning focus in the back to go back and look at a lot of this and try to assemble what we think is a comprehensive accounting on this issue. And what it concludes with, when you get to the recommendations after a few minutes, is a recommendation that for the time being, the agency continue to set aside the parcels that were identified as the town center concept for future development as a town center and not turn them over to the housing developer. We're facing the issue imminently with parking lot 408, but there are other parcels over the horizon that are very quick. So what it concludes with is a recommendation that timeout. For the time being, let's preserve those for future town center use. And to pick up on something we've discussed before, have the housing developer concentrate their development north of Nimitz. Okay, so VCOEB recommendation 2302 reads, whereas part of the VCOEB is oversight, and as an all-volunteer board with no economic interest in any activities of the West LA campus, the VCOEB is uniquely positioned to provide unbiased and objective perspective and recommendations on the implementation of the master plan. Whereas there have been very few instances where the VCOEB has felt the need to be critical of the scope or performance of the principal developer when it comes to their role in delivering supportive housing. However, the VCOEB has repeatedly raised concerns about ensuring the integrity of the town center component of the master plan and ensuring that the principal developer's role does not creep into the planning and development of the town center. Whereas the town center is an essential component of the master plan in that it will provide the key central gathering area for resident and non-resident veterans, a safe environment for socialization and other basic activities. Whereas there are 4 key components to the town center: location, programming, financing plan, and developer. The programming, financing plan, and developer have not yet been determined and may take some time to become fully settled. However, the preferred central location has been determined by the agency with reasonable specificity and includes buildings 313, 306, 407, 408, 409, and 410. This location needs to be protected from other uses, including housing, which may conflict with or limit the full potential of the town center. Whereas during a briefing to the Federal Advisory Committee on February 1st, 2024, the Department's Office of Asset and Enterprise Management made the following statements as part of the attached PowerPoint presentation, which appears as Exhibit A, regarding the master planning process and the contractual relationship that exists between the agency and the principal developer, which was chosen to provide at least 900 units of supportive housing. First, that the March 21st, 2019 Memorandum of Understanding negotiated between the agency and the principal developer, quote, directs the principal developer to plan, but does not direct the principal developer to execute a town center. Second, that there is not, quote, a standard definition of town center. And third, quote, that the principal developer shall provide on-site community-based support services as part of the principal developer EUL, which potentially overlaps with what is referenced in the town center area in the 2022 master plan. Whereas the VCOEB believes these statements are inaccurate because they overstate the contractual role of the principal developer with respect to the town center, and B, the town center is defined in the master plan. Whereas VCOEB has repeatedly raised concerns regarding the propriety of the principal developer planning the town center because it is not among the principal developer's scope of work or demonstrated expertise. Notably, on June 22nd, 2022, the VCOEB recommended that, quote, the Secretary of Veteran Affairs direct the Office of General Counsel to determine whether the operation of the town center by the principal developer is something that was contemplated by the VA principal developer MOU. Whereas on October 3rd, 2022, the Secretary's response, attached as Exhibit B, was as follows. The MOU has since been superseded by the principal developer EUL executed on June 29th, 2022. Pursuant to the terms of the EUL, the principal developer, quote, may use the property during the term only for the project, which is defined as financing, design, development, construction, operation, and maintenance of supportive housing for homeless and at-risk veterans and their families. Whereas based on the statutory definition of supportive housing, the VCOEB took the agency's response to reaffirm that the principal developer's only use of the property is for the development of supportive housing. Whereas with respect to the first statement made on February 1st, an OAM representative based his assertion on a claim that the MOU supposedly states that the principal developer shall conduct the necessary due diligence to prepare a comprehensive community and neighborhood plan. Whereas the OAM representative's understanding was incomplete and inaccurate because Section 5 of the MOU, read in its entirety, attached as Exhibit C, states that the principal developer's planning responsibility is solely for supportive housing. And then we excerpted the portion of that. West LA VAC shall conduct, that's the West LA Veterans Collective, shall conduct the necessary due diligence to prepare a comprehensive community and neighborhood plan consistent with the final PEIS for supportive housing for veterans and their families. Whereas OAM's position that the principal developer was selected to plan anything beyond activities set forth in the draft master plan Zone 3, veteran housing, including a neighborhood center, is inaccurate because it is not enumerated in either the MOU or the enhanced use lease. More importantly, at the time at which the MOU was executed, the 2016 draft master plan was still the operative vision for the campus. Whereas the term neighborhood center should not be mistaken with town center. The draft master plan envisioned 5 unique neighborhood centers in 2016. One neighborhood center, Zone 3 veteran housing, was intended to provide focused supportive services and amenities that are limited to use of the residents or tenants of that neighborhood. Whereas Master Plan 2022's plan to convert Building 300 into the Wellness Center, providing 44 permanent supportive housing units and 15,000 square feet for supportive services for tenants of the North Village, satisfies the original goal of creating a neighborhood center for the exclusive use of campus residents. VCOEB applauds VA and the principal developer team for executing this concept. Whereas with respect to the second claim made by OEM, there is not a standard definition of town center. That statement is not correct either, because the draft master plan provided a glossary of use definitions. And from the outset, the town center was defined in a manner to serve both resident and non-resident veterans. And then we've excerpted the use definition. Whereas both the draft master plan and master plan 2022 created distinct planning zones around the tent center that were identically defined as, and then we've excerpted the definition from the 2016 draft master plan and then the 2022 master plan. You'll see that they're identical. And just to emphasize things, they point out that veterans can socialize at a fitness center or cafe, participate in a public square, attend outdoor concerts, coordinate a volunteer effort, develop employment opportunities, visit a library, grab a bike to ride around the property, or make plans for going to a movie at one of the campus theaters. So all traditional activities that we would think about if we wanted to make a true community here. Whereas the neighborhood center envisioned for Zone 3 veteran housing in the draft master plan, also referred to as the North Village, is plainly different than what was proposed for the town center. Whereas allowing the housing developer to insert permanent supportive housing units into the town center area is likely to adversely affect residents with acute needs, were they to be placed in such an environment, and also likely to diminish the overall potential of the town center. Whereas the town center's emphasis on creating a communal space for the greater Los Angeles veteran community, regardless of residency on campus or need for supportive services, falls outside the principal developer's contractual relationship with the agency. Whereas notwithstanding the fact that the principal developer's responsibility was limited to supporting housing, the agency appears to have deferred to the principal developer's vision of a town center and Master Plan 2022's redesign of the town center concept. And I will point out that footnote 9 was a comparison of the town center concept from 2022 as compared with the principal developer's draft community plan. And they were basically identical. Whereas it is the opinion of the VCOEB that this reflects a failure of the agency to maintain responsibility for master planning the redevelopment of the campus, including the town center, and not defer to the private commercial interests of housing developers. Whereas the West Los Angeles VA campus has a long and complicated history of improper land use, and as a result, any action taken by the agency to engage in leasing that principally benefits veterans must be performed in a fair and transparent manner to avoid any doubt of mismanagement on behalf of the agency or impropriety on behalf of lessees. Whereas the choices that the agency will face over implementation of the master plan will have consequences that last for a century or more. So the choices must reflect the highest and best use of the land on the West Los Angeles campus and not be dictated by exigent circumstances. Whereas the enhanced use lease authority would allow the principal developer to obtain leases of up to 99 years, locking in these locations, configurations, and uses for literally decades. Accordingly, any attempt to have the principal developer undertake any development activities outside of the agency's promise that it will deliver at least 900 units of permanent supportive housing must be closely scrutinized. Thank you for your patience, everyone. We're there. Only two recommendations. Two subparts to the recommendation. Recommendation 2302 Alpha recommends that the Secretary of Veteran Affairs confirm for the benefit of the OAM office, the principal developer, and the VCOEB that the principal developer is not authorized to conduct any further planning or execution of a town center outlined in Master Plan 2022, including buildings 13, 306, 407, 408, 409, and 410, as it extends beyond the scope of their contractual relationship with the agency. Recommendation 23-02 Bravo recommends that the Secretary of Veteran Affairs instruct OAEM to abandon conversion of Building 13 into an enhanced use lease. That's the cafeteria from the 1920s with the Art Deco features. Instead, VCOEB recommends that the Secretary of Veteran Affairs instruct OAEM to transition planning from Building 13 to Building 211, the Brentwood Theater, for creation of a town hall intended for exclusive use of campus residents. This conversion may take the form of an enhanced use lease or lease that principally benefits veterans and their families authorized in the West LA Leasing Act of 2016. If the latter, VCOEB advises the agency to prepare a request for qualifications as soon as possible, given the growing community of veteran residents on campus. Thank you for indulging me. Okay. Should we have discussion? I already want to move to a vote. I mean, I know you're eager and the day is long. All right, I'll just move for a vote then, it sounds like. Do I have a second?
I will. Rob Baglan.
Okay.
Joan Sutton. Mike Canfield. Ms. Nwajaku. I'm sorry. She's gonna have to. It's 8-1. Beth Sander. Mark Welsh. Amy Bravo.
Yay.
Dylan Ted.
Dylan Ted, yay.
Okay, of the 9 voting members present, all 9 voted yay. Let's move to recommendation 2303. Have I got that one? Okay, recommendation 2303 tackles this arcane but super important topic of budgeting. The inside baseball of this is that when the lawsuit was settled and the agency agreed to redevelop the campus, it made a promise to include the redevelopment effort for the North Campus in what's called the Strategic Capital Investment Plan, which is the agency's attempt to prioritize funding. What the board has focused on, even before my involvement, was whether that was happening. And unfortunately, it did not for a very long time. So the agency lost about 3 to 4 years of effort because it did not honor the original promise to include these projects in the SCIM. Now, the agency's lawyers will tell you that that settlement was not an enforceable settlement. It was a principles agreement. But one of the things I think we'll hear in this lawsuit this August is a belief that the agency didn't commit the resources that were needed to redevelop the North Campus for reasons beyond housing. In other words, I think the plaintiffs would have to concede the agency has done a great job of obtaining $350 million of EUL funding that can support the housing mission, and that's a huge accomplishment. But I think what you're going to hear in this lawsuit this summer is, but everything else that was supposed to be done has never been budgeted for. And so what this recommendation tries to do is go back and look at the board's past work in this area and the agency's past recommendations and offer some recommendations going forward. And I really do think that this is the type of thing that however the lawsuit turns out this summer, I hope it informs the agency, because I think the agency is going to hear a lot of noise about the outcome of this lawsuit. And I hope this is one of those clear notes that maybe just kind of pushes through the noise and gets people to focus on the issue. So it's not as long as before. Quick. All right. So 2303. Whereas when the department entered into a principles for a partnership and framework for settlement by and between the U.S. Department of Veterans Affairs and representatives of the plaintiffs in the case titled Valentini versus McDonald, VA stated that it would, quote, include the objective and goals of the principal documents and the new master plan in VA's annual strategic capital investment plan 10-year planning process. Whereas during the fourth meeting of the VCOEB, which took place in January of 2019, the committee recommended to the secretary that the agency identify and include real property projects specific to the master plan by March 2019 in VA Strategic Capital Investment Plan, permitting use of CHIP and Act strategic partnerships. And that's recommendation 1 from that meeting. Whereas the secretary did not accept the committee's January 2019 recommendation to include master plan projects in the strategic capital investment plan. That was the agency's response to recommendation 1. Whereas without conceding the necessity of including master plan projects in the SCIP, the secretary's response instead stated that the CHIP-In Act was not an appropriate source of funding because it was set to expire in 2021 and because the project must, quote, meet a bona fide need of the VA, be part of VA's long-range capital planning process, and be the location for a facilitation project that is included in the SCIP process priority list in the most recent budget submitted to Congress by the President. Again, the response. Whereas the Secretary's response to the committee's January 2019 recommendation did not directly address the suitability of the CHIP-In Act to fund the construction of elements of the master plan, such as the town center. Instead, the Secretary's response stated, quote, the CHIP-In Act is not an appropriate authority for VA to use in delivering housing for homeless veterans on the West Los Angeles campus, nor will it still be in effect when work begins on the replacement hospital or other South Campus major construction projects. Whereas with the benefit of hindsight, it now appears as though the agency's response in January 2019 was meant to indicate that it did not intend to place master plan projects on the SCIP. Instead, only the replacement hospital or South Campus major construction projects would be included in the SCIP, it being understood that the EULs that would provide supportive housing could not be included in the SCIP. Whereas, actually, I would strike that sentence. I'd move to amend to strike that sentence, that parenthetical. I don't think that's fully accurate. Whereas on June 2022, the VCOEB Master Plan Subcommittee reviewed VA budget requests from fiscal year 2016 to fiscal year 2023 and found no projects identified in the SCIP specific to execution of the draft master plan. Whereas at that time, the VCOEB made 3 recommendations regarding this omission or failure by the agency. The agency agreed to address 2 of those omissions with a concur response. However, the agency did not agree to put master plan projects into a budget request to Congress as part of 5-year planning process. And so on the next page, we've listed the recommendations made in the 17th meeting, and I'll just summarize them briefly. 1702 recommended the agency include the turnover of VA parcels in the SCIP The agency agreed to do that. 1702 Charlie recommended that the agency include infrastructure costs in the skip. The agency agreed to do that. 1702 Delta recommended that the agency create a similar budget forecasting mechanism to VA's 5-year development plan for the purpose of advising Congress what future budget requirements are necessary and when to execute the Master Plan 2022 and successor master plans. The agency's response was to say, concurrent principle, SecVA will work with VA's Office of Budget and OAM to include the known budget requirements related to implementation of the master plan and the budget submittal. Not all funding related to the master plan originates in VA and therefore cannot be included. In addition, requirements for specific years beyond the budget year can only be depicted hypothetically as they will not have gone through the budget process. Vision 22 is currently using available forecasting tools and resources to appropriately plan the funding outlays, project requirements, and timing to ensure continued veteran care operations while facilitating additional housing and infrastructure upgrades. Whereas since the June 2022 recommendation, the agency has begun including parcel turnover costs and infrastructure costs in the skip. But according to the most recent version of the skip, there are no other master plan projects included available by means of a FOIA request that's listed there. And I would be interested in the board's recollection of what we heard this morning on budgeting. I did take it to mean it was still infrastructure and parcel turnover costs, but if there's something other that we heard from, I'd be open to amending the recital. Whereas also as part of the June 2022 recommendations, the VCOEB recommended that the Secretary of Veteran Affairs identify which VA office is most appropriate to lead transformation of the North Campus consistent with the Master Plan 2022 and empower that office with the authority to request, prioritize, and implement projects through VA's regular budget process. Whereas the Secretary's response did not agree to identify one office or to empower that office with budget authority to request master plan projects. Instead, the Secretary's response indicated that he would, quote, work with the VA's Office of General Counsel, VA's Office of Asset and Enterprise Management, and VA Greater Los Angeles Healthcare System to determine and empower the most appropriate office or offices within VA to lead the transformation of the North Campus and satisfy the objectives of the master plan. Whereas the VCOEB believes that the West Los Angeles Leasing Act sets forth an expectation by Congress for the agency to do more than simply facilitate development of supportive housing by a housing developer. Instead, the West Los Angeles Leasing Act sets forth an expectation the agency will comprehensively redevelop the North Campus to include services for the benefit of all veterans, not just those who receive supportive housing, including the promotion of health and wellness, including nutritional and spiritual wellness, education, vocational training, skills building, and other training related to employment, peer activities, socialization, physical recreation, assistance with legal issues and federal benefits, volunteerism, family support services, including childcare, transportation, and then services in support of those. That language comes from the West Los Angeles Leasing Act. Whereas the VCOEB is unclear whether Congress has or intends to provide any funding to the agency other than through the Enhanced Use Lease program, which monies we understand can only be used for supportive housing. And whereas the VCOEB is of the opinion that we're the agency to take the position that it has no obligation to fund master plan projects and activities such as described above, and that the agency need only facilitate the development of supportive housing by a private developer, this would undermine the intent of the master plan and the agency's commitment to comprehensively redevelop the West LA campus for the benefit of all veterans, not only those who are experiencing homelessness. We're there. Now, therefore, let it be recommended on June 26, 2024, Recommendation 2303 Alpha, the Secretary of Veteran Affairs identify one VA office to lead transformation of the North Campus consistent with the operative master plan, and empower that office with the authority to request, prioritize, and implement projects through VA's regular budget process. Recommendation 2303 Bravo, the Secretary of Veteran Affairs instruct the appropriate office that it identify the capital needs for implementation of a town center area and a worker enterprise zone. The latter referred to as the Auxiliary Services Opportunity Center in Master Plan 22, and as the Veterans Vocational Enterprise and Cultural Center in the 2016 Master Plan. Report those to the VCOEB and include those in the next skill. And recommendation 2303 Charlie, the Secretary of Veteran Affairs instruct the appropriate office that it identify whether legislative changes will be needed in order to accomplish appropriations for the town center and worker enterprise zone and report those to the VCOEB.
Can I have a motion to accept the recommendation as written? Second. It's been so moved and so by Dr. Wells and seconded by Mike Canfield. Discussion?
I also move that we accept your edits and amendments to this a recommendation.
And so it's so moved and seconded that the recommendation is accepted with edits. Any discussion? We'll call the question. Individual vote. Rob Baglin. Joan Sutton. Mike Canfield. Ms. Wajuwaku. Get it? Okay. Dave Mayman. Beth Sandor. Dr. Welsh. Amy Bravo.
Yay.
Dylan Ted.
Dylan Ted, yay.
Right. This VC Bill Recommendation 23-3 is approved for submission to the Secretary of Veteran Affairs. 2304.
Okay, this last one from the Master Plan Subcommittee is recommendation 2304. And the unofficial title on this one is the Town Center ULI TAP. And so when we met, I guess, when was the last meeting? February, January, February? At that time, the Town Center, the ULI Town Center technical report had just come out, and we hadn't had enough time to review it and give any feedback to the secretary. So this is a summary of our review of that document and our thoughts on it. So Rob reads slower than I do. If you guys would like, I can read slower. I can read fast. I'll go somewhere in between. Whereas the VCOEB has raised concerns about ensuring the integrity of the town center component of the master plan, and based on these concerns, the VCOEB recommended to the Secretary of Veterans Affairs, recommendation 1705 Bravo, that the agency obtain, quote, technical assistance from an objective third party for the purpose of appropriately defining the parameters of a vibrant town center on campus, including audience, purpose, and program. Whereas the Secretary concurred with that recommendation and subsequently VA received technical assistance from Urban Land Institute, Los Angeles, whose recommendations are memorialized in a technical assistance panel report titled The Commons, West Los Angeles Veterans Affairs Town Center. We call that the ULI TAP, which was posted to the master plan website on January 24, 2024. Whereas the VCOEB appreciates the work of the ULI in creating the ULI TAP for the town center and agrees with most of the recommendations therein, in particular, the concept of the Commons with its three distinct sub-districts, the Quad, Parade Ground, and Chapel Square, to help ensure that the campus becomes a regional magnet for veteran connection, camaraderie, and collaboration. Whereas the VCOEB with the ULI, agrees with the ULI TAP that A, critical themes of the town center should be placemaking, veterans integration, and community, and B, a key part of the vision statement for the town center is to, quote, produce a legacy of enduring pride for the residents of the West Los Angeles Veterans Affairs campus and all veterans in the Southern California region. Whereas the VCOEB agrees with the ULI TAP that the Quad should be the, quote, heart of the North Campus. Whereas the ULI TAP envisions a mixed-use town center, but also recognizes the need to create harmony, create districts, and contain with edges, And B, ensure that there are clearly defined public and private zones and adequate buffers to limit public intrusion into private areas of veteran residents. Whereas a mixed-use environment can be created in the quad by integrating uses such as retail, dining, services, conveniences, recreational, education, vocational, and hospitality without including residential uses in the town center. Some more feedback. Whereas the VCOEB is concerned that allowing residential uses south of Nimitz, and in particular directly adjacent to or integrated into the town center, will compromise both the privacy of the residents for our veterans, residences for our veterans, and the open and public gathering place feel for the overall community of veterans for whom it serves. Whereas limiting potential permanent supportive housing to areas north of Nimitz will not, quote, impede implementation of critical housing, in that there are sufficient identified potential buildings which do not conflict with preserving adequate space for the town center that can be used to create over 400 housing units. And that's from the West LA EUL phasing plan and release parcel schedule. That's from the February 14th, 2024 schedule. Whereas based on the EUL parcel schedule, there are currently 811 units of permanent supportive housing at the West LA campus, which are either, quote, open or near term as defined below, in areas north of Nimitz Avenue, which do not conflict with the potential area for the town center, comprised of the following: 233 units of open that are open. Again, this is as of the January report. 503 units in construction, and 81 units of negotiating lease and preliminary planning. And this total excludes building 408. The in construction, negotiating lease, and preliminary planning units are defined herein as near-term units. So that's how we get the 811. Whereas based on the EUL parcel schedule, it will take approximately 2 years through June 2026 for the principal developer to complete the 584 near-term units. Whereas it is imperative that changes to the UL parcel schedule to remove buildings south of Nimitz which conflict with the potential area for the town center, to prioritize other identified buildings in the principal developer's North Village concept, which do not conflict with the town center, be made as quickly as possible in order to minimize any potential delay to the development of the targeted number of permanent supportive housing units. And whereas the TAP recommends that the VA designate a VA champion to advocate for the town center. B, consider the option of separating the town center into a new master development area and initiate a RFP process to select a new master developer for the town center. And C, evaluate the existing principal developer land release schedule. Now, therefore, let it be recommended on June 26, 2024, recommendation 2304 alpha, the Secretary of Veterans Affairs instruct the Veterans Experience Office to post the Urban Land Institute Town Center final report to regulations.gov so it can receive proper input in a fair and transparent manner. Recommendation 2304 Bravo, the Secretary of Veterans Affairs direct VA staff to designate a VA champion to advocate for the town center. Recommendation 2304 Charlie, the Secretary of Veterans Affairs evaluate as quickly as possible the existing principal developer EUL release schedule and determine if the principal developer can achieve the targeted number of permanent supportive housing units in areas north of Nimitz. And recommendation 2304 Delta, the Secretary of Veterans Affairs direct VA staff not to include permanent supportive housing in the town center area because of the importance of preserving a distinction and distance between private spaces for residents of the campus and public spaces for visitors to the campus, and instead to reprioritize the release of buildings which do not conflict with the town center in order to minimize any potential delay to the development of the targeted number of permanent supportive housing units. Finally, recommendation 2304 Echo, that the Secretary of Veterans Affairs separate the town center into a new master development area and initiate a RFP process to select a new master developer for the town center.
I'm happy to go first with a comment. These recommendations that Mike he's pulling these out from the underlying ULI report. So in other words, the Urban Land Institute, which was 30 individuals in LA who don't have a connection to the campus, they're people who think about development, offered these recommendations. And I don't labor under the illusion that the agency is going to accept all of them. But I want to put the agency, I think we owe it to the agency to put them to a deliberate choice around and come back to us. And if they don't want to accept them, explain their rationale. I think the ULI report was published really right on the eve of our last meeting. And so I don't think as a group, we had a chance to digest its significance. I think since that time, we've all had a chance to look at it and think about it. And I think what's great about this is it should, if it's adopted, cause the agency to think about each of these recommendations carefully and how it's going to respond to them. But I'm not one of these guys, you heard this from me last February when Boomer got up. I don't think our job as a federal advisory committee is to make recommendations that the agency is going to concur with. That's not my aiming point, and I hope it's not yours either. Our job should be to just figure out what we think is best for veterans, advocate for that. And if the agency agrees with us, great. If the agency doesn't agree with us, we just want a really good explanation why not. And then I think that's what's important. So I want the group to not think about each of these recommendations as things that will necessarily be readily adopted.
So we've heard the recommendation, and so is there a motion on the floor to accept the recommendation? Discussion comes after motion and second. Yes. So move, second. Okay, we have 2 seconds. Okay, it's been. So we have a motion and a second. It's been properly motioned and second that the recommendation will go forward as written. Discussions?
This is Dylan Ted. I have a comment, if I may.
Go ahead, Dylan.
Yeah, thank you. What I like about these recommendations is it brings a little more intentionality to the overall development of a planned community in which the resident experience must be considered along with the prime directive, which is to house veterans who are homeless. If the resident experience, which is just a fancy term to describe the livability or the viability of a project, if that resident experience were to sour, you're going to have an awful mess on your hands and burn out a lot of police officers, social workers, property managers, and VA medical administrative staff who are co-located on this property. And so I think that if the secretary were to carefully weigh these recommendations and let this board help with perhaps some creative financing alternatives, which there are plenty of, because I have used them in a supportive housing development that I created, and I'm talking about new market tax credits, municipal grants, state capital outlay. There is a way to do this town center that will meet the prime directive and enhance the resident experience to ensure the long-term viability and livability of this project. And so I am supporting these recommendations, having had multiple conversations with some of you on this board, and I just want to continue to support the secretary in making the wisest decisions. And I think I think these recommendations will help the project. Thank you.
Thank you, Dylan. Sam, John, did you want to address a comment?
Not directly, if we could just go back up to, I think it was Bravo. This is John Bursler. I just recommend some specificity around the term champion.
Yep.
Because it's very open-ended, and I think that's, 23-04 Bravo. The general counsel team, that you're essentially leaving it up to them to determine what that means. So I would just recommend some specificity if we can. Over.
I think it's a really good suggestion. Does anyone on the floor have a sense, anyone of the board members, as to what would be a good definition for an institutional champion?
Keith Harris.
Okay, well, let me offer one, and then you can do violence to it. So I really do think it's someone who can do two things. One is seek budget approval, submit budget requests on behalf of it, and I also think convene the relevant offices within the agency. And then maybe you could add a third element would be to report to MEDCAP.
And I would say a fourth element would be someone whose every day, all day responsibilities are focused on the experience of veterans. Because that's what, as Dylan said, the long-term viability and livability really depends on that.
Can I just add to that? This is Sarah, board member. My card was up for the same exact reason about increasing specificity around the champion, just to ensure it accomplishes the spirit of what it's intended. I don't know if I can't recall if ULI gave any more clarity around the definition. But yes, I would just also add to that individual has experience here with the West LA VA campus.
So let me see if I can, Sandra, do you want to tackle this one? Okay, so look, just on this question of defining what a champion is, Rob Beglin for the record, I was going to suggest that we describe that person as someone who has the authority to submit budget requests with respect to the town center process, has convening authority within the VA to basically ask offices to participate in discussions. They report directly to Meg Cabot, since this is important for you, she's our senior report. And that they be someone, I want to make sure the group, we want someone based in Los Angeles. You guys think that's the right approach?
I was suggesting just had direct experience with this campus. So they wouldn't necessarily have to be physically located here, but that they had, had experience gathering the perspectives and understanding of the veterans that will be served here, if that makes sense.
I think that's a great sentiment. So just so long as they have prior experience.
Rob, may I?
Yes, Mike.
I think one of the things that I was shooting for here, again, the recommendation for a champion came out of the ULI report, and so we're just, kind of carrying that recommendation forward. But when I've been talking about this with some of the board members, the concept is somebody who's in the room, in the room on a day-to-day basis. We come to you once a quarter, maybe once every 6 months. We do monthly calls, sort of catch up, but we are not in the meetings daily to advocate when we're trying to figure out the balancing point between, if we want to prioritize other buildings, it means we have to figure out how we're going to shuffle people around, and that's a nuisance. And we recognize that that's a nuisance. But we want somebody who's got their finger on the scale saying, yeah, on the other side of the balance saying, don't forget the importance of this town center. And so we want that voice to be heard in all those discussions. So while certainly it's, senior is great, presence is important. It's critical. So.
We could ask the group then to approve an amendment for the definition of champion to be those things. Someone who has budget authority, convening authority, reporting obligation to Meg Cabot, and prior experience with the Los Angeles campus. The group accept that?
I just want, this is a real question for Rob, you and Mike. It was the intention also that that person would honor the original intent of the town center in the, I don't know which master plan. There's something that feels important there.
I don't think we can charge that person with particular duties. All we can do is ask for an institutional focus in one person. And we get into this question as to, are they working off of the operative version? Is it 2022? I think it would get hard to ask that of someone. Okay, so just for record keeping purposes, as Eugene would remind me, I'd like to move for it to be, that particular change to be adopted. Everyone okay with that adoption? Understood. I know who I want. Understood. Understood. Okay. Shall we move for a vote? Sure.
This is Meg Cabot, and sorry, I'd like to actually talk, I thought this is the one you were gonna talk about. The one ahead of there which is instruct VEO to post the ULI report to regs.gov so it can receive public input. There are a lot of regs and rules and things about what we can and can't post to regs.gov. And it's not really VEO that's involved in any of that. So I think if the goal is to receive public input in a fair and transparent manner, it might make sense to make that just a little bit less specific so that the appropriate office posts the report, somewhere in the appropriate place to get public input. Obviously, not a voting member, so it's up to you, but just wanted to give a little bit of background there.
Yeah, I mean, my thought on that, Mike, and I don't know if we discussed the exact rationale for this is, and I don't know if I think regulations.gov does it. Does it push it to people who are signed up for email notifications? Yeah, that's the beauty. So the reason why I think regs.gov is so valuable is it doesn't require people to know to go looking for something. It basically says to people who get medical services as veterans here in LA or who've signed up to be notified, here's what's in your inbox. There's a study from the Urban Land Institute on the town center. So I'm always a fan of pushing information as opposed to hoping people know to go looking for it. I think Mike, is that your recollection as to why this was drafted this way?
Yes, so I think maybe we can just make it a little bit broader, so the Secretary of Veterans Affairs instruct the appropriate office to post the Urban Land Institute Town Center final report to regulations.gov and/or
Maybe in order,
in order to receive public input in a fair and transparent manner. Thank you.
I think that sounds great as amended. I think the key thing is we want to push the document and not rely on people inquiring. I think that sounds like a great amendment. Okay, I'd move to vote on this. We just call for a vote. I'm sorry, Sam.
Sam Holmes. I just want to talk quickly and just address just what we've talked about throughout the day of creating community on this campus and really the implication of some of these recommendations to really delay the process of creating the community. And I'll start just by highlighting that I don't think that there's, outside of maybe VA, there's no other organization that I know of in LA, and I've worked with a lot of organizations throughout this city and throughout the region, to better bring people together and create community besides US Vets. As a part of the principal development team, they're able to both convene and create a backbone of services, not just for veterans living on this campus, but for all veterans living in the area. Their partnership with organizations like the the LA Veterans Collaborative allows them to expand much beyond West LA and to be able to tap into not just other services, but philanthropy is demonstrated by their ability to raise money from Southern California grant makers in partnership with them to grow services throughout the region and to potentially shut them out of a development of a broader community of veterans might create conflict that does not allow the input that they've been collecting in partnership with GLA of those living on campus on what the community should look like to best support them. And I know that, you know, those living on this campus do fall into a demographic of people who are not always fully always included in the participation of civic society. And to be able to empower them as having direct voice to what the services provided on this campus are, what an inclusive community looks like to them, I think is something that we need to think about if some of these recommendations are accepted and move forward. Because the lived experience of those on this campus and the experience that they have on this campus and the I guess really the profile in which they are measured in a lot of literature puts them at greater risk for suicide, puts them at greater risk for a lot of really negative outcomes that if we're not including their voice and if there's no formal processes through maybe the implementation of some of these recommendations, that we might have the same issues that we're trying to mitigate against with some of these recommendations. So I think there's a broader picture of maybe considering if some of this does move forward, if these recommendations are adopted by the agency, that the champion of the town center have a broader mandate potentially than just the town center, to think about the community as a whole, much like I think is understood in the principle of developers from their presentation. To really think about the health and safety beyond just of those coming onto the campus, but of those living on the campus and their ability to really feel that community alongside all other veterans. Because if their experiences are not considered because there's a whole other group coming in, then we put them at the same risk that we're trying to mitigate against in the broader community. So I just wanted to touch on that as we consider a vote, because the implications are broader than I think we've been discussing so far.
Lori Sutton. Sam, thanks so much for those comments. I think there's a lot to unpack and to consider there. One thing that makes me very comfortable with these recommendations is knowing that the principal developer and the team, you know, I would assume that they would submit a proposal. And I think it's always good to be able to see what's the range of talent out there and how can we put together a strong team that can not lose time and certainly not be cross purposes, but let's challenge everyone in this space who wants to contribute and be part of this historic opportunity. Because as we talked about earlier this morning, you know, and as we heard from the secretary, that his expectation, not just of this board, but of all of the federal advisory committees, is that we think about what could really be implemented across the entire enterprise. And I think that does take it back to this board, because we're unique across the VA system, that the community experience that we are creating today, it's got to be, you know, like the old Wayne Gretzky, we're not skating to the puck, we're skating to where the puck's going. And what we know about where the puck's going, we know where it is today. Suicide epidemic, homelessness, as we've talked about, inadequate treatments for PTSD, and a generation of post 9/11 veterans who have received repetitive blast injuries and who we know are not factored into the current plan or the current system. And so I think that this gives us the opportunity to really build in community engagement agency, as you mentioned, for folks who are not generally included. And I think it's part of our team effort, working with the VA, working with the partners at all levels. But I would hope that the principal developer would submit a proposal for this.
I was really curious in the group's feedback, because I think it's an important issue, on whether or not we think it is important to preserve distinctions between public areas and private areas. You know, we heard from a veteran who got up and spoke about a concert they tried to hold up in the constellation of 205, 208, and 209. And it was the type of thing that wouldn't have occurred to me, that some people might not want even string music, I think is what he said, in the daytime. Did that resonate with this group? Do you guys think that that's because it's always spoken to me. There's been a part of me that's thought, do you really want to have permanent supportive housing units in an area where people are visiting daily, whether they're hospital visitors or hospital users, whether they're veterans in the LA area? Do you want those things mixed? It gives me profound unease. And I just don't know if other people on the board feel the same way.
Lori Sutton, I would absolutely agree. And I don't know if it struck any of you, but it seemed like we had a lot of veterans today who spoke up in strong support of the ULI report. And it gave an entirely different tone to our public feedback section. And I think that this issue of noise and disruption and you know, just preserving a sense of place and safety is so important for our veterans. So it's another reason to really concentrate a place of calm, of safety, of predictability in the North Campus, and then, you know, open up the town center to a broader mix of activities.
Okay, can we call a vote, Eugene?
Rob Bagman.
Yeah.
General Sutton. Mike Canfield. Wajuwaku, Ms. Wajuwaku. Dave Weiner. Beth Sando. Dr. Welsh. Amy Bravo.
Yay.
And Dylan Ted.
Dylan Tet, yay.
Right, but once again, recommendation 23-04 passes with 9 yeas.
Beth Sandor, over to you.
This is going to be quick. So this is a recommendation 2305. It was born out of the discussion we had at the last board meeting around underutilization of tenant-based vouchers and looking at solutions there, recommendations that can help support local solutions there. We are going to amend these recommendations for the time being to remove the recommendations and background related to the project-based voucher cap and allow ourselves some more time for discussion on that, given new information. So I'm going to read it as amended, which means some of the things that are up there I won't read. And so Eugene, help me if I do any of this incorrectly. Does that make sense? Yes, that's what. I'm not going to read those portions right. Yeah. Okay, great. All right. VCOV recommendation 2305. Whereas Los Angeles City and County Public Housing Authorities have a significant underutilization of tenant-based HUD vouchers, currently 50%. Whereas credentialing processes for new staff within the local VA system contribute to low utilization rates of HUD vouchers. Whereas clear accountability for process improvements related to HUD have proven to increase HUD utilization rates at other VA medical centers. Now, therefore, let it be recommended on June 26, 2024, Recommendation 2305, this will be A, it was formerly D, it will now be A. That the Secretary of Veterans Affairs vest the Medical Center Director at the West Los Angeles VA Medical Center with the authority to credential all medical staff and propose new hires for the purposes of increasing utilization of available HUD-VASH vouchers. Recommendation 2305B was formerly E. That the Secretary of Veterans Affairs or his designee direct the appropriate staff to provide monthly reporting on the status of hiring and credentialing on the West LA VA Medical Center, at the West LA VA Medical Center pursuant to 2304. I think that A, thank you, tracking here. Recommendation 2305C, formerly F, that the Secretary of Veterans Affairs vest the Medical Center Director at the West LA VA Medical Center with the authority to adopt national best practices for expediting the credentialing and hiring of staff who are critical to fully utilizing HUD-VASH vouchers in the region. Best practices to improve such credentialing and hiring may include, but are not limited to, contracting the hiring of service staff to community-based nonprofit partners, permitting credentialing to occur up to and including the 90th day of employment, allowing contracted nonprofit organizations to create their own credentialing processes with approval from the VA, use of retention, relocation, and recruitment bonuses for qualified new staff, making hiring a top priority for the medical center by setting a date certain within the next year by which 90% of all vacant positions must be filled by qualified individuals. Recommendation 2305D was formerly G, that the Secretary of Veterans Affairs direct the appropriate staff to add the following key metrics to the West LA VA monthly dashboard and to report quarterly on these metrics to the VCO EB board. First one, utilizing current utilization rates separately for tenant-based HUD-VASH vouchers and project-based HUD-VASH vouchers by each of the 10 housing authorities in Los Angeles County. Second, length of time of hiring process for essential HUD-VASH staff. Third, the current number of staffed positions in the HUD-VASH program as the numerator over the denominator of total budgeted HUD-VASH budgeted staff positions. Number 4, number of referrals by source to public housing authorities for HUD-VASH vouchers. Number 5, HUD-VASH voucher attrition rate as defined by voucher issuance. Voucher was issued but not leased up, and HUD-VASH voucher turnover defined by voucher return after lease up.
So that's everything?
That's everything.
Okay, so Beth took out the topic of project-based vouchers for reasons that I think are apparent from what Keith explained this morning. There's a lot of moving pieces as it relates to where that is today. And so the focus is on, and this recommendation is just tenant-based vouchers and ways of improving the efficiency and the process and reporting on those performances. The process of reading it may have been challenging for Beth, and it may have been even more challenging for you to follow. So before we discuss this, I want to make sure, does everyone understand what the basis is and what the recommendation is? Okay, so there's no issues there. Okay, so let's move to, let's discuss the recommendation as she read it. Cool. Thank you for being the good parliamentarian. I'll move to discuss it as amended. We have a second? I'd be a terrible auctioneer. And now we can open it up for discussion. And I'm happy to turn to Keith if he's going to weigh in just on the project-based issue or the tenant-based. Okay. Sure, go ahead, Keith.
The only thing, Keith Harris, you had a reference in there to the hiring process time for essential HUD-VASH staff. I don't know that word, I'd be curious as to why the word essential is in there. And if you want it in there, you probably need to define which staff you're referring to. You could also just remove the word essential.
I would propose we amend to remove the word essential.
Do we have to, I would move to adopt that amendment to any objections to that? Okay, all right. Any further discussion? Oh, this is going to be uncontroversial. Everyone wants to get dinner. All right, so let's proceed to vote. Eugene.
Right. So. As amended, so Eglin?
Yay.
Sutton? Canfield? Wajuaku? Weiner? Good. Beth Sander? Dr. Willis?
Yay.
Amy Bravo?
Yay.
Dylan Ted?
Dylan Ted, yay.
Right, so. So recommendation 23-05 passes and is approved as amended.
Thank you all for seeing this through. It was a long day. We accomplished a tremendous amount. And I don't only think that we got through a lot of material and we offered some good recommendations. I think there's the potential here that we'll have a chance to get the agency to focus on what we think are the right issues. I have to underscore, I think the agency is going to go through a painful August with this lawsuit. And as I said at the beginning, I think some of the criticisms are going to be merited, but I think some of them are going to be not. So I hope that what the board can do is offer perspective on areas where we think we can do better. You know, the plaintiff's lawsuit started with this notion that the agency has betrayed this promise to house homeless veterans on campus. I don't think that's true at all. I think it took a long time to get started, but I think the agency's done an incredible job of delivering housing. For those of us who started work on the board 4 or 5 years ago, there was very little tangible progress on the North Campus, except for the most northern buildings. No one would ever make a claim like that today. Anyone who walks onto this campus today would say that the pace of change and the quality of the housing experience that's being delivered is extraordinary. And so I think there's very little doubt about that. But that will come up in the lawsuit. You'll hear about it in August. But I do think there are areas where we can improve, and I think one of them is recommitting to the town center as an ambitious concept that serves all veterans, and that maybe even brings civilians in to interact with veterans, because there's benefit in that too. So long as what the lease says, what the Leasing Act says is so long as it principally benefits veterans, the lease is valid. And then related to that, we've still got to commit ourselves to the work of, for example, a worker training area where people who are being housed on campus are given skills that will allow them to get jobs. It's something that's fallen off the radar for the time being, but it's something the board will have to keep their eye on over time. And it's not something that will happen accidentally. It'll require a real deliberate effort by the agency. It'll take a lot of work to pull that off. So I'm really grateful for everyone's work today. I want to give Meg Cabot a chance to talk as well.
Sure, I will just say thank you once again. It's no small task to sort of put your entire life on hold and come spend an entire day focused on this, including all the travel and everything else. So it does, that work does not go unnoticed, and really appreciate it, appreciate the candor and the input. You know, you absolutely make us better. And I can't say that enough. The secretary is very focused on input from all kinds of stakeholders and holding us really accountable to what we are here to do. So thank you again, and safe travels home. Thank you to all my other VA colleagues who are here. Appreciate you all and the unbelievable work. I look forward to the pit count number release on Friday. I hope you will think of the folks who you met today who really do this work day in and day out when you see those numbers. Thanks.
It's really optimistic to think about what those numbers might show about progress. It's fabulous. So tomorrow we're going to meet informally with subcommittees. I don't think it's going to be more than 2 hours in the morning. So if we can start by 9 a.m., I'm quite sure we'll have you out by 11. It's a good chance for us to talk about kind of where the work of the committee stands and what we want to do in the future. I've tried to be really respectful of people's time commitment, so I thought it was great that we were able to accomplish so much of the formal meeting agenda today. We'll just meet for as long as the subcommittees want to brainstorm, and when you guys decide that you've reached that point of marginal return, we'll break. So please do show up in the morning. I look forward to seeing you all then.
Okay, as Rob was saying, subcommittee meetings are in the morning, but they're not here. They're actually going to be in building 218, which is on the North Campus, on the 3rd floor. We'll meet in room 320, and then we'll split up accordingly at that point in time. So it's not this building here. It's 218, what's the name of the road? Enterprise or something like that? No, the address of the building is 318 Eisenhower. That's what I was thinking. Right. It's right behind the chapel. Correct.
I'm told by Eugene I'm supposed to ask if anyone has any objections to adjourning. Hearing no objection, we're adjourned.